Okay, can you guys hear me now?
There you are.
Yep, can hear you fine.
Okay, now I'm getting a double.
Are you now?
Hello. I can
Are
hear
you-
you, Ken.
I'm hearing two and not sure why.
Two of yourself? Or
Yeah.
two of everyone?
Two of everyone.
Um,
I can close it down and rejoin.
yeah, make sure you don't have something else open.
Okay, it's still open on another place somewhere, and I'm not sure where because I can't see it. So I wonder if there's a
All right.
second. Oh, there you go. We're in here twice. I'm in here twice on another screen for some reason.
That'll do it. That'll give you double.
All right. Okay, you guys can hear me normally in single now, right?
Yep, you sound fine.
All right.
All right, so let's see if I do this. All right, Alec, I'm trying to pass over host duty to you.
Did you tell him how to
Okay.
put people on the panel and who gets recognized, that kind of thing?
Well, I mean, there's no, it's going to be just kind of an honor system working through it and mute people if need be.
Yeah,
It
I think
doesn't-
people will be doing speaker, like request, like ask to do speaker view, right?
Right,
And we'll see whoever's talking, and then I can have everyone muted at all times. And
right.
I think
Alec-
there's a way to have like permission to unmute essentially.
Alec, if you
Yeah.
click on the person on the three dots, you can choose for them to
Yeah.
unmute. And you can also send them a private message to the chat. So I suggest you'd have the chat open so people can comment through there back and forth
Yeah,
as well.
I have it open. I can like go through participants and be like asked to unmute. Yeah, that'll work well.
Right. We're streaming on the Film Study YouTube channel,
Okay.
but it appears to be a pretty good delay. So it's
Interesting.
also really tough to bring those comments in. So it's kind of just we'll broadcast there, but really people should come join the Zoom to interact.
Okay.
Yeah, I was noticing that last night. It's like you guys were seeing the pick much later than we were, which was fine.
Yeah, that was also just trying to be safe with when we declared it.
Mhm.
No, but he's saying that the
delay.
TV was coming through. Yeah.
I'm saying like, yeah, like you're like, oh, there's a chime, and it's like that was 30 seconds ago. you know?
Right.
That
Yep.
kind of thing. Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna get that.
Okay. I think we probably want to go on a universal mute here where people jump in to talk. I think that's the way to go.
Yeah, that's how we'll want to set it up.
Anyone else on like low sleep right now?
It seemed like there was way more time in between picks this year.
I didn't fall asleep maybe until like 1:30 because I wanted to see everyone's reaction and stuff. And I'm like watching the various YouTube videos and whatnot, the live streams at that point where we picked. And I went to bed, and then I didn't forget, but like I was trying to not to remember that my wife's working at 24 tonight, so I was like I drove her into work. I never fell back to sleep afterwards, so I've been up since 6 on 4 hours of sleep. So it's gonna be all right. It's gonna work out.
I know Orioles are on the West Coast, so I'll have a late night tonight with that as
Yeah,
well.
they are. That's right. I have I got $2 on the line with them.
Yeah, I haven't made my decision yet for tonight for them.
That's the nice thing about working in Virginia now is that I can place bets there very easily through like DraftKings.
Right. Yeah.
I used to do my bookie, and I
Yeah.
don't know
I
how like
use my
above
bookie.
board it is.
My bookie's fine. I'd rather do DraftKings, but my bookie works.
You guys hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes.
Can hear you
Okay.
fine, Jason.
Okay, great.
And I'll take down this screen share once we get ready to start the show.
Yes, Alec, we're gonna start with a kind of a small conversation You know, the names involved are for, who are kind of want a permanent open mic on, Alec?
Yeah, I imagine the people from last night. Right.
There's a couple more. It's so Sarah will
Jason's
be
right.
on later. Jason Woolbert will be an open mic here tonight. He
Yeah.
did the OT show with me.
Mhm.
And Jason Smith, who has the big board.
Right.
And you, of
Yeah.
course, Alec.
Hey, Jason, why don't you try test sharing your board? Let's make sure that's working in here
Okay.
because that was popular last night.
Jason Woolbert or Jason Smith? Got to be careful.
Smith, the big board.
Okay. Can you see it?
No.
Not yet.
Okay. Wasn't there something I had to do?
Share screen.
Yeah, share screen at the bottom.
Okay.
If you would prefer,
Oh,
I
it's-
also go JW, if that
All
helps distinguish between
Hey.
me and Jason Smith.
all right. Hey, Alec,
Okay.
I think you got to go down to share screen at the bottom of yours and allow guests
and
to
allow.
share their screen, or at least allow Jason to.
Yeah. It says one participant share at a time, multiple participants share at a time.
Yeah, just
Um,
click multiple. That's
All
fine.
right, that's what it's on now.
All right.
Jason, you have any better luck?
I have my big board up and
All
it
right,
was
so-
on share, but
Yep. So let's try it again. Click
See.
share.
Allow. Yeah, there's nothing I can see
No,
clearly.
you should be able to do it now because I can see it's now giving me the option to share. So at the bottom of your Zoom, you should be able to click share and then choose either a desktop or your Chrome browser or whatever you want.
Pardon me, may I butt in for just a couple seconds?
Go ahead.
Okay, this is, hi. This is the gentleman that I am doing this from his house. This is LG Dupree from the message boards, Tom Keller.
Yeah.
And so there may be, you may see me blabbering a little bit, but on mute or something like that. I may put myself on mute and we're bouncing back and forth
Sure.
in that case. Or if you would like him to say something too, we can try and get another microphone set.
Well, we're gonna have the ability for individuals to ask questions kind of the panel, if you think of it that way. But we
Mhm.
can't, if we have 200 people on this call, we can't have open mics for everyone. So that doesn't
Understood.
work. But we can have like 6 open mics for a panel and then open and say, hey, you had a question you raised. Where's the hand raise system? Josh, have you explained how that works?
We can tell about it
Yeah,
throughout
it's
the
under-
show.
yeah.
Reactions. Yeah.
Yep, Alec, it's under reactions. So
Yeah.
there
on the
you see I
bottom
have a
there.
little hand on my corner.
Nice.
You'll see it in the corner of my video. You'll see a little hand.
May not be large enough.
All right, I don't know. Do you have your view on gallery or speaker? Gallery will let you see everyone's video.
Yeah.
I have everyone's video. I have.
All right,
Should be upper left hand corner.
and you
if
should see it
yeah.
right up here.
No, I don't see it.
You don't see a hand?
Mm-mm.
big yellow hand. Yep.
So
You see any of these others?
it's under the more tab near chat. Okay.
No,
I
no,
wonder-
no. That's where you can raise it. On my video, do you see that I've raised my hand? You don't have to raise your hand, Ken. Do you see up here?
I do not see any sort of a mark where
Not
you are
next to-
pointing.
Not next to my hand, really.
You can wave away, and I do not see it there.
Weird. There. All right. All right. Well, Alec will call people out.
Hey Dan, how
I
you
can
doing,
I can
buddy?
see him, so it's all good. Dan wants to speak.
I don't want to speak.
Now I
was just
see
raising my
crying
hand.
eyes up in the upper left.
All right. Well, good. You see that? Now I'm going to replace it with a thumbs up.
Okay.
And now I'm going to raise my hand.
Nope.
All right. Well, you can't see raised hands, but you can see the others.
Oh, that actually.
Maybe because
I
you're
see
not a
both.
host.
Yeah.
I saw both a raised hand and a thumbs up.
I was wondering is it because I was host.
All right.
but-
Well, never mind. Jason's not a host and he can see it. I don't know why you can't see that.
Yep, there's the raised hand. No
Okay.
thumbs up.
Yep.
There's the oh my God sign.
Yep. All right. Yeah. So, all right. I don't know why you can't see him, Ken. We'll let Alec lead that.
Okay, chat. There's the chat. Okay. Reactions. Party time.
Yeah. Yep. Can see that.
Very nice.
Okay, I'm doing the, how do I get rid of it? Okay, there. Nope.
Now apparently Rogers wants retirement. Nice.
Well,
Out.
that's the latest threat.
He's going to be a host of Jeopardy.
That's right.
That's actually very reasonable. It's a great second career for him.
He should do it. He
I
doesn't need any more money.
don't blame him. I mean,
The nerve of them not to draft an offensive player again this year. Like the nerve. Just, oh yeah, you
And
guys are real
knowing the
tough.
history,
See who wins this battle.
yeah. Knowing the history about what they did with him and Favre and then doing it again with Love and then not taking a wide receiver and blah, 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 blah. There must be so much like animosity between Rodgers and the front office. I can't even imagine. Not the coaching staff, but
Hey, I'm gonna leave my big board up just in case you want to
We-
try to get it up there. Or
Well,
if
let's
you
try
did.
it again. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Try to share it.
It's
okay.
it's up
It's-
there.
All right. We can't see it.
Okay, let me go
Yeah.
back to you guys.
So good. Yeah.
Okay.
And with Zoom, you have to kind of like choose share screen. Then you got to choose what to share. And then you got to say yes.
Oh, okay, I see it.
It's
My
like a
fault.
three-step
I thought I
process.
didn't think you were talking to me actually when you
All
said that before. There we go. I can see you guys and I can see my big board.
All right. That's Dan's board. That's not yours.
No, I did it at the same time. Sorry.
All right. All right. Let's take Dan's down and see if we can see Jason's.
Stop sharing. Okay.
There we go. All right. So you guys just got to take turns sharing and not try to both share at the same time.
That's okay. I'll leave mine. I mean, should I leave my face up? The only time I go to it really is to update it.
No, you need to take it down when you're not talking about it.
Okay.
Or, well, I don't know. I mean, I don't mind this screen. I can see your big board, and then next to it is everyone's faces. So I don't mind this.
Actually, yeah, this is pretty good.
This is a good one. And
Okay.
then,
More than six
and then when we need to
people?
go to Dan's screen, if Dan's screen shares, I think it'll override, right, Dan? Let's see, if we wanted to talk trades.
So Josh, I can leave my settings just like this.
Panthers exercise 5th-year option on Darnold.
All right.
I
Yep.
can leave my screen just
Yeah,
like this
leave
for
it
the whole
there.
thing.
And for
Okay.
everyone watching, if on the top of your screen, you have a view option button, you can choose to look at Jason's or Dan's screen. So you can go and see either one you want.
Nice.
So that way.
Thanks.
they're
I
both-
just didn't want to
both
mess
there.
it up. Yeah, I just didn't want to mess it up. If I could just leave it like this and
Yep,
I'm
No.
good.
it's all good.
All
Yeah,
right, thank
a
you.
different setup than yesterday.
All right.
And if I don't want to see either, and I just want to see
Then you can go view options.
click off on Jason or side by side mode.
Turn off side by side mode.
Okay, side by side mode is actually, this is pretty good. This has everybody on the right side.
Right. And then the
Mhm.
board, right. Exactly. That's how I have my screen.
And
Actually, I
then-
like this. I like this best. I'd park it right like this.
Right. And then when Dan's doing his calculations, you can just go to that shared screen and choose Dan.
Okay.
And hopefully he's still in his calculations, not
Not
browsing
looking
other
at porn.
things.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna step out for like 5 minutes and take the dogs outside. I'll be right back.
Yeah, me too. I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
I'll probably
Hey, Josh, how do you see the
grab a
screen?
5-minute dinner.
How do you see the screen?
Yeah,
All right. Are you in full screen mode?
I don't know.
All right.
I have on one of my screens, I see my Excel that I'm sharing, and on the
Alright.
other one, I see
All the
12 pictures.
All right. So at the top, do you have a view option thing?
Of the one with the
Tab.
picture or the
on.
sharing screen? The one
Yeah. Either one.
no.
You don't see anything that says view option?
I've got on my sharing screen, it's got, mute, stop video, participants,
Yeah, it would be on your,
chat,
I think it'd be on your video screen.
more. Record reactions, disable annotations, hide video panel, share sound, meeting info, leave.
All right, where's that?
None
That's
of
under-
those.
No, I have at the top of mine, it says you're viewing Jason's screen and then it says view options.
Nope.
But I'm in full, right. What if you put
So if I stop
if you put the-
sharing, then I can see view options and everything like that. But as soon as I share, I can't do that anymore.
all right, then why don't you do that? Why don't you leave your screen off except for when
Okay.
you need to go to it?
Sounds good.
Cool. Hopefully my dog's chill. Unfortunately, I didn't take her to the park today because of it was like kind of drizzling and the wind was bad. But
It was like 94 degrees down here and sunny.
nice.
So
Very nice.
a little different.
She's like kind of chill right now, which is not actually what we want. It'd be better if she was getting out energy right now. But whatever. We'll see how it goes. She's wearing our Ravens bandana, so that's legit, right? I'm gonna go put this dish away. Right back.
All right, Josh, we'll open it up here. Now I'm getting double again.
Are you getting double? Did you have two things open or is that coming from someone else?
75% sure it's me.
Can't hear you at all now, Ken.
Can hear Ken.
I can hear him.
Can you hear me, Josh?
I don't think Josh can hear anyone right now. That's my guess.
How about now? Is that any better?
I think you're fine, Ken. I think it's
Okay.
Josh that actually can't hear anything.
You're fine.
James, nice to see you in person. We
You guys
try
can't
and-
hear me?
I can,
Now we can hear you.
when I first came on, I could see like all of you. And then since you put the little chart up, that seemed to take everything away. But nice to meet you guys and really enjoyed the show last night. Just listening. It was fun.
Thanks for listening in for sure. We appreciate it. We want a lot of interaction tonight, but we got to be real careful with everybody. Just talking to everybody now at this point in terms of keeping everybody muted at the start. And if you want to say something, by all means, just raise your hand in the way that Alec and Josh are going to explain to you, and then they'll unmute you, and we'll make sure you get your question in or comment. We're not just reducing it to questions here. Let's say a few other hellos here while we're at it. Stefan from Germany. Where are you in Germany there?
Frankfurt,
Frankfurt.
Central Germany.
All right, outstanding. Lots of fans over there in Germany, Austria, Netherlands, and Norway seem to be big countries for us.
Nice. Furthest person gets a prize.
Yeah. I say
It doesn't have anything to do with being called the Ravens, does it? I hear Ravens are bigger over there.
All right. Brian Spar, where are you from?
Yeah, believe it or not, I now live in Pittsburgh. Although I will be moving in less than a month out to Arizona. But I lived in Baltimore for 20 years, including of the year 2000. I've actually been a PSL owner since the very beginning. I've been able to go. I've been able to go to half the games while living in Pittsburgh.
Very cool. Nice to have you. Thanks for joining us tonight. Alex Kohler. How you doing?
Hey, Ken, how are you?
Life's good.
I'm just not far here in Ellicott City.
All right. All right.
I wanted to ask you real quick. I was not super crazy about the what Jason Unway pick last night. I know you guys weren't either. What do you think about that?
I mean, we can talk about this as a group, and anybody jump in. I guess. All right. His athletic profile is amazing, and I got my first chance to watch his pro day workout after the show last night, and he looks the athlete that he could be there. I don't think you want to over polish the turd right now, and not that he is a turd, but he's a very, very raw player. And the things that he does even well, I'm not sure they immediately translate to the NFL. So we'll see. I'm hopeful. He certainly is an athletic freak. That's great. We'll see where it goes from here.
Gotcha.
OA is a polarizing player in this process. He's now Odafe OA for the record. Although someone already took his Twitter handle. Odafe OA, so he's still at Jason OA.
By the way, it's Adafi.
Adaf.
Adafi.
Capital O, lowercase. So they were wrong. Okay, Adafi.
No, that's how it's
Adafi.
spelled. He said it in the press conference. It's Adafi.
Adafe.
Adafe.
Odafe.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So Odafe Owe is he's far better than the player that the 0 sack people talk about, and he's not the player that the testing numbers people talk about. He's somewhere in the middle, and he's somebody. Tyus Bowser took a few years to develop. He did. They gave him the second contract. He could be, best case scenario, they got the DK Metcalf on defense. And I was wrong about DK. I thought it would take a while for him. It did not. But best thing you can do is root for him. And I hope that I'm proven wrong on it. I had a late second round grade on him.
Yeah, I heard that they used a lot of like the analytics really loved him, right? They wouldn't specify what these analytics exactly were, but he definitely generates a lot of pressure events despite not getting any sacks last year. And I think it's one of those things where I kind of understand maybe the viewpoint to swing for the fences with a pick, because the team's I mean, obviously your first rounder is going to make the team. That's not really the question, but to have that kind of upside is useful when the team is relatively solid already. And you can have some time for him to develop.
I agree. And I agree with Ken when he said, don't try to put too much on his plate. Give him a few moves, let him work on those. The worst thing you can do, in my opinion, is overcoach someone and just load them up. Do this, do that, do that, do that. Just give him a few moves and let his athleticism take over from there. But as far as how much I like the pick, I think that was part of your question. I would have preferred with everybody that's on the board, if we could have traded back and still gotten an Ojulari or one of the other edges, Asai I liked a lot. Or if they went off the board, we would have had our choice, some very good players at other positions. So I'm not thrilled about the pick, but as far as how it'll turn out, I mean, this could be a home run. And I noticed that with DaCosta, he's not afraid to swing with home runs. It seems like in the first round. Hollywood had a screw in his foot, but of course, high upside. You look at Patrick Queen, he was raw, high upside. Whereas Ozzy would take those end of the round players that he knew would be able to play right away. So that's something that it's starting to become a pattern with DaCosta. His first round, he's those upside guys. You better move them up your board from here on out. I learned that lesson this year.
There's you mentioned a really good point there is like, how do you get this guy to do all the things a Ravens outside, effectively a Sam linebacker will do? And he'll have other duties. They want him to play the run. They want him to learn all his run fits appropriately for playing on early downs. But they really need him to rush the passer, which means they've got to teach him about a hand play. They've got to teach him new pass rush moves that he doesn't have because he's so raw there. They need to teach him, how you work on the other guy's leverage at tackle when you're rushing the passer. I don't think he understands much about that either. And then after that, they've got to learn how to teach him how to cover, because he's got that great speed. They'd be wasting it if they don't really put him to work there. All right, the Jags are next up here at 33. We can always a pretty good chance of a trade here, Dan, right?
Yeah, they had all night to talk about it. I haven't heard anything, but it's definitely a key spot. You can think about it all night and pick whoever dropped to the second round. So we'll see what happens.
I'd just take BPA right there if I'm there. They got plenty of picks, lots of capital.
Lots of good players available.
Indeed.
Plenty of picks, plenty of need. It does sound like BPA be a good strategy.
Who's the best Clemson player left? I mean, they seem to be
right? Oh my God.
kowtowing to their new quarterback.
Unbelievable. They went with the running back there.
As we work on
Jackson Carman, there you go.
Yeah. As we work on to the Ravens pick, just want to go like a kind of a position at a time with folks here and talk about who their favorite guys are. But I thought maybe we'd start at safety since it's a really interesting pick. I'm just going to toss out the names I have on my day 2 list here. The guys I think will probably get drafted tonight are Trevon Merrick of TCU, Javon Holland, Richie Grant, Jamar Johnson of Indiana, Andre Sisco and Trill Williams, Syracuse. In fact, we could see 3 of the 4 Syracuse secondary players come off, and Devon Diablo. Out of those guys, who do you like?
Cisco.
Maury, but he's not going to make it.
Yes, I like Cisco. I think he's realistic, a realistic possibility at 94. And a guy you didn't mention, more of a box safety, and he's got some injury issues, is the Florida State kid, Nezriladine. That one's going to give me problems, so I'll try not to say his name. But I like what he brings. He's really tall. I think he's 6'3", and he uses his length in pass coverage, more of a box defender, but I think there's a lot there. That would be a good upside pick. I think he got hurt in the last 2 games of the season. So a guy that I think will definitely be there when we pick.
But wouldn't Cisco really give us what we're looking for back there? A guy that really can make plays on the ball?
Completely agree, James. I think the Ravens actually are barbelled, in my opinion, of what they want at safety, because I think they have the strong safety position very well covered with either of the current good safeties they have. I think they need a free safety and they need a dime who should be a cheap guy. And I have guys in mind for that. They'll get in the 6th round, but they need a free safety first and foremost if they're going to expend top draft capital on it. And if they aren't, then I'd say wait a long time, pick a safety late that you like. That's going to be a good coverage guy.
He's reckless. He makes bad plays from time to time, but it just seems to me that he gives us that ball hawking turnover person that we're looking for in the back.
He would be another home run swing is what he would be.
Well, if he's at 94, or late in the round, 3rd round, that's not quite so much, but yeah.
Not so much.
And he got hurt last year also, or ACL or something.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's coming off injury too.
That Syracuse secondary was really outstanding. I'm a Syracuse guy, but Trill Williams back there, I think will be drafted. Potentially not tonight, but it could be tonight. He's even faster than Cisco, not the same kind of ball skills. And they have a Fatu Melifano at corner, who's really rocketing up the boards right now, and he's a very good looking corner.
So
Love
do we
that
think,
guy.
sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Do we think we'll be like really trading up to do something tonight? Or just kind of waiting till we get to 94?
They could trade up a few spots. Dan, you could address this a little bit, but what would it take the Ravens to draft into, say, the middle or even the end of round 2?
Well, I don't think they can get to the middle
Everything.
at all. If you look at here, I'll try and share my screen. Can you guys see my screen?
No, I still see the big board.
Yeah, I think he's gonna have to take it down. I think you have to take that down for me to share my screen.
Both screens are shared. You can
Both
choose
screens are
which
shared.
one you
Okay.
want to see in the options.
Okay, cool.
So there's the list
right.
of shared screens, and that's the one from Dan and Jason Smith.
All right.
We'll just see Jason's screen right now.
What button was that you have to press? Is that Stefan?
Show options right at the top.
All right. Well, I could talk through it too,
Oh, I see.
and we can kind of figure it out throughout the show, or the meeting. But if you took the 94th, the 104th, the 131, and the 171, that would get them to the 64th pick. So pretty much all of their picks coming up, that would get them to 64. So it's not happening without trading next year's picks.
Yeah, have to use some of the 22.
Yep. And even then, if you want to get in the second round, you probably need to trade. You might even need to trade a first round to get in the second round. Maybe you could do a second and a future second and this year's third, because like we were discussing last night, for anyone that was on, generally the reduction is around 32 picks for 1 year deferral. So basically it would be, here's 2 third round picks, the 94th and the 104, and that only gets you to 76. So if we threw another 94 in there, which would be next year's second, that'll get them in. So next year's second and both of this year's thirds, that'll get them into the second round. So
I mean, Eric said it's not happening. I mean, obviously he could be lying, but
You know,
I believe him because it's just not there, right?
how about
Alright.
like 75? That.
sorry, say that again, James.
How about if you like just to shoot for 75 or 80, just to, if some guy is sliding down the board that you really want to get. So maybe you're not going into the second, but mid or early third.
That's
like that.
I can definitely see that happening, James.
Yeah.
The 94 and the 104 together gives you a 76. As we've talked about a couple of times, is they're going to be pretty tight on roster spots, especially if they have, how many trades do they, or how many spots do they have left? Let's see. So they got 7 more picks. I just have a hard time believing they're going to pick 7 more players. I know DaCosta said he wants a bunch of players the next 2 years, but I don't see the spots for it. I think they're going to combine, a third and a fourth or 2/3 to move up today. That'd be my guess.
What about the possibility of adding more picks next year, or the following year?
Yeah, that's a definite possibility with a reset. So they trade picks this year for picks next year, kind of thing.
I think that's probable too, because we have a lot more free agents next year.
I think we can easily overstate the problem. There's certain positions where they don't have enough roster spots, like the safeties they have that just play special teams. I can see why people are concerned about those roster spots and not having enough. But in general, I think injuries take care of it. And it seems to every camp, we have 6, 7 injuries, and there's guys who just can't start the season and they go on IR, and maybe they're designated to return, maybe they're not. And that's just the way it goes. So the Ravens end up with having to play a different set of players than what they start camp with.
I still have to imagine there's going to be a couple cuts
Mhm.
that we aren't thinking about right now.
Yeah, but the last year we had 21 UDFAs, and the year before we had 18. If we pick 9 rookies, so 7 more, that'll get us to 80 spots. So that only leaves 10 UDFA spots if we don't get Houston, Villanueva, any of the other veterans we're talking about. So if we're down to like if we get 2 veterans, say, that we sign after the draft, then we're left with 8 spots for UDFAs. So that's kind of where I'm saying, like, yeah, injuries happen, but we have so many legit players on the 90-man roster that even with injuries, we've got a lot of people, on the 90-man roster. We're normally like, okay, 30 of the people are not making the team. You just can go ahead and discount them. That's not the case this year. Like, there's a legit number of players that can, that already are possibilities to make the final roster. So
One thing
This is a
that
bizarre year, and I don't know if they're going to be the same number of UDFAs across the league as before. I'm not sure.
well, people still have the spots generally. There's still players. Whether there will be UDFAs that make teams, that's a different story. But they still have, most teams still have a lot of roster spots to fill, especially for cheap. So
I definitely think a trade up is possible. I think DaCosta said he wanted to draft or have 10 picks. What was it? How many picks did he say he wanted over the next 2 years? Anybody remember?
20.
Either
20.
way, right. Either way, it's going to be tight roster spot this year. Next year's draft is more predictable. There's a good chance that a player that they target is going to fall to the top of the third. And I could definitely see us packaging, our at least 2 picks, one of the picks that we got in the Orlando trade maybe, and scoot up.
It's what I would like to see happen. If anything, it'll give us a pick earlier in the evening.
Right.
It's always fun.
What would packaging a 3, a 4, and a 5 do? If he really wants to do that, what would packaging a 3, 4, and 5? How far can they move up?
sorry, just putting it together. 94, 131, and 171, which is the first of all 3 of the, the first, third, the first, fourth, and the first, fifth, would move us up to the 81 or 81st pick. So
really not a lot of movement.
Not a ton from the 94th to 81st. It's not a ton. And again, that's JJ. There's different charts, different
And according to Jason's chart, that puts them in the Hudson range. Jordan and Long tight ends.
I think this is like Jason's chart is kind of a worst case scenario for Ravens availability.
Yeah.
I think you'd expect to get significantly higher on the board because other teams have different positional needs.
Right.
Exactly.
Maybe Little or someone like that you would be able to reach for at the 81.
Do you believe Josh Palmer is as high on NFL boards as you've
No,
put him up
I'm
66?
I'm definitely higher on him than everybody. I'm not afraid to do that. I really believe in Palmer, and I probably should scoot all the receivers down after we took Bateman yesterday, but I figured common sense, people can look at it instead of me tinkering with it and messing something up. I was just gonna leave it like it was.
If the Ravens actually pick all of their remaining picks, there's a pretty good chance they're going to get another wide receiver and have him compete with maybe Prochet for a roster spot.
Could be. There's a ton of them there, and the interior of the O-line, I think, we're going to be primed to take one of those guys. They're going to fall to 94. Look at the guys. If you look at my list, that Jackson Carman will probably go early, but Ben Cleveland, Christensen, those type of guys. I love Kendrick Green. I have him higher on my board than most boards. Like
I
Palmer.
love killing niggers.
What was that?
Who is this?
We have a troll.
Yep.
Nice.
Please excuse that,
Yeah. Who's
viewers. That was, we have a troll in the,
I don't even see who's doing it. I'm gonna say stop participant sharing.
Okay.
And then
Bro, y'all better turn y'all speakers down, bro. I don't get no fuck bad. I don't care religion, y'all. Nigga, I'm not your daddy. Nigga, turn your speakers down, pussy nigga. Y'all stop complaining like some hoes. Fuck wrong with y'all?
okay. You should be reported, and I don't know why it's not gone.
Lovely.
This is my first experience of what these bombs or whatever it's called.
Uh-huh.
They
heard
won't
about 'em.
share the actual
Bombs
Zoom
like
link.
Allahu Akbar.
Well.
Hello. Can you hear me, guys? Hello.
Jason?
Yep, I'm Jason.
We can hear you
Yeah.
guys.
Excuse me.
Yo, hello. What's up?
Hello guys, how are you?
Fucking robbing me, my nigga. That's for fucking taking nigga $110
They're popping up faster than I can take them out.
So that was an Eagles fan.
Yeah.
we may have to
Jason,
go with just a
Jason,
panel for a while.
Jason, can you hear me?
Yeah, let's see. Unfortunately, I'm actually not the host right now. It's actually
Hello, my
still-
friends. It's a pleasure to be here. How
Yeah,
are you
no.
all?
There's a nigger in my boot.
Oh my god.
It's awful.
Racist this is.
I can't keep up with them. Let's see.
Acting like kind of a fag you are.
Who is the host? I would like to talk to the host. It's not Jason. It's not Alec.
Host
and
I am.
James. Who
This
you?
is pretty
Who
impressive
you?
for what it's worth. Jesus.
Rush is outdated.
Please, can you ban this guy?
Yeah, I'm
Can you-
trying
Working on it. Yeah,
Yeah,
I trade Jedi.
I'm banning them, but they keep coming back, right?
Can you
Like,
mute
please
everyone for
keep-
now?
No, so I'm not.
Can I
off.
lick your
me.
balls?
Take it off for God's sake.
Yeah, we're working on it. Apologize. We're working on it.
I'm texting Josh.
Yeehaw.
Where is Josh? Josh, where is he? Where is he? Where is Josh?
Josh is currently at a baseball game, and when he left, it made him host again.
Why
So
he
like,
did
there's
that?
no like I'm not actually the host right now. Let's see.
All right, all right.
All right, here we go. Hold on.
Alec,
I think it's fixed. Watch.
Alec.
My name is Booty Hole.
How do they keep coming back? What is this?
Oh, one of your peoples shouted out your code on Twitter.
Alec is
I
so
smell
handsome,
it.
guys. Alec so handsome. I would like to suck him right now.
Okay, we posted the code. I think might be the problem, Alec.
Yeah, you can't post it on.
Alec, are you married, Alec?
You probably should do a new
New one.
A new one, yeah.
Okay, so this should have Josh. You're back now, right?
Thank God Josh is back.
Yeah, should have maybe said at the top. You can't share the link or any
Yeah,
numbers. Like the only thing you can
back.
do is share the film study page. That's the way to share it.
Well, that has all the info on there too.
Yeah.
I don't have the book.
What movie are we going to watch?
Who went at 33? by the way?
Alex is here, everyone. Say hi to Alex Keller.
What's up?
Josh is very handsome too.
Why Alex is eating?
Josh, we going to a new one or? We can't hear you, Josh.
Right now, I'm going
you go.
through and just blocking people.
Do you want to enable the weight room?
Yep, let's do that.
Yeah.
Let's turn on the weight room, and Alec, you can let people in. That's going to stop it.
Yeah.
All right. Is there anyone else in here that we need to kick out?
Not that we
I
know
wouldn't
of,
know, yeah.
I guess.
Right.
They're staying quiet.
It's quieter.
Yeah.
Tyson Campbell off the board. Trying to bring it back here.
There you go.
All right. That was 33.
That was 33. Yes.
Okay.
Pick is in for the Jets, but I think my TV's caught up. I don't think it's been announced.
Hey Josh, we should probably check the YouTube if it's still streaming because it could have gotten content banned.
I will check on that.
Yeah, I'm checking too.
Elijah Moore of
No,
Old
it's-
Miss goes 34 to the Jets.
Good player.
Yeah. I think definitely a good pick for the Ravens in terms of maintaining positional need for them elsewhere.
So I guess we're looking for wide receivers tonight, maybe tight ends. What other
Running-
positions would you like? Running back. That's a good one.
Quarterbacks more, of course.
Right.
Kickers, punters.
It would be fairly indifferent to some of the top edge players at this point going off. I don't. The Ravens might draft a second edge, but I think it'll be a late developmental guy. Oh.
Janarius Robinson's an interesting guy on the edge. Big guy. And probably slide inside, give you that interior pass rush. And I like his physical. He plays very physical. He has things to work on, of course, but he's a guy that shows up and makes his mark. Any Florida State I'd ever seen. He's going to show up and make a big hit, make a big play.
Alec, I think iPhone still wants to be banned. Just iPhone.
Michael's iPhone, you're saying? Stefan,
Not Michael's
No, no.
iPhone, not Tom
No,
Keller's
just
iPhone.
regular iPhone.
Just iPhone. Yeah, he's removed.
There you go.
And submit. There is someone in the weight room, but it's hard to know if they're good or bad. What should we do?
We need to screen the callers.
I know. There's there's actually no good way of doing that. Like I can't like send him a message and be like, like, what is this about?
What question would you like to ask?
It should be like passwords long arms, or short arms, something like that. Some kind of fun original. It's like clearly a fan of Ken's show if you know about arm length.
Ken, are you doing the play-by-play of the picks tonight?
I will. I see number 35 is in. There's been a trade.
Okay.
Now Denver has it. So any guess as to what they traded, Dan?
Oh, let's see. Sorry, I'm falling behind.
Love having Dan on. I need to incorporate a little Dan philosophy into my football over here.
All right. They moved from the 40th to the 35th. It's
Fourth
probably
round.
probably something like the 122nd. Let's see what they got. It was Denver, right, that moved up?
Yep, Denver moved up 5 picks.
Okay. Probably the 114 is my guess, the 4th round. That's pretty crazy to give up a 4th round for 5 picks. I guess it is what it is at this point, but
Okay, have we killed the troll?
sounds like it.
Yeah, I'm letting in people slowly as they enter the weight room to see like if they do anything ridiculous, and I can quickly stomp on them. You know.
So you let them in one at a time, and then if somebody acts up, you can.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Usually there is a way. Let me see if I can set it up. There's a way that I have everyone muted, and then I have to explicitly let you in to speak. Let's see if I can set that up.
When this is put on the site, is there a censorship bar, bleep, or something?
So there is stuff that you could do. Like we could just find the timestamp that all that crap happened, and you can like just remove that from the video, I believe, after the fact. Yeah, there's some like basic editing you can do on YouTube pretty simply.
Oh, gotta love it.
Yeah, for real.
So it wasn't even a pure 4th round. They got a 6-back in the deal.
Huh.
Okay, so they gave the 4th and got a 6-pack?
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense because the 4th was a little bit too much. So do you have the pick numbers by any chance?
I can pull it up here in a second here. They put it on the screen. I just have to rewind.
Oh yeah.
Denver moved up. Okay. I'm getting myself acclimated back here.
Okay, so it was the 35th overall and the 219th overall for the 40th and the 114th.
Yeah, 98% on JJ, 14-point difference. So pretty spot on. It is amazing how strictly teams adhere to that.
This is a good one. Broncos selection is Javonte Williams of North Carolina, the running back. Liked him, but it's a running back. That's good.
It's beautiful.
He could be the best running back in this draft by the end of the day. I'm a very big fan myself of taking running backs on day 2, not day 1, day 2. Just based on recent history and the running backs that have gone on rounds 2 and 3. It's a very long list of very successful running backs. And you don't have to give them the 5th-year option if you don't want to. You can save that for a more premium position.
You're right. That doesn't make any sense at the running back position, or it doesn't have as much value, I should say, at the running back position.
Nice guess, Eli. You got it.
He's a big back that plays like a small back. It's the good and bad with Williams. I know a lot of people love him. I was disappointed in him in short yardages. You see a back 5'10", 220, whatever it is, and you expect him to be able to lower his pads and power through. But that's really the only issue I saw with his game. He has good hands too. Made a few good catches in the games I watched. Really good feet. It's hard to tell with vision sometimes because Carolina was a really good team overall. It looked like the holes were pretty big, but I think he's like Jason said, he's going to thrive.
Are you more of a Carter guy?
I am more of a Carter guy, yes. And
He's the hammer.
Kenny Gainwell is my positional favorite. I love the speed element. I thought he would have fit here really good.
Doesn't have to be past tense yet. He might be available.
Home run threat. I think he could be with Justice Hill what a lot of us thought he would be. Get himself a 50-yard run, 60-yard run somewhere in his limited carries. Hill's so good on special teams, though. It would surprise me if we took it back just because Hill is a third back that can be active on game day. So
What were
A good
Miami's
point,
2
David.
first round picks again?
Rousseau and Phillips.
Rousseau and Phillip. Both of them? Oh, okay.
Oh, no. You meant Miami, the Dolphins, as opposed to the two Miami, the
Yes, the
university.
Dolphins.
So who was Miami's first pick?
Waddle was their first pick.
Waddle.
Miami only has Waddle and Phillips. Yep.
Could they go running back here, back to back?
Who would you expect? Gainwell, Carter?
Barmore's
Stevenson
still
even?
on the board.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's not a good DT draft. It's just, I mean,
Makes it more
Barmore
likely.
has promise, but he's certainly not a finished product.
Uh-oh.
What do you mean, uh-oh? Is it a tackle?
Javon Holland,
Holland
first
off the
safety's
board.
off the
Okay.
board, and he went ahead of Merrick. That is a little surprising.
Yeah, I would say so.
Was he a free safety type or more of a strong safety in the box?
I think you'd say he could do probably either, but you'd hope he'd be the free safety you want him to be.
I'd agree. I think he does both equally well, but obviously having that back end is more valuable.
Okay, 446 at his pro day, played both slot corner and free safety. And he definitely is a ball skills guy. Oh, the thing they might like about Holland, this is true with a lot of the safeties in this class. You get a big range of ages for safety in particular. Ed Reed came in, I think was 24 during his rookie year. But Javon Holland just turned 21. So as compared to, say, Richie Grant, who'll be 24 in November, has probably a lot higher upside. And I have to look back again to see where players like Cisco are. I don't have the age on him. By the way, Trevon Merrick is only 22 in June. Is anybody noticing how hard it is to get the age of a player these days, to get their actual birthday?
I just Googled it. So I have to do a separate search for it.
I'm fine doing that. And sometimes it has it and sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it points me to a media guide. Then you look at the media guide and there's nothing there. And then it's very annoying that you can't get good information on that.
Yeah, I can. Personal information. Got to protect that.
There you go. The Eagles have made their selection at 37 here.
That's what I love about day 2. Just keeps coming at you.
Yeah. We're still
Can you
gonna
guys see the chat? There's some questions coming in from the chat. I don't know if you guys want to address any of those.
Let's make sure we do that.
So Alex said, well, let's see, we'll go in order. David asked, I guess mostly just comments. So, but I just want to make sure people are monitoring those.
Yeah, questions about Barmore's coachability. I can't say anything to that. I'm just a guy that takes a look at tape, and the Madubuike thing. My pocket hope, which is it's probably not happening now, that they don't have a second round pick or anything close to it. But I wanted them to get Levi Onwuzurike and pair him with Madubuike as the kind of like the Ikes. I know it's a bit of a it feels redundant in that they are somewhat similar type players, but I think they could play next to each other, and they're both very, very, very quick penetrators. So
the reason why I said that is that I've just been longing for a guy. I don't really think we've had a guy since Floyd Nada that can not only take up double teams on the line, but also give you a steady pass rush presence in the interior and get you 5 or 6 guaranteed sacks every year. I've just been longing for a guy that can push the pocket, break through, and then provide some pass rush ability on the defensive line, if that makes any sense.
It does, and I'm not as big a believer in Onwuzurike's anchor. Just when you're talking about taking up the double team,
right.
There are some bigger tackles than him in this draft. I like Davion Nixon a lot. He has got that arm length that Ked loves. He's got a really good nose for the football. Looked like he would be able to 2-gap very easily in our system. And as far as being able to take on a double team and pressure the pocket, That's why Barmore is number one on my board as far as defensive tackles go.
Yeah, I think we made the point last night, but I think you can play Barmore with Matabike and on that 2nd and 8, because I'll tell you, running downs and passing downs are a continuum. It's not a binary situation where you either are a run or pass. If it's 2nd and 8, you don't really know necessarily whether that's a run down or passing down. And then that's a good place to put in both Matabike and Barmore, and you don't really need a pure nose tackle on a down like that, maybe. But you have options anyway to do those sorts of things. If I had to say what the Ravens really need, though, I think they really need another one tech to get that position younger, given that Ellis and Williams are both north of 30 and at the end of their contracts after this year.
There are 2 guys beyond Barmore.
Yeah.
And one of them I don't think is going to be available, and the other one I think will be in round 3. It's Ali McNeil of NC State and Kairos Tonga of BYU, especially Tonga, based on where he's expected to go. Don't expect, elite pass rush or anything close to it, but he will take up the double teams that's necessary and play the run defense and be that anchor.
Yeah, McNeil definitely a 2-gap player.
And McNeil, yes. I mean, if he falls around 3,
it would be fantastic. He's a 2nd or 3rd round pick. I'm not sure he's a sure 2nd round pick, but he still probably doesn't make it to 94. There's such a dearth of talent at defensive line. It's hard to imagine. Here we go with the Eagles pick at number 37. Landon Dickerson is off the board. Obviously a player a lot of fans liked, and here in Baltimore, liked him for the Ravens offensive line. A reason why you'd like him in Baltimore is you don't have to move Bradley Bozeman. And a lot of the left guard options that are out there, you have to move Bradley Bozeman to center.
Doesn't stay healthy.
It's a good home run pick. I think that's a good spot for him in the draft. You don't need to be a doctor to be concerned about 4 out of 5 seasons ending in injury. So it's with a lot of these guys, it's like, well, we don't know. We don't have access to the medical reports, but 4 season ending injuries, that would take, I imagine he's not on every board.
I think this is signifying that this is Kelsey's last season in Philly.
Now that's a cool picture, a cool composite there of Landon Dickerson playing every spot on the offensive line.
So you get a guy like that, Ken, you just stick him at center and leave him there for any team.
No, if you're the Ravens, I think you do that. I don't know about for any team. Other teams, different needs.
The Eagles, I think they'll probably start a big guard for 1 year and then move on from Kelsey and then plug him in at center after that. The Eagles are an interesting team to follow recently. I will say that. I'm glad I'm not an Eagles fan right now.
See any other questions we have coming up here that we should be taking right now?
I saw somebody mention Jordan Davis from UAB. Actually, his name's Jordan Smith, but player I really liked that stood out in the Senior Bowl. He had some red flag issues and some scouting reports that I had read. I think that's how he ended up at UAB in the first place. But his talent and his first step is ridiculously good, and he's got good bend. Pure pass rusher. Not sure about his coverage skills. It's hard to get UAB games footage. But I really liked him. Jordan Smith on the edge. He's number 90 on my board.
I would take Jordan Davis as like a hybrid of Jamin Davis and Jordan Smith. That would be good.
There you go.
All right,
we're
the
rolling
Patriots up at number 38 already.
To the Imperial March.
Barmore.
Damn it. Oh, okay. So they get Barmore. Incredible value there on Barmore. Probably 20 picks later than I thought he might have gone at the start of the draft, given the scarcity.
Alabama.
Did the Pats make a trade to go get him? Did I see that or not?
Not sure.
They're pretty high in the second round for sure. They didn't have that bad a record to be picking 38th.
Oh, I saw trade flash across there.
Would not surprise me.
Yeah, originally Cincinnati pick.
Hey, thanks, Alec.
And no problem. Sorry. I finally found the darn setting to like make it so that no one can unmute themselves unless they ask.
Yes, there was a trade. The Patriots traded with I think it was Cincinnati. They traded the 46th, the 122nd, and the 139th pick to move up to the 38th spot. So 2 4th-round picks this year in order to move up 8 spots. Almost dead in line with JJ, 99% spot on. So real JJ line again.
You can agree or disagree with the JJ chart, but teams use it. So you gotta use it. That's the way it is.
Yep, pretty much.
So Nick Saban to Bill Belichick connection strikes again. 2 straight Alabama players. I've noticed a lot of quarterback connection. Mac Jones has Christian Barmore from Alabama. I don't know if he asked for him, but it is the same team. Then you have Lawrence and Etienne. You've got Wilson and brain fart. And Herbert asked for Penei Sewell. Oh yeah, Chase, Wilson Chase. No, wait, not Chase. Burrow and Chase. Joe Burrow asked for Chase and got him. And
Tua got Waddle.
Tua got Waddle. Thank you. And Herbert asked for Sewell, but he didn't make it quite there.
39. Oh, shoot. Did anyone see those that trade?
There was
39. Oh. Trades are all going crazy now.
Oh, Tevin Jenkins is off the board.
Wow.
Yeah,
Darn.
that was
39 to the Bears.
Gotta protect the new quarterback.
that was going to hurt whenever he was taken. There he goes, running somebody out at the sideline.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder what the trade back offers were that Eric DeCosta alluded to. My bet is that it wasn't for an early second pick. It was a little too far back for their liking. And that's why they didn't go for it.
You look at what he's doing in that offense on 2 of those 3 plays. It's exactly the kind of stuff that Ravens would ask him to do.
It's a very good pairing with Justin Fields, in my opinion. Bears are going in a there's going to be some buzz, especially since all the Rodgers stuff. If Rodgers leaves Green Bay, if or when or whatever, then that opens the division wide open for another team to take the division. And there's probably going to be some buzz about the Bears. Not that it really affects the Ravens that much, other than they don't have to worry about Tevin Jenkins or Justin Fields, except for every 4 years.
This year, yes.
Well, he's a rookie now, right? They can take advantage of them being rookies.
Yeah, I want that Bears game early in the year, just for that purpose. Get the warm weather and the rookie quarterback.
And it sure would be nice not to have to play Rodgers this year.
I'm going to that game. I've already decided. That's the game I want to go to away, is the Bears game. I've always wanted to go to Chicago.
So I mentioned Joe Nichols here said waiting 61 picks is brutal. We had so much fun last night on that pod, waiting for 27 and 31. So much fun. It was tense. It was exciting. Every single pick that came off the board was like, yeah, that's a good one for the Ravens. You got running back. You get, exactly the spate of picks you'd like out there for the Ravens.
It really was, especially when it came down to it. Felt like the end of a long workout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had a lot of consensus picks for, I think, Tevin Jenkins among the group that was on the YouTube video last night. If you missed it, we also had people who like Barmore. We had people who like Bateman. I'm forgetting other people. Merrig, some Merrig fans in the group, but it was a broad set of guys. I think, was anybody on Ajulari at that point? Ajulari?
I don't remember seeing his name that much, but just to speak to what you said, it was fun going through the comments. I didn't watch the whole thing, of course, but I did scroll through all the comments, and you were right. It was they were funny. They were right on. A lot of good comments in that section last night.
I think maybe we consider the YouTube and go back to that, especially with some of the issues we had earlier on this call with the crapola. But the way that Josh is able to bring up the YouTube comments directly was kind of cool, Alec. And I don't know if you have any mechanism like that to pull
No,
up.
that was that. I
particular
mean, I know what mechanism he used last night because I got sent a link as well, but I don't have that tool. But that was a really cool way of presenting it, and it was nice that you could like highlight different speakers and have the different things. So I definitely think that's going to be great for next year as well.
All right. And guys, we're trying to make this interactive. So if you want to say something, if you want to ask a question or make a comment, just ping Alec. He will unmute you. You make your comment, ask your questions. We'll talk about it a little bit, and then he'll probably put you back on mute when we're done with.
Well, if they find themselves trustworthy,
we can't have 100 people. Okay. We can't have 100 people's mic open is the key.
Comment in the chat section about Tevin Jenkins falling. Latest I heard was that there was a medical that we didn't know about.
Oh.
And did you see that last pick?
Not yet.
Richie Grant of
Right.
UCF to the Falcons. That the one?
Yes, sir.
Coming in, Roger Goodell speaking on the TV, and there it is, Reggie Grant.
Okay. So
Okay.
that's
So again, Morig not taken, right?
that's a big one because Merrick is younger, and I'd probably say better than Richie Grant. Richie Grant at the age 24 has significant second contract issues, so probably will have a shorter career. Definitely a great ball hawk, but a real question, I think.
Thought he was pretty good in man-to-man coverage against tight ends too, which is something that was attractive when you play Kelsey and Austin Hooper.
From Easton Wilkins. What are your thoughts on taking a tight end in the third, considering Mark Andrews' contract is coming up?
They have a lot of other needs right now. I think they've got the developmental guy, Josh Oliver, right? Do I have his first name correct? The guy they got from Jax. I think they have to really kind of put their eggs in that basket. They still have Breland and Wolf on their practice squad. You know, those could be among those 30 guys Dan's talking about that are probably not going to make the team, but hopefully somebody does of those two. And I think they probably will go without drafting a tight end this year, if I had to guess.
Something that I would definitely I would like to see us just pass on tight ends because we have blockers. We have plenty of guys we can line up in the slot already, especially with drafting Bateman. Kind of shifts everybody around. So as you mentioned, other needs, you know, we could probably, if we wanted to add another blocker, we could probably do that as a UDFA. And then of course, you know, Breland and Wolf to go along with Oliver. So
We still got Tomlinson if we want a blocker. So
yeah,
he was pretty solid last year as a blocker.
Good.
Bates from Boise State, UDFA.
And UDFA, Owe, he's going to be a tight end crossover. Did you see those highlights?
I did see
today?
the video. Yeah.
Man,
was that
guy
high
can
school
move.
video or was that something else? Because he's wearing a different number. I thought.
I think it was high
22.
school. Did you see Sarah reach out to Ricard saying that he was going to have to teach him how to do both offense, defense, and he said he responded back. I thought that was pretty awesome.
good person.
Yeah, he's very active on Twitter. Remember when he had the big incident with his food being stolen off this front stoop?
Oh yeah, yeah, that's pretty funny.
DoorDash.
It was his neighbor.
It was his neighbor's
His
kid.
neighbor stole his takeout.
It was his neighbor's kid, he said. He said the lady apologized to him.
Blame it on the kid.
Yeah.
Hey, Ken, what offensive tackles are you looking at in the third round now?
Okay, so let me go to my offensive tackle list here, and I'll tell you, because I think the Ravens now are kind of barbelled in terms of who they can get. Jenkins off the board. So Darisaw is still available, correct? He has not been taken?
He was taken
Vikings.
last night.
Vikings.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's not who I meant. Cosme from Texas is still available. He has significant short arm concerns, but I think he maybe could work in the Ravens right tackle system. He's at what I call the new Mendoza line for arm length. It was 33 and a half. Maybe now it's 33 with Slater being picked. So we got to do it. By the way, I'm 57. Do people know what the Mendoza line is? Or is that
Yeah, 200.
Okay. Yeah, there you go.
200 batting average.
Good. So he played in the 1980s, so it might be something that a lot of people today don't know.
What
So
was his first name?
Mario
Marlo?
Mendoza.
Mini.
Oh, okay.
Mario Mendoza.
Mario
Was it
Mendoza.
Mario? Okay.
And then I think you get into the developmental guys. Well, there's one other guy that I think is probably ranked pretty high, but he's still developmental in my opinion. Is Dylan Reduns of North Dakota State. Now he protected the blind side for Trey Lance, and he has the requisite length. He's 6'5". He's just kind of got a slight frame, so NFL weight room for the year. The reason I like him and Spencer Brown also are because the Ravens can afford to wait a year for a developmental pick to come through if they have Villanueva and Stanley playing on each side of the offensive line this year. So I think that they're in a good spot to take a developmental tackle. And given the draft situation, I think that's good because, it may be down to Forsythe and Spencer Brown and a few others are the options that they really have at 94.
I wouldn't rule out James Hudson. I know he's another.
Oh, I ruled him out already. I've got to move into guard.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. He is a very physical player, Hudson. I like him at guard. I think he'd be good there. I think he's probably a left guard in the NFL, not a right guard, but he maybe even could play right guard.
Spencer Brown, Joe Nichols. What about Spencer Brown? Specifically about Brown, I think he's not going to make it to the Ravens' next pick.
Mm-hmm.
I talked about this with Ken on the offensive tackle podcast. There's Colton Miller.
Yes, exactly.
Type situation where I think somebody's going to roll the dice on him, but he would be perfect in my opinion for where the Ravens are taking if he falls there. But they've got to get a Villanueva or a Kelly.
Okay, we just had a pick in, so I just want to announce this. Sorry to interrupt you here, but the Lions at number 41 take one of Michael Crawford's favorite players, Levi Onwuzurike of Washington, a exciting player, little undersized, 3-tech right now, but extremely fast and slippery, and got that great inside cross your face kind of speed. In a lot of ways, kind of similar to Madubuike, maybe a little better. But I know that he was the top guy on Michael Crawford's defensive line group.
Same for me personally, but I can understand Barmore would have been a better fit for the Ravens, what they needed. I like the guy quite a bit. But he's in Detroit now. So again, another guy the Ravens don't have to worry about too much, except for this year.
Defensive line, that's a major name off the board. I don't know that he's the sort of player necessarily that starts the stampede because he's not like a lot of the other remaining defensive linemen. So if the two gappers are up next, that it's going to be a different set of teams that are really interested in that. Okay, Dolphins pick is in at number 42. We're moving. Liam Eichenberg goes very easy, and they still are listing him as a tackle, a guy I think will end up at guard in the NFL. Historically short arms at 32 3/8, would be an absolute unicorn if he stays at left tackle, but he does have a lot of adjustment and quickness in his game to keep people off him. Where'd you have him on your board, Jason?
Just deleted him actually, but I had him at 45. I personally, I don't think he's going to be able to stick at tackle like you said. But again, in this draft, if they have a tackle need, Fluker just signed down there. You have a left-handed quarterback. He might get a shot at right guard. Definitely a totally different player than Fluker, though.
Mm-hmm. He's so short with that arm length, and he is. There shouldn't be a real reason why he can't play right guard, but you'd even like that lockout arm length or a right guard to run your pivot if you have a right-handed run game. And I don't think there's any real deficit in his quickness. I thought that was one of the things I really liked. I was looking like Ronnie Stanley over there on the left side. Maybe not quite the same great feet, but enough quickness to get to level 2, level 3, very positional in terms of how he blocks. Real positive about him as a player for everything except his length.
What about left guard?
Yeah, left guard makes sense because then he'd be pulling and he wouldn't have to open the front gate as much.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, it's the length that is the issue. He could play center too, by the way. I mean, that's not out of the question. He'd be a monstrous center.
He would.
They're the team that has Robert Hunt, right? Miami? I think so. I think they were talking about moving Robert Hunt to right guard.
Okay.
From tackle.
Okay, Matt says yes. Matt Ruff says yes, and we're getting Joe says yes too, I think. Oh, that's right. From last year's draft we're talking about, right? Hunt?
Yeah. Yeah. He was a guy that I was high on him as a potential Yonda replacement in terms of tackle college, move to guard type thing. Miami's going to do that now, and maybe they do Eichenberg at left guard, Hunt at right guard, and they're building themselves an interesting offensive line. Do I prefer Villanueva or Kelly from Tennessee? I prefer Villanueva and hope that he can translate to right tackle and do the mirrored movements because he's been a left tackle. I'm really not that high on Kelly. But he could be a swing tackle. But right now, the Ravens need a veteran that can start and then draft a guy that they can develop into the next guy. So Villanueva for me.
He definitely is a bridge player for the Ravens. He'll get you 1 year to have another tackle that you like come along, whether that's a developmental guy this year who can play next year or a draft pick next year who can play right away.
What sort of contract do you think Villanueva is looking for?
You know, I'm lost on that one. I don't think it's a lot of money, but it could be incentivized for games played in his case in particular. I hope we're not talking about anything that would take him over $5 million under any circumstances.
Like he wasn't that bad last year, was he? Was he? Like we're not talking veteran minimum on either of those two guys, right?
In my opinion, he, like Kevin Zeitler, was the best player on a bad line. What does that mean for the Ravens? Couldn't really say. But Villanueva was okay, I thought, even at his age. He's really tall, really, really, really tall. And so he has that, he has that problem sometimes with shorter people. Excuse me.
Hey, Jason, what's up with Tyree Phillips? Do you guys think he has a shot at either right guard or right tackle? Or I hope that ship hasn't sailed, but curious to hear what you guys think.
I'll hop in on that first. I'd say that the most likely thing is he's probably not going to end up at right guard because Zeitler is there now. For the amount of time that Zeitler's here, he'll be the right guard because that's what he does. He opens the gate. If I think the two places he can play are at right tackle or left guard. And left guard, it would seem like it's a stretch in terms of the pulling, but if you're doing it efficiently, I don't think it's really that big a problem for anybody. I don't think, frankly, Bozeman is that great an athlete that, you know, the pulls that you've gotten out of him are that special. In fact, I think there were real questions about his ability to get to level 2 coming out of Alabama. So I think Phillips could play there. For him to play, I think it's going to have to start because of injury. I don't think otherwise he ends up back at right tackle again. How about you, Matt? What do you think? I'm sorry, he's muted, Alec.
Yeah, I just unmuted him. And anyone who wants to talk,
we can't hear you, Matt.
Make sure. Yeah, he's allowed to unmute. He should be.
Okay.
He is unmuted. That's interesting. I don't know why it's not working for him now.
It looks like he muted himself again.
All right, ask unmute.
All right, sorry about that, Matt.
Yeah, he's talking, but we can't hear him. I don't know what's going on.
Is that better?
Now it is, yeah.
Yep.
There we go. I do this all day at work. You'd think I'd be a little bit better at this, but yeah, I didn't really see anything from Phillips that I especially liked. But it seemed like Harbs, that was one of his guys. And so I was wondering from you all, what do you think Harbs sees in Tyree Phillips that, you know, it just seems like that's, I guess I can't really tell, but it just seems like he really likes Phillips.
I think athletically he's really good, and that's what they like about him. But the game moved too fast, and you know, I think one of the reasons that they're going to put a lot of or putting more stock in him than the average Ravens fan is the OTAs, the training camp that we'll have last year that he didn't have this year. So maybe they could be using that as want to say an excuse or a reason why he wasn't effective last year. But makes me nervous. I would. You know, of course, a veteran tackle, it looks like they're going to sign, and it seems like a decent plan to me if we couldn't draft one early.
All right. One of the big names just came off the board. We've been talking about for a while, the Las Vegas Raiders taking Trevon Merrick of TCU. Obviously, the third safety taken now. Am I correct about that? We had Grant go off the board and Holland both.
Holland, Grant, and then Merrick.
Okay. So unexpected that he'd be the third safety taken, but not unexpected that he'd be taken at by this point anyway, I think.
Yep, and it involved a trade as well. It was them moving up from the 48th to the 43rd. So 48th and 121st for the 43rd and 230.
Wouldn't be surprised if the Cowboys take a linebacker here. Coramo still on the board. Had Sean Lee retire.
All right, number 44.
They seem to invest in them with Jalen Smith and Van Der Esch, but a lot of injuries between the two.
But they did get Parsons, right?
Did they? That's right.
Yeah,
okay.
they got
Thank
Parsons.
you, Dan.
But they did have, was it Sean Lee retired? So who knows?
So they really do like investing in linebackers then.
That's fine with me. Go ahead. We're done with them, hopefully.
Drew Pearson, I believe, going on a rant here.
He looks like Mussolini, doesn't he?
Jeez.
I got the sound turned off.
You're a lucky man.
I want to welcome anyone who has recently joined. If you want to participate, feel free to message me, and I'll go back on mute.
Kelvin Joseph of Kentucky.
Thank you. I muted myself and I couldn't get back on.
Oh, haven't heard his name before.
Well, he's my number 11 corner on my list. I would not have expected him to go. Well, we've had already Tyson Campbell come off the board at 33, right? And I'm trying to think. I don't think any of these other guys have been taken so far. It's a little bit surprising. Kelvin Joseph, more of a slot corner, right? If I recall correctly.
I don't think so. I think he's got the speed to stay outside. I have to check his height again, but I want to say 6 foot.
5'11", 197. Fastest man in the draft, I think, by the way, at 428.
As far as I'm concerned, it's a really good pick. There were some character concerns, so of course I can't speak on that, but I had him number 50 on my board, and I'm looking down. My next corner I had is at number 80. The kid from Stanford, Paulson Debo. So I like the pick if he's as far as physically like what he can do. But
what about Effeto Malafano's not taken yet? Didn't you have him higher?
Where do I have him? Yeah, I had Malafano. Yeah, well, actually, yeah, that's true. I had Malafano number 40, so I had up Joseph. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about Asante Samuel Jr.?
Where is Asante?
Or is he just a name?
Yeah, I don't have him in my top 11.
If you guys think just.
No, I'm sorry. That's just wrong.
Okay, here we go again. Sante Samuel 51 on my board.
Walker Little, there goes a tackle. He's a little bit short-armed for the position, but otherwise has that height that everybody likes. Definitely a developmental guy.
James does not like the pick.
For Jacksonville or for off the board for Baltimore?
I don't know. I just saw him shaking his fist.
He would have been a good guy to have here because, as Ken said, developmental. But he's really short arm for 6 foot, being 6'7" plus. But I heard someone say he would be the best tackle in this draft if he would have been healthy and he would have played last year, if he would have done this. So the talent's there for him.
Alec, can you unmute James?
All right,
What you
James.
got, James?
Yeah.
I was just going to say, so Spencer Brown is not making it anywhere near us, I wouldn't think, at this point.
Might be taken right now.
So are we just going to be going where for a tackle now?
Okay, Forsyth in terms of developmental tackles is still up there. So the list. It just becomes different people. It might become more if you wait long enough in this draft.
I was hoping we'd be able to start with a higher quality guy.
Yeah.
So that we can
Ain't happening.
develop into a higher quality overall line.
A higher ceiling, but still
Yeah.
developmental. That's what you mean, right?
Right.
Okay.
We keep getting guys later rounds. It's fine. And we do make them better. But,
I think we gave up on that last night, James, when we passed on Jenkins. I think that, after he was gone, it's going to be Phillips and whoever, whatever veteran we bring in. So, but I still wouldn't be opposed to bringing in a developmental guy, although the roster crunch, especially on the O-line, we have a lot of guys there and none of them have trade value.
it's hard to figure out just what we have.
Right.
For us fans, anyway.
We have a lot of interior linemen. That's what we have.
A lot of bodies.
We don't have very many guys that can play offensive tackle well. And it would be nice to even out the roster a little bit in that regards.
And especially as fans, when we don't see any preseason games, and you at least get an idea of what the guy can do, even if it's preseason, you'll still at least see him play. It's hard to really know what's there. And the little we saw some of these guys.
This has the potential of being a lousy draft. It's I don't mean for the Ravens. I mean, just overall, it could end up being, because of the bizarreness and all the opt-outs and people who don't have experience, and are they going to develop? There's going to be a lot of raw people, and it's a huge question mark, and we're going to have to find out. But I really hope that they have a deal in place for Villanueva right now. If they do, then they can take a guy. There are guys that are available later that can develop into something really nice.
And it'd be good to bring somebody in this year, even if they're the backup, and let them get acclimated to the league, so that they're ready to go next, 22.
Very few teams have that luxury. So usually, if you need a tackle, you need a tackle right now. But the Ravens, if they get Villanueva, okay, Jackson Carman off the board to the Bengals.
There's another.
Yeah, he's a guard for sure, but still a hell of a powerful football player. Exciting guy. Definitely one of my tackles that was moving to guard.
Yeah, I remember we both liked him a lot, Ken.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I talked to IOL was your show, wasn't it? That was me and you. Yeah.
We think we're about to see a tackle run here, even though Carmen's a guard from Matt.
Definitely could be. I think the interior line, again, Humphrey's still out there. I imagine somebody coming up soon may need a center. And he's a plug and play guy.
Go
ahead, buddy. I'm sorry. Go ahead, James.
How good do we think Castillo is?
Oh,
I think-
Colon Castillo,
Yeah, Colon Castillo.
not a
Backup
long-term
center?
solution, in my opinion.
Yeah, center. I mean, we saw him twice. He looked like he held his own.
I think the
but didn't get drafted.
euphoria over seeing a different face in there was more than the actual results as I'm scoring it block by block.
Okay.
So I just, that's my opinion personally, but
No, well, you would have a better opinion than most of us since you're looking at play by play and you're watching it all. That's why I'm asking.
anybody, what other people think about Colon Castillo?
I just think he's limited. I think his best game was against the Bengals when they gave up 404 yards, and that was absolutely kind of pathetic performance on defense, to be honest. But I mean, he did hold his own. We saw it. I felt the same way with Powers when he came in. It was just nice to see somebody else in there, and he did well and kind of petered out. So there's things to like about, I think, all of our interior O-line. Makari is, I call him Scrappy Doo because he get overmatched, but he holds his own. He's not going to stonewall people, but he at least gets in the way, to put it basically. But yeah, the other thought that I had was there's still some very good edge rushers on the board. And I'm thinking about that because we took Adafio away and they said they did not want to trade back, that the phone was ringing. So, the woulda, coulda, shouldas will be there for me. I try not to cry over the spilled milk, but yeah, Ojulari, Basham, Osai are still all there on the edge.
Yeah, it's interesting. They've held out a long time here in this second round.
Hey, Jason, how many interior linemen do you think we carry? Like, you have Colon Castillo, you have Bredesen, you have Powers, Phillips potentially. It seems like there's a lot of guys there, and I don't know how many roster spots you can dedicate to the interior. What do you think?
Well, 9's the magic number on the offensive line. So if you take Stanley and then you take Phillips, say, is our right tackle as of now, and then we're going to sign somebody, that's 3. So we could have, say, a Villanueva, a Stanley, and then Phillips be the swing tackle. That would leave 6 spaces. You have Bozeman, you have Zeitler, definitely 2. Need to find another starter in there. So really you have, if doing the math, you have Powers, Makari, Bredesen, and TCC might be, Colon Castillo might be on the outside looking in by the time this draft's over.
Right. You got the reason why 9's the magic number is it's you're forced to take 8 on game day to make use of your last roster spot. To take 8 on game day every week, you really have to have 9 to pick 8 from. And I think having 10 out of 53 would be too many. So it's that artificial increase to have an 8th offensive lineman active is what makes 9 the magic number. Just so I know a lot of people are into this deeply, but not everybody is probably.
So you're looking at 4 spots basically among Bredesen, Powers, Makari, Colon Castillo would be the 4 right now. So if we want to upgrade that spot, it's really only pushing Colon Castillo out the door, if you want to look at it like that.
McCary's entering year 3. He's probably safe, but the clock is ticking. The option value is running out on who he is. He provides versatility value. I know a lot of people like him. He's never really graded out particularly well for me. He did have a half at right tackle where he looked pretty good, which is people are ascribing a lot of versatility value to him. But yeah, I mean, I think they've got roster spots if they need to make roster spots.
All right, I'm going to ask something, and I'm prepared to get something thrown at me. But what about Andre Smith? Anything with him? Still on the roster, coming back from COVID.
True. Yeah.
Let's come back to this in just a second because it's an interesting point. Chargers selection is Asante Samuel Jr. So he's off the board at 47. Okay. And, we heard things about Andre Smith last year. We heard Harbaugh say all sorts of things about Andre Smith. I haven't heard one damn thing this offseason about him in terms of, how he's in their plans.
They must think more of Tyree Phillips as an offensive tackle. I don't have any other logical conclusion.
That's where the tea leaves point to me as well. I could see him play left guard though, as Ken stated earlier. He's mobile enough to pull, and I don't think they want to move Zeitler. I wouldn't, just because he has so much experience at right guard, and then having a veteran in between, potentially a new center and a new right tackle. I like having Zeitler in that right guard spot.
Is Bozeman's not going to botch any snaps, is he? He's going to actually snap the ball right?
Nobody gets that kind of a rubber stamp.
Is it hard to
I
snap
prefer
this
would
ball? Sorry, I was gonna say, is it hard to snap the ball in the Ravens offense? Like, are they asking the center to do more than other teams do? Because it seems like they have a lot of botch snaps, and I can't imagine. I mean, I don't know. What do you think, Ken?
Yeah, here's one thing that they can do to improve the chance. First of all, the Ravens play a ton of shotgun, so right there that puts a lot of stress on the center to make good snaps on a higher percentage of plays. So that's hard. But the other thing they can do, and this may be what we'll see from Zeitler, is if Zeitler makes the line calls, then the center is reduced in terms of responsibility, and the snap becomes a larger percentage of what he has to do. So the thing to look for is look for what you used to see with Yanda, where the Yanda is making the line call and then he's patting the center's ass. Doesn't happen on every play because sometimes they have to go quick and they have other strict cadence rules they go by. But if the center has if the right guard has the option to make the line calls, and it could be Zeitler this year, you see the pat on the rear end, then the center's responsibility has been reduced. So I am hoping that'll have an effect.
You know, if Zeitler did that, had that responsibility for New York?
I'm 100% sure that Kevin Zeitler has had that responsibility at some point during his career. How about that?
That's good enough for me. Thank you.
All right, San Francisco's made their pick.
This is the pick that San Francisco traded back to.
Yeah, they got this from Las Vegas. Yep.
And Vegas took Merrick,
correct.
Merrick. Man, it's still only pick 48. There's so many to go through.
So we're at how many minutes per pick here? I haven't been watching for any of these picks from the place the clock is starting. 7. And is it 5 for round 3 or is it 7 for both rounds tonight?
My God, I hope it's 5.
It's not that as much as knowing how many players are going to be taken before the Ravens' next pick for me. There's going to be so many people taken off the board.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure, but I think that sounds right. Is 7 and then 5, because there's just so many picks to go through tonight. And it's going to end around midnight again, and they moved it up to 7 to make time for it. So
I can't wait. Usually around round 3 is where somebody crazy, at least to me, crazy gets picked. I'm waiting for that way off the board guy to go. So far, it's there's still a lot of good players left right now. In Terrace Marshall, Koromoa, Ojulari, Basham, Humphrey.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to throw it out there. If these guys continue to fall, do the Ravens double dip at edge in round 3?
Well, are you talking about moving up? I mean, if Ojulari's at 94, I pick him out. I don't even think twice. Like, that's me.
I'd have to really wonder about the medicals for him if he falls that far.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah. That's probably the reason he would fall that far, because that just is unbelievable otherwise.
Aaron Banks. A little bit of a surprise to me as far as the next interior line pick, but he goes to the 49ers at number 48. Notre Dame guy.
Again, he fell out of my day 2 talents here, so that's good. He was number 89 on my board. I'm taking him off right now. And that was the guy I remember watching and saying that if you see any 10 to 15 snaps from Banks, then that's pretty much tells the tale of the state. Solid player. I just liked other players better.
Notre Dame, man, offensive line factory.
Yeah.
And he took over for Quentin Nelson and apparently did well enough where, people didn't miss him too much. So it's good on him. Safe pick.
By the
That's
way,
Eichenberg and Banks now. We still have Hainsey to go.
Hainsey. And Hainsey's another guy I think will move inside. They were all short arm guys at Notre Dame this last year. Hainsey is my number, looks like about 13 interior OL player. 12.
Hey, Ken, do you think the Ravens need more pass blocking on the offensive line, or do you think they need more run blocking? What do you think would help them more?
To get a pass blocking offensive tackle, I would say is the thing that would fill the bill more than anything. But they need pass blocking at all positions, and I think they're so good at coaching run blocking in part, and then the other part, probably 75% of it is that it's so easy to run block with Lamar Jackson really running the run offense that it's a scheme easy system for a run blocking at the positions where it's more difficult to run block, like right tackle, left guard, in terms of making those blocks, make them have the time to get double teams made on the inside. I think that part of it is just going to come easier to the Ravens than the pass blocking.
Is that why you prefer Villanueva over Kelly?
Yeah, I prefer Villanueva over Kelly because of length and because I think he's a better pass blocker. Yeah. How about you? Do you prefer Kelly over Villanueva?
I think Villanueva has pretty good reach, and I tend to agree with you. I think that they need pass blocking. I think that I'm still a little bit scarred from that play in Buffalo where on the right side didn't block anyone and Hollywood was wide open. So I just want them to protect Lamar. I think they can run, any which way if you have Lamar at your quarterback.
The way they thumb their nose at the other team, it puts strain on them by doing these two-man pulls, whether it's center tackle or guard tackle. And then they don't even bother to run behind that. I mean, they are just basically forcing the other team to make mistakes and get off their spot. And have been so successful doing it. Okay, do we have a pick? I'm sorry, Rondell Moore?
Oh, Rondell Moore.
Oh,
very interesting.
Weapon X.
Good. Draft some wide receivers.
Yeah.
I am behind.
That's pretty crazy that Terrace Marshall's still available, right?
He is.
It is to me.
I guess it's the
JOK
injuries.
still
I think
available?
it's the
too?
injuries.
Yep. JOK is still available as well.
Sheesh. Yeah,
Let's take a
there's
look at your big board again, Jason, and see who's still left on it.
Sure, I scooted it over because there's nobody in the first row there anymore. So starting 18 with Terrace Marshall. Another guy I'm really surprised is there is Koromoa. And then, of course, you have Ojulari and Basham on the edge. Basham was my positional favorite. Starting center Humphrey. You still have a short arm tackle out there, Asai on the edge, Quentin Miners, my favorite corner, Melanfonwu. And so it's very, very deep for pick 49, 50 we're on now.
And Alec, I notice I can't do it, so I imagine there's some other people who can't also. How do
What's
we
that?
see the screen for Jason? Normally there was a green tab up in the top middle.
Yeah, is Jason not sharing anymore? I think we might have stopped it when the shenanigans were happening.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
You can-
think
you
I'm
can
still on the
reshare.
rates. Yeah, double check here. Share
you
screen.
Should be able to share.
There you go.
Okay.
Got a green bar. There you go.
Sorry about that, guys. I didn't realize it.
Not your fault. No, we're not
No.
gonna speak of those
Yeah,
guys again.
no big deal.
Okay, so Terrence Marshall's the top guy remaining. You didn't have a
Yes, there's nobody over on the first row's all barren, so I just scooted it over. And
What do
Ken,
you guys
what the-
think of Koromoa? It seems like he's almost like safety size, like Bernard Pollard size. I know the game's kind of changed since Pollard's been there, but do you think size is why he hasn't been selected yet?
why don't you take that one, Jason? Because I did not look at the linebacker specifically this year, the ILBs.
I think the worry with Koromoa would be he would fall into the Isaiah Simmons category where you don't have a true position for him. I think teams are going to have to know where they want to put him and leave him there instead of messing around with him and moving around too much. I mean, if he's still very talented, though. I said last night he's the kind of guy that just comes into your TV screen and you don't expect it. You watch football, even if you only watch football for a couple of years, where did that guy come from? And I kept having to rewind it to see where Koromoa was set up and how the heck he got all the way over there. So I think the fact that he does not have a true position is holding him back there. He's a pretty good pass rusher, pretty good coverage. Can he handle a full-time Mike linebacker duty? I'm not sure. So I think that's the problem, but I like him. Great player. I think Wink would have a lot of fun with him. Maybe move him around Sam linebacker, mix him in with Bowser, dime backer possibly, but I can't see him falling too much further.
It's amazing how Isaiah Simmons and Koromoa are similar players, and Simmons, the hype got him all the way up to a top 5 pick, and Koromoa is sitting here not long after falling out of round 1. It just goes to show you how much of the draft, even with these professionals picking, how much of it is narrative driven.
And Simmons really didn't do much last year. It didn't even seem like he saw the field all that much. That was a little shocking to me.
Right. And I think that's what he's suffering from right now is, other teams probably saw what happened with Simmons and said, hey, we can't have that happen. We need to stick him at one position, figure out what that is and take him.
I'll offer another theory here is that I think NFL teams may be wising up to the notion that you have to play dime, or it's not maybe that you have to, but it's much cheaper to play dime and have your weak side linebacker position be a platoon where you have a 2-down guy who's in there and then you bring in a safety who's 94% of the time for NFL teams is going to be a better cover guy than your third best safety is going to be a better cover guy than your second best inside linebacker. Very, very rarely will that not be true. And it's true. It might not have been true for the Ravens last year because they left Chris Board at that position, but I think the Ravens actually had other options where they could have brought a dime in to replace Board and gotten a better result.
And are you as high on Chris Board as maybe the Ravens are? I didn't see it with Chris Board, but I'm an accountant, so I don't really know what I'm looking at. But I didn't see it.
No, I'm not. I don't think he's a very good tackler for starters, which is that's a big no-no. All the quickness that he has as a pass rusher is not what I need on third down. I think you can get that from anybody because the Ravens scheme, and frankly anybody's scheme, is designed to get free runs at the quarterback to create pressure from that second level. So you can do that with a safety. You could do it with Anthony Levine, and they could do it with whoever they get to be the third safety. So the ideal thing for the Ravens this year, to my way of thinking, would be either get that free safety early, and then either Clark or Elliott becomes your blitz from the box dime safety. And then if you otherwise want to address the position cheaply, there's a number of guys you can get in the 6th round, which has been the traditional spot for Ozzie to draft a dime, that all meet that coverage need, but are very cheap and later in the draft, and they're not taking up a prime talent.
Yes, Ken, I was going to add to that. That's why I'm not necessarily scratching out the Divine Diablos of the draft.
Mm-hmm.
The guys that are, considered just a strong safety, they can play dime backer or, for us on defense. There's a play, and special teams, there's a place for that.
It's not that I don't like who Diablo is as a player. It's not like I don't think he could be a good dime back. I think he's too expensive to play the dime back in terms of draft capital, because you probably have to put up a 4th round pick for Diablo at the least.
Maybe. And there's a guy, Nasrulladean. There's a couple of, most safeties are box safeties. So
Tyree Gillespie, that's the guy for me.
There you go. Memphis guy. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Giants pick is in.
Pick is in.
Yep. Did everyone see it? Or
Azeez Ojulari. There you go.
Yep,
So
there
he's
he
off
is.
the board at number 50.
Not making it to 94. What a shame.
So close.
I'm trying to think.
The Giants having a good draft?
That's not allowed.
Let's play a little. Yeah, let's play a little game here. You got the first 2 columns of guys there. You got Marshall, Koromoa, Basham, Creed Humphrey, Cosme, Asai, Miners, Melifanu, Fryermuth, and Spencer Brown.
Yep.
Of those guys, who does everybody think is the most likely to make it to number 94? Just type your answer in the chat. I just want to see what we've got here. Make sure I can get the chat myself.
Okay.
It's actually a hard choice. It's a good board, that means.
Fryermuth's really one of the only traditional tight ends in this draft, as far as being able to block in line and be a receiving threat.
Jason, do you like
So are we
Freiermuth for
tallying
the
these?
Ravens or no?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
So do you like Freiermuth for the Ravens or not really?
I do like him on the Ravens. Just I think that by picking a receiver and with the slot options we have on the team, I'd probably lean towards another player, another position. I mean, but Freiermuth would fit the what we ask of our tight ends. He could be Nick Boyle or he could be an Andrews for you.
Jason, I see you've got Deontay Smith from East Carolina at 108.
Yes.
Would pick 94 be too early for you?
It would not be, depending on how the board stacks up. Worst case scenario, if everybody gets picked in order, I could see it, but I have a feeling that we're going to end up with somebody in the orange. The chances are every year there's going to be somebody maybe from that third column, a Cisco or a Ben Cleveland. Maybe we don't take Josh Palmer because we already have already picked a wide receiver. But yes, he's a guy I like. I would say 5th round would probably be where I would target him.
Dante Smith is the guy that I have not been mentioning because I wanted nobody to mention his name.
There you go.
I bet it's not going to be cost me. I bet he doesn't make it to 94.
Yes, I was just going to say like literally 30 seconds after I typed
I
it.
don't know. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The math guys with the sense of humor. I love it.
Oh, now I might have saved myself because I accidentally sent that as a private message to Jason
There you
Holbert
go.
instead of putting it in the general chat there. So that vote doesn't count. I'll have to come up with a new one. Okay. That's
So Ken, what are your concerns with a guy like Jalen Mayfield as far as sticking with tackle? Is he a guard only in your eyes? I would imagine.
guard only. I mean, he wasn't all that impressive across the board athletically. I didn't think if I remember him correctly. Let me make sure I'm talking about the right guy here. But
Michigan, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't believe he's thought of as highly as other people are projecting him, and he definitely doesn't have the length to play tackle. So I'm not real, he probably moves inside, coming from Michigan, I'm sure he'll be largely okay. I don't know how their interior line got redeveloped because they had 3 guys drafted last year on the interior. So I'm not exactly sure how they had to rebuild that offensive line, whether or not, his position had anything to do with that.
It's pretty much how I saw him. I think when you get to that part of the draft, he may very well play guard from the start.
Mm-hmm.
And not be one of those guys that you try to stick him at tackle.
The guy that New England Patriots took last year from Michigan.
Yeah.
Better than Mayfield.
Oh, of course. Better than Bredesen, better than Ruiz, frankly, who got drafted in the first round.
So the Browns just traded up. What do we think they're going for?
Well, Randy Macho Man Savage is making the pick, so I think it's Terrace Marshall.
I'll try.
I don't understand that logic, but I like it.
There you go.
Is he a Cleveland fan?
Apparently, I think he's mostly a fan of himself, though, when it comes to the Macho Man. He's got the orange cowboy hat on.
His face looks a little redder than usual. I wonder what's up.
And of course, R.I.P. Macho Man.
Yeah, man. Seems like yesterday. How long ago was that?
I don't know. It was a car crash. He had a heart attack.
Oh boy.
It means you're getting old.
So the trade again followed almost directly with JJ. 52 and 113 for 59 and 89. Pretty much
Wow.
spot on with JJ.
Teams use the JJ chart because it's there and they can't agree with each other.
Right. Right. Because if you use a different chart, then you don't agree with the next person. So
Right.
if you you can value something entirely different, but when you're negotiating, you have to agree on a value, and that's likely where you're going to end up, is something that you can historically look to. Which
So
is
are
why
they
trading back
picking
often is better. It can't is argued to be better unless you're really trading up for a really strong player. So
Really milking the Macho Man thing here.
Former minor league baseball player, by the way, Ken.
Know that.
Something he shares in common with Kevin Costner.
was born in the same city as Kevin Costner. There you go.
This is like 6
Doing
degrees
separations,
of
yep.
separation coming through here.
Did you know that Ed O'Neill was a former NFL walk-on?
No.
Yeah, all that stuff from the Married with Children about being on a high school football team and everything like that. He was in Dallas Cowboys training camp, didn't make the team.
Poke eye, 4 touchdowns.
Oh yeah. He threw
It's gonna
5
be
touchdowns in that training camp game. Then of course, Burt Reynolds went to Florida State.
Okay, they take the linebacker, Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Crap.
For a team that had trouble tackling, that's a pretty good pick.
It's certainly an anti-Ravens pick from that perspective.
So Newsom and now, wait, was it Newsom? Yeah.
Does he have speed, JOK? Speed to kind of match up with, obviously not Lamar's speed, but I wonder if he's going to match up with him a lot.
I don't have his 40 time on tape, but he plays very fast.
Plays fast, yeah.
He plays fast, yes. He's very decisive. Once he goes, and he's kind of like, he reminds you of Deshaun Elliott, where he's not just there to be there in case. He wants to be the one making the tackle. He has a really good sense of urgency on defense.
Hopefully he over commits then. Use that aggressiveness against him maybe.
If you watch his highlights now, you're going to see some fun stuff.
He has a
well,
450.
somebody's going to be going to the division rivals. You got to deal with them. Somebody.
Sure, you just hope it's not the guy that matches up well against your strongest guys. So
trying to get metrics on Koramoah here.
I guess the question is if he
Buckus Award winner.
if he plays spy on Lamar Jackson, can he tackle him?
I don't know that anyone really spy worked for anyone that I remember.
Not yet.
Yeah. Ultra twitchy.
We'll look up his relative athletic scores here if you'd like here.
That's interesting that Elijah Moore or Molden rather is that high up on their board. I saw other people have him lower. I don't know what you guys all think. I kind of liked him.
Slot corner, probably slot corner only.
Right. Yeah, I'm of the opinion we need to find another slot corner this draft because I just really don't want to get into the same rut we keep finding ourselves in.
Molden I see as a slot corner safety type. Kind of sort of like Tyrann Mathieu.
Is there anybody in column D or F here that if they were still to be there 15 picks from now, you would consider moving some of next year's capital, which I know is kind of painful, but is there anyone here that really sticks out to you in those 2 columns?
I'd be happy with any of them if they got remotely close. If maybe we can bring Dan on here again, but they got to say early 80s, any of those guys, Not sure what we would have to give up. Probably our other third round pick, at least. Probably a third and a fourth. I mean, those are some. And I mean, it's my board, so obviously I really like them. But yes, those first two columns. I mean, I'll be surprised. I think Spencer Brown. I don't know what the chat said who was the most likely to fall, but I think it's going to be him. Miners possibly, just because there's not a lot of tape on him.
That's
Okay,
who I said, Miners.
Here would be my question for you. If it was, you could have Spencer Brown at number 80 or maybe 75 if the Ravens could trade up that far, give up 2 picks to do it. Or your other guy you can have 94 is one of the two of Raduns or Forsyth. Do you go ahead and make that trade or do you not make that trade? Because, hey, we're going to get a guy who's also developmental. Maybe he's 1 year, 1 round later or 15 picks later. How do you guys feel about that?
At that point, I'd wait. I'd just wait. Although I do really like, obviously, Brown. Because some other team might like the 2 guys you mentioned better than Brown themselves. So
I think Ravens just went.
Yep, you're right.
There he
Just
went.
to Tennessee.
Oh, okay.
That's the Fargo Dome. It's known for its monster truck rallies and holds 19,000, but they also have the Bison play there.
And somebody asked about Koromoa's, his athletic scores. I pulled them up. He gets dinged for his weight, ironically, which is in the red. But overall, 33-inch arms, 36-inch vert, 10-inch or 10-foot broad. I mean, he's really athletic. Trying to find his 40. So let me scoot it over. He did not run the 40, but his shuttle was 4.15, and his 3-cone was 6.8, which are both really, really good.
Cornerback numbers almost.
Right, 36-inch vert. So that the vert and the broad being really good lends itself to say that his 40-yard dash would be pretty darn good too. But I don't like when the relative athletic scores where they have height and weight as a metric. Like I'd like to know that and just take that into consideration and just give me the rest of it, not have that affect their scores.
Right. Some positions it's important, but you're right. At a lot of them, it doesn't matter that much. We've got the Colts made their pick very quickly here at 54. And
any guesses? What do the Colts need?
I don't know where they are on their offensive line now. Because kind of lost track of things here with retirement.
Unfortunately, ESPN still says they need an offensive tackle. So I don't know.
Yeah, we definitely have seen the run on that. Brown or Forsyth either one would be a reasonable choice. Another guy who isn't projected as a tackle currently, but might have the size to do it is Cleveland.
I can see that because for a big guy, he's really smooth in pass protection. That surprised me because usually I look at their height and weight first and then start watching some of their game film. I was like, man, this guy's smooth for being as big as he is. His punch and pass protection is really good.
He's about 6'6", 354 or in that range. I'm not sure I have the height exactly right, but 354 is a weight I've seen ascribed to him. We have not seen too many NFL tackles that size in recent years. McKinney fall into the category, but guys who really were up there over 350 are very rare.
Andre Smith might have been up there for a while. Yeah, big guy.
When he was going with the back and forth in the parking lot.
Yes.
That's making fun of him.
It was an ugly 40-yard dash, if you remember that one, Ken.
Yeah.
It wasn't not safe for work.
A lot of man boob action going on.
Yeah, moving parts is what I was going to say. Right now, as I look at my board, though, guys, it's the Davion Nixon right there, 71, 73 to 79. those are the guys I think one of them's definitely gonna have to be there.
Mhm.
Davion Nixon I like a lot. Mayfield is a guard. Christensen, where do you think that he's going to play? Probably not tackle, right, Ken?
I'm sorry, I missed the question. I was
The
focusing on
BY. I think he's the BYU.
Oh no,
kid.
he'll play center.
Center, right?
Christensen, yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, he's the shortest. I think he's the shortest arms of the entire tackle class, and nobody's making any joke about it.
All
And
right.
that's the. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm going to change him to center guard here. Go ahead, Ken. I'm really sorry.
So Ken, I've got a question for you. So with the arm length, is it that they cannot, like, there's no way they could possibly, well, very limited chance that they could succeed? Or is it more that, with good skill set and good other qualities about them, they could compensate for the arm length and be maybe average at tackle, but with that same skill set and other abilities, they could be well above average at guard. So they moved to guard because you can be well above average versus the other one only kind of brings you to average. Does that make sense what I'm asking?
I think so, but let me start from a different direction. Let me talk about what arm length gives you when you're playing tackle. There's two major things. The first is delivering the first contact. So when you dictate that first contact, get that opponent off balance, tremendous value. And if you can do it by going all the way to the body, that's great. Other linemen with shorter arms sometimes have to swat the arms, be first up. That requires more athleticism and some independent hand movement to be able to get arms moved around in the most productive ways. Now, defenders, when they're good and long or short, will try and use one. Okay. Deo Odangbo of Vanderbilt, one of the worst teams in college football last year, which had a female kicker, if you'll recall, gets drafted at number 54 by the Colts. That's an interesting defensive line pick there.
Big time medical, but I know Michael Crawford, our friend, will really like that pick. Yeah. He did flash on tape. I think it was an Achilles or something really serious that he's going to come back for. So he's a pup guy at least. May not be able to play this year at all.
Right. Just to go back to the previous thing, just for a little longer, if you don't mind there, Dan, is you also have the ability to push a player past the back pylon of the pocket with greater ease, with greater length. And some people say you can have leg or arm length for that, but I really believe arm length is where you need to start with. So the number two is that you can have lockout reps where you finish it by getting your arms into the armpits or onto the body where you're allowed to grasp the jersey on the inside when you can make that contact with both arms. And that's much harder for a shorter arm player to do. So if you watch, a good guy to watch college play from is Tyree Phillips. And he had a lot of those kind of reps. If you look at the 2019 game against Texas A&M in particular, playing against a very long-armed defensive end, he still was able to get right to that body and grab those armpits on a fair number of plays. And it's just a very valuable thing to have there. So when you don't have that, you have to come up with various compensation methods, and ends up being guard is just an easier position to play, I think.
And we have a question from the chat.
Sure.
Want to know your thoughts on Creed Humphrey.
Let's wait till after the Steelers selection. Okay.
Sure. Yep.
All right. Hopefully the Steelers will not take him.
Yeah, I was going to say it might tie in well together.
Nope, somebody else. I'm reading his lips. Pat Fryermuth.
It's a very good pick.
Yeah.
Or interesting pick, at least.
Interesting pick. I wouldn't say it's a particularly great pick or a
Agreed.
great
Actually,
value
agreed.
pick.
I misspoke.
Yeah.
Don't they need offensive line in Pittsburgh, but pretty bad?
That's
Who
what I
needs an
was thinking.
offensive line?
I mean, their offensive line went from being really, really good to really, really old within 2 or 3 years. So yeah, I thought so too. I don't know, but Pouncey retired, right? Both Pouncey brothers. Villanueva's out there, so
DeCastro wasn't as good last year.
Right. So yeah, I don't mind that pick at all. And he gets to stay, I guess, relatively home, Western Pennsylvania there.
So Matt, with regard to Humphrey, it's not that Humphrey's a bad player. He's just fairly limited in terms of where he might be able to play. So he almost certainly ends up at center, possibly at guard, but almost certainly at center. And there's a handful of other players who are still competing for that. I think there's probably teams saying, do we really want Miners, or do we want Christensen, or one of these other interior players who the run has not started yet on the IOL.
And I think the only thing holding Humphrey back is the arm length, is why he'll be a center only.
Mm-hmm.
But if you need a center, I mean, his athletic scores were very good. So were Miners. I think Humphrey, with his 3 years experience, he's a left-handed center, which always makes me think, is there going to be any problem with that? But certainly wasn't at Oklahoma. I mean, he's a solid, he's like, his skills are, everything he does is in the hall of very good. That's what I like about him. He's not particularly great at anything, but as a center, he can do what you ask him to do, could probably play in any scheme. So he's high on my list, Humphrey. I figured he'd go around pick 45, 50. So he's on the board longer than I expected.
Now, you've for certain watched more film of him, particularly in 2020, but in 2018, he had a problem with footwork, and he was tripping up Ben Powers, who I noticed, when pulling on occasion. Did he clean some of that up in the tape that you watched in 20?
I only saw 19 and 20, and it looked really, really good in 2020. 19, I thought he was still a little sloppy, and I remember you saying that, so I went back and watched him in 2019. But yeah, I feel like there's really just not a lot wrong with his game. I feel like he's very good everywhere, except for, of course, he's limited in his arms, which is, you don't want to handicap your guard with that. Why not put him at center where he's most comfortable?
Okay, Jason Wolbert is muted right now. Can we unmute him, Alec?
Yep, going ahead and unmuting him now. All right, you should be able to unmute yourself.
I'm going to mute myself for a while. My dog goes crazy here. I'll be back in a minute.
Is anyone a little surprised by the Steelers draft so far? A running back and then a tight end, when it seems like their line's a mess. You got Ben. They just gave Mason Rudolph an extension. You got Haskins out there. Seems kind of a little strange, doesn't it?
Does to me. I mean, the offensive line is what sticks out the most. I mean, why? I mean, I know they have a really good defense, but why not build a pipeline like the Ravens? You see what happened to them when a couple of players went down. Tight end, I don't understand it. The running back, I understand more. I said it to Ken last night. If you draft a guy like Harris, then it kind of forces your coordinator to commit to the run game more. You don't want to spend a first round pick on a running back and not use them. So from that standpoint, I like the Steelers bet. I like playing them better when they're unbalanced. Maybe drafting Harris forces them to be more balanced. But running back, tight end, I didn't have that at the top of. I knew we're going to draft a running back sooner or later, but I didn't think it was that big of a priority for him. So I'm with you on that.
Do you think they continue to rip all those short passes where they're basically taking, under 2 seconds, they're getting the ball out? It's kind of hard to run the ball when everyone's at the line, right?
It's true. And, quite frankly, I don't know if that's an arm situation, an arm problem for Ben at this point in his career or not. If not, they're going to have a hard time keeping up with the Browns and the Ravens. You have to be able to stretch the field. I call what they did last year basically playing flag football. It's like when you have your kids, 10-year-old, 12-year-olds playing flag football, and everybody goes out 5 yards and turns around. That's pretty much what the Steelers were doing. They're going to have to stretch the field.
I did think, though, in the playoff game against Cleveland, it did seem like Ben was, like, once they got down, I think it was 21 zip, it seemed like Ben was pushing it down the field, and they actually didn't look all that bad doing it. And I just kind of wondered why they hadn't been doing it earlier. Maybe they were just trying to preserve Ben at his age or something like that.
That's what I was thinking. Coming off the arm injury, maybe they just didn't want to wear out his arm during the season. That's a good question, though.
Okay, so Alec, you saw James' question here about, is there a way to show more 2 rows of people, say, or more of the people and not the big board? That's what he's asking.
All right, I need to unmute myself. Also, I think, for instance, JW, I think when you're talking, it's not coming through for whatever reason, even though you're unmuted. So I don't know. You might want to check that. Yeah, I'm seeing your lips moving, but I'm not seeing any sound from you.
You can't hear me?
No, I'm
we
saying
can hear you, Ken.
we can't hear Jason, JW. So he's setting up. But yeah, so basically there's a little dragger. There's like a little 2 lines right in the middle there, and you can kind of
about now?
drag. There you go. Now
Good.
we hear you. So you can drag back and forth to make the board smaller, and then you can see up to 2 rows, at least on my screen. Well, 4 rows if I make it all the way big, but I made it a little bit smaller so I can.
I was just trying to make the comment that the Steelers lost Pouncey at center. They had Humphrey sitting there and they didn't take him.
Right. I just think their team building strategy seems a little bizarre to me, but maybe it's our gain, right?
That's
I
right.
hope so.
Okay, we
I
got
do-
kind of a bizarre pick at number 56 here. Dwayne Eskridge of Western Michigan.
That is
He's
very
good.
odd.
He's
What do you-
tiny, but he's good. I mean, this is like the draft for tiny wide receivers.
But is he 56th pick good?
Um,
Seems early.
I don't see how, I mean, okay, Marshall is one thing. Something's going on there, but everybody else that's left, yeah, I mean, I think he's as good as anybody else that's left or close to it. He's short, he's small. This is a draft. This is why I don't know if this is as good a wide receiver core as people are touting overall, because there are so many short, small, tiny wide receivers, but this is like the draft to get a small wide receiver in. And he's one of them. I think he's capable of playing the Z and not the slot in a Hollywood Brown-esque role. But he would be a little redundant with Hollywood Brown for the Ravens.
Yes, exactly. And there were 7 receivers, I think, taken in the 2nd round last year. And it's a talented group. I don't have the list up, but Claypool was one of them. Pittman from Indianapolis. I like last year's 2nd-tier receivers better than this year. But one thing I will say about this year is you have the big bodies with Nico Collins, Palmer. So you do have some more traditional X receivers, whereas last year they were very versatile is what I liked about them.
I don't know if I'm sold on Nico Collins. I'm not sure what to think. Michigan had some problems offensively, to say it, and that may not have been his fault, but it was hard for me to peg him from watching his tape. And some of the other guys, like Tamorian Terry is a potential, he's a potential high ceiling guy. Sage Surratt is slow.
Yeah, I took Surratt completely off my list. I just couldn't. I just couldn't. I know
But
a lot of
even-
people like.
yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's all right. But even now, I mean, you look at what you've got. You've got Tylan Wallace isn't that big. Mari Rogers is small. Cade Johnson is small. It just seems like there's and this is what you're getting. You're getting in round 2. You're getting these small wide receivers. Bam, bam, bam. You get Rondale Moore gone. You're getting well, Tony was 1st round gone, but Elijah Moore, Rondale Moore, now Eskridge.
I think the big guy who's left is De'Ami Brown. He's still on the board, right?
He sure is.
Yeah, that would be a guy. I don't know. If you need speed, you need speed. But I think he was a guy who I watched him play. I would have sworn he was 6'3", 6'3.5", maybe. High points the ball very well, but he just looks enormous relative to whoever he's playing against.
He reminds me a little bit of Torrey Smith in the way that not only his build up speed, like once he gets when he's even, he's leaving. He's one of those guys. His ball tracking skills, his ability to adjust his body. Like I see a lot of similarities on the deep ball between him and Torrey.
I think it's worth discussing, even though I would say the picks have been questionable for Pittsburgh, that we really don't get mad when the Ravens, at least I haven't in the past and haven't heard too many people complain when they go down the board to find their centers, right? We've been able to kind of do that and find pretty serviceable guys. So maybe they're trying to replicate that.
Yeah, offensive linemen in general, meaning the Ravens have been good finding them late, and Pittsburgh also has been another group that's been able to develop them. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's like maybe they think they have a few in their back pocket and they can sit on them for a bit.
The Rams' first pick is coming up here. I'm sorry to interrupt for a second here, but at number 57, and this is what you have to look forward to if you're a Rams fan, with 7 straight years of no number 1 picks.
Allergic to the first round.
Tutu Atwell of Louisville.
Oh wow,
another small guy.
155 pounds. Sheesh.
I think there's a lot of cursing right now going on in LA, the LA area, if they cared about football.
Yeah, you're giving them a lot of credit. No one in LA is watching this, Ken.
They'll be upset.
6 o'clock. It's 90 degrees out. No one's watching this but me in the LA area. So
I remember when there were rumors about Cooper Kupp going to Baltimore, and I was so excited. And then, I was hedging my bets, but then he signed an extension, and here they are with another wide receiver.
They'll be upset.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ken.
I was going to say he's had over 10 yards per target in his last 3 years at college.
Yes, he makes Davon Austin look like an X. Yes.
Right.
Going back to the Seahawks pick, does anyone find their team building strategy a little strange? I feel like they had like 2 drafts where it was like Hall of Fame central, and then they barely drafted many people of consequence since. And I feel like they're kind of just riding off of those few drafts where, they got Russell Wilson and, a few of the other big guys, but some of their picks are bizarre, like Jordan Brooks last year in the first, and then they didn't even play Jordan Brooks last year hardly. I don't know. I feel like they're riding a little bit on past success.
I'd agree, and I think Russell Wilson would too. You often hear that he's very upset by that. So
I was going to say that very same thing. Russell Wilson probably agrees with you.
Their fans agree with you too. I have
do
some friends.
Do they
out
need
there.
a receiver? I mean, I feel like they need their line that hasn't protected Russ for years very well. Did they need a small receiver? Like, are they one small receiver away?
Don't they have Lockett and DK Metcalf? I think they're fine.
Right. It just seems crazy to me. Like, why did they need to invest in another receiver? It's very strange strategy to me.
They drafted Penny in the first round, which was like another head scratcher. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what they're doing over there.
I just like the notion that anybody would be one small wide receiver away from.
I knew you would, Ken. I knew you would.
You see this Rams draft room? They bought a house in Malibu or whatever for their draft house.
Oh,
is that a portrait of Roger Goodell?
I think it might have been. I don't know. All right, so Chiefs are up with the pick we traded to them, huh?
Yes, the Ravens pick.
There goes Reed, middle fingering the dress code there in Kansas City.
And keep in mind,
So this
Basham.
is. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say Basham and Osai still on the board at edges at pick 58 for where the Ravens were picking.
And Marshall.
Basham seems juicy for the Chiefs.
Yeah. Welcome everyone who's joined. If you're interested in participating in the conversation, just send me a message and I can unmute you, or at least give you the option to unmute yourself. I can't actually unmute you. All right.
Yeah.
Pick us in.
Here's the silence. We all want to know who Kansas City's taking.
I'm not sure what direction I even want them to go.
Interesting.
Kyle Trask, of course.
I like that direction.
Ooh, Nick Bolton, linebacker, Missouri.
He could be a problem.
Inside
but
linebacker.
I'm not dreading that pick.
Nope.
Definitely does not complicate life for the Ravens in terms of the rest of the board.
He may be a bigger problem for the rest of the division, that the AFC West, than for the Ravens.
Yeah, they took oh no, they took Willie Gay. Was he outside linebacker last year, or is he inside?
I believe he's more of a will backer. I'm not sure how they used him, but
Okay, so inside. So one of them. Yes.
Then this would be the Mike.
yes, pure Mike.
Any guesses as to why Basham's still out there? Have you guys heard anything? Any rumors or something?
No, I think the only
Low ceiling is my guess.
the excuse would be he's a tweener. He's maybe too small to play in a 4-3 and too big to be a 3-4 stand-up linebacker. But I mean, he's a great player and his production speaks for itself. His hand usage. I mean, you can see the star if you look at the board that I have. My positional favorite.
What about Osai? What do you think he's still out there?
I think opinions would be mixed. He's a guy that played off-ball linebacker, so he was only on the edge, I think, for 1 year, maybe a year and a half. So there's some developmental stuff that would have to happen with Osai.
He's got stuff to learn, and also he's probably never going to be a double-digit sack guy. He's going to be more of the Tyus Bowser role if a team that plays 3-4 takes him.
He's very young. Osai is. He just turned 21, which is good. 19 bench reps is something that people might be a little bit scared of with Osai, but he's got otherwise got a very good profile across the board. Good speed, good arm length. One thing that's been said about him is that, a less strong guy, less winded guy, rotational workload might really help him. So he was a guy I thought, maybe he'd be a 3rd round value to the Ravens. So not impossible, I guess, that they'd end up with him.
Yeah, I'd be really happy. His cover skills, Ken, I think he can cover.
That's his calling card. Coverage ability for his position.
I want to see how many snaps he ended up playing last year.
And being pancaked by Tevin Jenkins. That too.
I feel like the Panthers might go Terrence Marshall here. It wouldn't shock me.
I'm just hoping he comes off the board at this point. I love him, but I don't like that. I don't like having players in the 3rd column. Is good for the Ravens, I suppose, but I don't think either one of those will fall very far. So
The Panthers lost Curtis Samuel in the offseason. They're the closest team to where I am, but so I get them on the local radio. But they are really needing a left tackle.
and they also have Robbie Anderson as their number 1, right? Smaller down the field guy.
And they have DJ Moore still.
Right. Okay.
Is this the place we see Spencer Brown come off the board?
It's possible. But they could also, this is probably too early, but I would keep an eye on Demetric Felton as a replacement for Samuel later in the draft.
I like that guy. Yeah.
Right now, they also got rid of Kawan Short. So somebody like Lee McNeil makes sense. Of course, they do have Derek Brown. I don't know if that's putting the two of them next to each other would nullify run attacks, but I don't know about the pass defense.
Would make sense. Felton would play a similar role as Samuel. I don't think he's nearly as good of an athlete, though.
Samuel's going to be interesting to follow down I-95 from Baltimore. I
You
have
see
to,
it?
just as an aside, I know this isn't Raven centric, but kudos to the head coach down there. I'm having a brain fart again.
Rivera.
Yeah, kudos to Ron Rivera. He inherited such a toxic company. He's still got a lot of work to do, but
Hey, they did it.
They
Nice.
did it.
Marshall off the bat.
I'm glad he's far away.
Very interesting.
Good value.
Six-two, 205, 4.4 guy. Play inside and outside. Ball disappears in his hand. Man, he's a great player. He produced with Burrow, with on a team that had Chase and Justin Jefferson. And then he produced when they were all gone. So that tells me a lot that he can be the number 3 guy and produce. I think he had like 13 touchdowns or something ridiculous, and he can be the number 1 guy.
Hey guys, I just want to talk to everybody on the phone call. We got a limited number of people here. We want to hear from everybody over the course of the night. So if you have a question or you want to make a comment or you think somebody's full of shit, you know, go ahead and ask Alec to unmute you and get your comment or question in. You don't have to just put it in chat, although you can do that if you prefer. But we'd like to have this be as interactive as possible.
yes, David, Rivera did it while battling cancer as well, on top of everything.
Do you guys know any Washington football fans? They were all like consoling themselves. They were like trying to convince themselves their first round pick was like a good guy.
They're not that hard to find. You just have to go to the parking lot of the stadium in Landover because they're selling their tickets every Sunday.
Yeah. They're getting close to converting to Ravens fans at this point.
I tell you what, we went to the game in 2012 when it was the RG3 game
Yeah, I
where
was there
Nada
too.
hit him.
Yep.
Well, we tried to go to the game, is what I said. It's the only time I've ever been locked out.
Oh,
And
wow.
we tried to buy tickets. We thought we finally had our deal arranged, and all of a sudden 4 bike cops come up to us and tell us, you can't do that. Yeah,
That game was
whatever.
miserable. They had this like weird standing room thing. So they and they had like 2 layers and the same thing. And I was shorter, you know? So at least the people in front of me, I couldn't see. I could barely see the game the way it was set up, these standing seats. And of course we lost, which made it even worse. But I think it kind of propelled us to win the Super Bowl in a way. That was the game after that they fired the OC, right?
Yeah, Cameron, right?
Yeah, Cameron. I remember rejoicing when I got that notification on my phone.
Harris, Marshall, DJ Moore, and Robbie Anderson. Heck of a trio.
Indeed. Remember when we thought the Ravens might get DJ Moore?
Yeah, I do. Very much so.
I remember those days.
Very much so. But you know what? They made up for it big time.
Yep.
Sam Darnold. I don't know if he's going to be able to do it.
Pete Werner of Ohio State, another inside linebacker, is off the board. This is a good run for the Ravens.
Yeah, good.
That's an interesting cheerleader.
Pete Werner.
He's really athletic. I thought it says athleticism 82. I have to check on that again. I thought he was a burner. Ohio State player.
One guy I was wondering about for later was Cooper. Jason, where do you have his teammate from Ohio State as an edge player?
Oh, Jonathan Cooper. Yeah, I have him. He's way late on my board, actually. 180. I have him at 180. I just don't see anything special with him as far as skill set is concerned. Not real quick. Think he'll have problems setting the edge and run defense. He's probably going to end up as a sub rusher, I would imagine, in this league, and probably strictly on a 3-4 team. So I think he's a guy that we could afford to wait on. But if
take in round 6, something like that.
You're right, exactly. I think he would be a good pick for around there.
Yeah, I saw him make a couple good plays in the Senior Bowl game. I get that feeling. I get that feeling round 5 or 6, they're going to double dip at the edge.
So yeah, just to follow up on Werner, not as fast as I remembered. He was a 4.62. His 3 cone was 6.9 though, so his quickness was there. 39.5 inch vertical. So that's probably what was sticking out of my overall 9.52 relative athletic score. So explosive.
I'm guessing we're going to get a little bit larger group once the 3rd round rolls around as we get closer to the Ravens pick. I know we have some people joining us then to like Sarah and possibly like one of the other LA guys. Not sure if Gabe might be coming at the beginning of the 3rd round. So we should have some other people to talk to. And I'm sure we'll have more people interested in terms of other folks who are just joining.
Oh, we're almost at the end of round 2. Okay, cool.
Yeah, my co-host Chris was going to join, but his power went out, I guess, from the windstorm.
Huh.
So he's completely in the dark right now.
Scary out there earlier. The wind was blowing so hard. It looked like trees
yeah.
might be coming down.
Yeah, there was
Difference between round 2 board and round 3 board. I didn't see much leading up to this draft. What do you guys think now? I'm looking at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, still 5 purple people in on Jason's board.
Yeah, the highest guy he's got there is number 26. I wouldn't say that's really outrageous in terms of who's left in the towards the end of the 2nd round.
Yeah, that's pretty normal, Ken. Pretty normal. I mean, it's never going to go the way you think because of all the information we don't have. So this is pretty typical. I would like to see more guys over there in the red and the whatever color yellow that is taken. This is about the time in the draft where you're going to have somebody go that you're like, who's that? What small school guy is that? By the 3rd round, usually.
It's kind of a mauve color.
Mauve, okay. I was going to say something.
Maybe a lilac.
Did anybody get a chance to see guy number 101 on my board, Caden Stearns from Texas, Deshaun Elliott's old school?
He paired with, did he pair at all? Did he play at all a year with Deshaun Elliott?
That I don't know. But he's a really fast guy. I think he may need a little time as a football player, but the athletic skills are there for him, and he could be another one of those guys that's a combo safety that you could move him around like an Elliott, play him in the box a little, back end a little, like the Ravens like to do with their safeties.
I seem to recall him being more of a little bit more of a coverage, less nasty than Joker. And
that's everybody.
Well, okay. But kind of they could make an interesting pair, kind of like Cisco and Trill were in Syracuse.
Mm-hmm. If he would be, well, it depends what you think Ardarius Washington can do. But
Tiny.
Stearns, right, he's so little, it's kind of hard to imagine him covering the back end on those jump balls. But Stearns would be the last guy I would say that you could count on to be in the free safety mix. Maybe Gillespie, But
I think he covers better than what people were saying when I saw him.
who's that, Jason?
Gillespie.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think he's a free safety. He's not like a single high, but he's kind of like, Elliott in a kind of a two deep sort of guy.
Well, Jason, we have it off the board.
Yep.
Basham was just selected.
There we go. So Creed Humphrey out there by himself
on an island.
On
On
top
an
of
island.
Rousseau.
2 of the top 4 are centers. Or 1 is a center guard, but 2 of the top 4 are centers.
It would be nice to have a pick right here, wouldn't it? Yeah,
I am
Miners.
really enjoying. Oh, what? Oh,
I was going to say Miners, Humphrey, Spencer Brown,
Mhm.
Osai. It would be nice to have a pick right here.
I'm really enjoying how the Bills are doing their business, man. I'm not giving up on AJ Epinesa. I think he was starting to play a lot better towards the end of the year. And then they pair him with Carlos Basham, and they've got Ed Oliver in there, and
They got Russo
that's
as well.
yeah, they're a fun looking team, man. And then of course Josh Allen. They're I think they're contenders. I know I hesitate because they didn't look so hot against Kansas City, but who does except for Tom Brady?
I really like their coach too, McDermott. I mean, he came in there and it seemed like instantly the whole culture of the Bills changed. It turned from playoff drought to contenders right away, and in a division with New England in it where it just been so down for so long. But yeah, they're going to be a problem.
What did you guys think last year of AJ Epinesa and Yetur Gross-Matos? Did you guys like them for the Ravens? Did you want them to get them around there, or were you happy the Ravens didn't go that direction?
Go ahead, Jason, or somebody.
Which Jason? Me? Ian? Okay. Well, AJ Epinesa, I would have liked for the Ravens in round 2. And I thought he would have made a very good like 5-tech for the Ravens. Very, 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 very strong player. I saw him as many as triple teamed in college, and he could, dust off double teams. And but he's not the quick twitch athletics guy. We have another selection.
Yeah, it looks like Josh Myers, center from Ohio State, which really surprised he went ahead of Humphrey. But then again, I was lower on him than others. I know a lot of people had Myers in the 2nd, 3rd round.
Okay,
but go ahead. Yeah,
Yetur Gross-Matos, kind of Owe-ish. Same college, also a raw player with a lot of athletic ability. Another guy I kind of saw as a round 2 guy, and I wouldn't have minded the Ravens taking him. And for the record, I mean, Owe could turn out to be a monster.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. For me,
he really could. It's just I feel like it's not going to be until the 3rd year or something like that when he does.
For me, I wasn't ever really interested in Gross-Matos. I just thought he wasn't going to work out. But Espinoza became a favorite for sure of ours. And like Jason said, interested in him in the 2nd round last year. I could even have seen it in the 1st, but I was glad we didn't go that route.
Yeah, and to Jason Wolbert's point, the Bills they look nasty on the D line. Ed Oliver, Russo, you had Basham, Ed Oliver. I mean, that's looking insane.
Ed Oliver's so good, he looks like he's 2 people on the field.
It's a lot of investment in the defense, and you like to see that because they've gone the free agent route to fill out their offense, at least their weapons. Beasley and now John Brown's gone, but get a young defense and a veteran offense around your young quarterback, good coach. Yeah, they're going to be a problem.
Take the Ravens bias away from us, like from a national perspective, I would say the AFC East is the most interesting division in the AFC this year, because you got Buffalo, now you got New England with their new quarterback. New York and Miami with a whole bunch of draft capital. There's going to be a lot of storylines in that division.
Wow, there it is.
There he
Chiefs
goes.
picked up Creed
Ah.
Humphrey.
Don't like to see that, but
Alec, you tipping picks from some other service, or what are you watching NFL Network or something else?
What? I'm just watching the antenna.
Okay.
Yeah.
so there we go.
I'm
The first.
way behind you guys. I have NFL Network, but I guess the feed is behind.
Okay. Huh.
Wow, they've completely remade that line. They gave Joe Tooney 80 million plus Orlando plus Creed. They're
They
really
didn't mess
attacking that
around.
weakness. No, they didn't. They
Yeah.
didn't.
Schwartz got hurt. He might retire, right? And
Fisher did as well, right?
Fisher got hurt, and they were like, okay, we're getting rid of both of you, and we're revamping everything.
The Bucks pick almost immediately in. Nice.
So we've cleared out Jason
Yeah,
Smith's top 34 here, top 36 actually.
Anyone in column F that you would entertain trading up for soon, or not really?
Well, we don't have the ammo to trade up right now, but once we hit, maybe Dan can help us out with that. But round pick 80 in the 80s, we could. So I guess we're just gonna have to wait and see another 15, 20 picks to see if any of those guys stick around. But yeah, I mean, all things equal, I would love to. All four of those guys would help us. Spencer Brown, maybe not this year, maybe towards the end of the year next year. But Asai, Miners, Mount they'll all have a role on this team this year.
Yeah, 94 and 104 together would get us to 75. So,
Okay.
So that'd be the top of where I start thinking we're looking.
So would anybody in the chat be willing to give up 94 and 104 to go get one of those guys, or is that too much? Would you rather sit there and have two picks?
I think you got enough talent. I'd wait for the board to come to me.
Okay.
Because
I
if
agree.
you think about it, if you trade up to 75, then you got between 75 and 131. So that's another
chasm.
doozy of a wait.
Yeah.
I'm looking at more guys on the next column than I am on the first column.
Okay.
I'm looking at McNeil. I'm looking at Forsythe. I'm looking at Palmer. I'm looking at Cisco, maybe even Cleveland.
Yeah, I take the same guys, except I don't want any of the wide receivers at this point.
Yeah, you can see where that tier kind of ends, where the wide receivers, the linebackers, the running backs are all there. For other teams, yeah, but for us, I think it's pretty safe that we can drop those guys down a little bit. The Davion Nixon, I really like in that right there at 71.
Thoughts on pairing Davion Nixon with Matabike?
Oh, mercy, yes.
Another interesting pick in that area. I know Coach Evans is very high on him, but Brevin Jordan.
Yep.
I'd be very interested in the Ravens going that direction.
Well, he's
that would be that tight end in round 3.
Yep.
Brevin Jordan is a monster. That guy is so athletic. He could be fun on this team.
Now, granted, I like Josh Oliver more than basically anyone. Like when I found out that the Ravens got him, I was extremely excited. But I'd allow them to spend some draft capital on a guy like Jordan.
I mean, sometimes.
Oh, sorry, Jason, go ahead.
Sometimes, guys that are drafted in the mid rounds or something like that, they get hurt or something like that. They just don't get a good opportunity and end up flourishing with a new team. Another guy that the Ravens picked up that's kind of like that is Deion Kane. But with the selection of Bateman, he's going to have a hard time seeing the field, but he's still got a lot of potential. He got hurt and then he got buried in depth chart.
Yep.
Do you guys think there's enough targets to go around on offense if you were to get someone like Brevin Jordan? Like who would you take targets away from? Especially if they try to get like a couple more screen passes to the backs this year, potentially.
No,
Bateman and Watkins are already going to take targets away from each other. Hollywood Brown is Lamar Jackson's BFF. I think he's going to keep getting targets. So they're going to have to change their philosophy a little bit and throw more in order for these guys to get more targets.
I'm against taking another tight end just because I think we have enough blockers. We have Boyle, we have Ricard, we have Tomlinson. We don't know what we have with Breland and Wolf. And then as far as slot receivers, you look at Duvernay. We already have 3 starting receivers basically now with Bateman and Watkins and Hollywood. I mean, we have plenty of guys that can catch the ball. We have plenty of guys that can block. So I would rather hold off on tight end this year. But Boyle coming back from an injury, I guess, is unknown. That would be a nice insurance policy if we did pick somebody up.
And the only thing I would say is the only way I would pick a tight end like Brevin Jordan is if you are really thinking, he is going to replace Andrews. That's the thing. He's got a huge contract coming up for him. So that'd be the area. I don't think they've got the targets this year. So it's just a matter of in the future, if you're seeing something shake out differently with the tight end room.
Are you guys paying Andrews?
I am.
Just unlimited? No matter what?
No.
It's,
Here's the thing: the salary cap's going to jump up something fierce moving forward in a couple of years. So these contracts that are being handed out now are going to be they may seem incredible now, but they're just going to be okay later on, not too long from now. So yes, I'm paying Andrews, I'm paying Hollywood Brown, I'm paying who I can.
You're paying Brown for sure?
I am, yeah. I think Lamar Jackson would probably, have a mental breakdown if he didn't have him. It always seems like the two of them are together. I think Lamar may have a problem if they get rid of him.
I'm paying Andrews definitely because it's hard to manufacture the kind of chemistry that him and Lamar have. I mean,
all 3 of them, yeah.
I mean, really, when the plays break down, Andrews is his guy. And for all the drops at the worst times, I mean, it's hard to replace the chemistry. You can improve your hands a little bit, but chemistry is not something you can practice. It gets better over time.
Hopefully that's something Bateman will really improve on in this offense, is being a big target as things break down, and being able to go against the grain is something that Lamar likes on those extended plays.
Yes, Joel, no graduating.
No.
So like Kelsey money, like 17?
That seems a little high, doesn't it? 17 for Andrews?
Well, I'm just saying 17 is not going
year.
to 17 is not going to seem as high as it is now when it's 4 to 5 years from now.
Yeah, that's
you
fair.
saw the money the Pats threw around at tight end. They completely reset the market. And then that was in
Kyle
the COVID
Trask is off the board.
There you go.
Wow.
Of course, the Bucks. Okay.
Brady's not going to be around forever.
Bucks are fast becoming my least favorite team in the NFC. There's just
Is it-
too many guys on that team I don't like.
See, Ndamukong Suh do it for you, or Antonio Brown, which
AB. Oh my goodness. He got on. He leached onto the team for that championship ring, and now he's back, and everybody's back. The whole team's back.
So Ken, I wanted to bring up something that you talked about last night. You had mentioned, how you thought the Power Five versus would the percentage of Power Five would be relative to past years.
Yeah.
So I took a look at that. Look at that at the first round and also across the full draft for the last 5 years.
Let's hear it.
So for the last 5 years, the Power Five conference covered 88% of the first round and 73% of the full draft. This year, the first round, it was 84%. So just a little bit lower than average, but a lot of that was driven by, 2 QBs from non-Power Five conferences. Right. And if you just look at round 2 that just wrapped up, 28 of the 32 picks were from Power Five, so that's 88%. So I don't have round 2 specifically broken out for the prior years, but you know, it would be significantly below 88% since the average total drops down to 73. So
Okay, so let me
so we're
parrot that
definitely
back
seeing
to
it.
you.
Yep.
For just a second. So 2016 through 20 is your last 5 years otherwise, right?
Say that one more time. Sorry.
16 through 20 is your last 5 years otherwise, correct?
Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay, so that's 88 in the first round, 73 for the entire draft, which means less than 73 for rounds 2 on.
Yep.
Okay. And then you're saying so far this year it was 84%, which means 5 non-power 5 picks in round 1.
Yep.
That's a lot. I'm shocked it's that many. But I guess I'd have to
Zach
look.
Wilson, Trey Lance, Zaven Collins, Peyton Turner. Am I missing one? Maybe it's only 4.
Those were
No, that's 5. 1, 2.
I just
Oh
heard
no, I'm
4
missing one guy, huh?
Andre
I'm missing one pick. I'm missing one pick. So I've got to find one more pick. So who was the last pick? Did I get bored?
Kyle Trask went.
No, I'm in round 1.
there's Andre Cisco.
Yeah.
Oh, in round 1.
Well, okay, so 4 or
Jacksonville.
5. I'll double check after this call. But you know, 27 or 28 of the first round were power 5. So
Cisco is gone to Jacksonville.
Anyone a little bummed about that, or?
A little
bit.
I didn't think he would make it to 94, but I'm a little bummed.
Yeah,
You're
I'm
allowed
in
to
the
be a
same
little
boat.
bummed just because it's a position of need, right?
Exactly. I didn't think he would make it, but still, that was a player I really liked. Really aggressive guy, and I think his best football is in front of him. So going to Jacksonville.
To your point about Power 5 conferences, I think we're going to see, as the draft continues, we're going to see even more Power Conference guys taken for good reason, because a lot of smaller schools didn't even play.
Right, of course.
So there's just not much to go off of from them, but you're going to see people taken from other FBS, group of 5 conferences. You're still going to see those. You're going to see the BYUs and the Houstons, Cincinnati, Memphis, those guys. They still did play. So you'll still see those guys taken.
Right. So the theory I had was that this was a year where DaCosta could trade back and acquire some additional 6s and 7s. And this, of course, goes completely in the face of the Ravens' number of roster spots, but acquire more picks in late rounds that could be used to really lever what the Ravens do in terms of small school scouting, because they'll have good 2019 information on these guys and probably be able to outdraft the guys from the small schools. There's very few total, like, on the radar prospects from the true small schools, not talking those mid-level conferences, but you know, you have Raidens, you have Trey Lance and the Wisconsin Whitewater guy Miners. There's just not that many real small school prospects. And the Ravens, you know, think back to, you know, where they got Lardarius Webb or Brandon Williams or Matthew Judon. I mean, it's just, they hit it for small schools.
I will be interested in seeing. I think we should keep tabs on how many of the Ravens draft picks played in 2020. If they take anybody that opted out or opted out completely. Because I can't confirm it. The grapevine told me that the Harbaugh wasn't too fond of the idea of people that opted out.
Is it
We'll have to see.
Harbaugh or EDC who's making that choice, though?
Well, I'm not going to say. I mean, again, that's just rumor mongering. I probably shouldn't have even said it, but it's just something I heard.
I mean, it won't be a question of opting out for the small schools. The question would be about not playing because of
That's
that. So
true. They didn't have a choice.
Yeah, you're not going to blame the player, but that's why that's one reason why the defensive line is so shorthanded. Is there are a ton of opt-outs on the defensive line, and boy, it's really hard to find, decide who those great players are who would have developed another year here.
Well, considering you know, the one of the medical red flags about
Yeah.
the pandemic was if you're overweight, yeah, it would stand to reason that the big guys would have to be more careful.
Right.
I'm personally surprised that Mark Andrews played last year. I'm happy that he did, and I'm happy that he got through it okay.
Well, apparently it's the comorbidities that go with being a diabetic that are the more serious things about it. Like it's constrained blood flow and things like that, that are
Mhm.
more an issue, high blood pressure, than what a type 1 diabetic is. A really well-controlled type 1 like Andrews doesn't
Okay.
have those same kind of physical problems necessarily. But a lot of defensive linemen, they are already, you know, pre-diabetic. So
Obese.
they have,
to be obese clinically, or they
So-
won't play well.
So 2 corrections to the numbers I wanted to give. So in the first round, it was 28 out of 32, so 88%. And in the second round, it was 29 out of 32, so 91%. So we've only had 7 picks outside of the Power 5.
Okay. I'm feeling pretty good about my theory.
Yep, that's pretty remarkable. And Jason, it sounded like you know, a lot of these schools that are outside the Power 5 are, what did you call them, the Big 5?
Group of 5.
Group of 5. So
The Sun Belt, the
BYU,
Mountain West.
BYU,
What used to be Conference USA is an all-American conference. Yep.
Kellen Mond, new
Good.
quarterback of the Vikings.
Good.
Anybody upset about that?
Kirk Cousins.
Kirk Cousins, yeah. Yeah, Kirk Cousins.
So do you have a way, Dan, to easily get the group of 5 conferences separated out? Because, you know, a lot of those played. And so if we had 3 groups instead of 2, and I know right now you're thinking of every actuarial boss you ever had, right? You'd love to re-see it with one more column added.
No, I'm doing it manually, so no.
Okay.
I could tell
Seeing as
you.
you only have 8 picks that you have to worry about, right?
Well, for this year, I can tell you this year for sure. You know, I don't know the teams in those conferences though. There's only 7 picks. I could tell you BYU, is that one of them?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. North Dakota State.
No. North Dakota State is FCS.
Right.
And they've been the dominant team in FCS for like 20
They played
years.
one
or something
game in
silly.
the fall and then they called it off.
Tulsa.
And they won the championship. Anyway, right?
Tulsa's Conference USA, or what used to be Conference USA.
Houston,
same thing.
Okay. UCF.
Central Florida's same thing.
Okay. Another North Dakota State, so no. And
No.
Western Michigan.
Western Michigan is in the MAC,
MAC.
and I think they are one of the 5, right?
Yes. The MAC is one of the group of 5.
Okay, so that would be 100% are either in North Dakota State, Big 5, or Power 5.
Okay, so the small school prospects this year literally might be minors of the 2 North Dakota State guys.
North Dakota State shouldn't even be in the FCS anymore.
Right.
They've been
Everyone knows
dominating that
that.
level of competition for so long.
So I'll keep track of that and keep you guys posted. So
Okay. I hate being that guy, Dan, but I can't get away from it. As an actuarial manager, you know, interns or actuarial students would be doing work for me. And I'd say, well, can I have this column? Can we change this? And I'm going to present this. I want this a different font. And they would kind of look at me and kind of say, you know, I've done all this hard work. Why do you want me to change it? And I'm like, no, you don't understand. If I'm working within your framework, that's good. If I really thought you did a bad job, I'd turn the paper over
Toss it right
and
out.
say, here's how we want to do this. Roman numeral 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep. It is pretty
You
wild.
know who else was
all
a
of them.
pretty darn good FCS program? Delaware.
Yeah.
Sarah Ellison just joined the show.
Oh, outstanding. Hey, Sarah, how you doing?
What's up, guys? How are you?
Having fun.
You didn't miss any picks.
We
Yeah,
lost that-
exactly.
From the Ravens, at least.
We lost Creed Humphrey.
I have bad news though. Everybody went.
Yeah.
Everybody's been drafted.
Everybody's gone.
Every single player has been drafted. I'm sorry.
It's time to log off. I know it's because for so many months, right? We were preparing for like who could fit in at number 58. And so you kind of really study those guys and then tend to like some of them. And then you move up, which is nice. You get another first rounder, but then you see all these guys that you hope to be there at 58 just like plucked off the board one by one. Like you mentioned, Ken, Creed would have been there. Creed Humphrey would have been there. A nice center or any number of offensive linemen that have been plucked. Safeties going off the
excellent.
board. Yeah.
Davis Mills of Stanford is now off the board.
Those
Could you
QBs
repeat
going.
that?
Davis Mills, QB for Stanford. is
Davis
off the board.
Mills?
Mhm. So it's what, three
Texans are the new
quarterbacks.
Browns.
Yeah.
Poor Texas. So if you're David Culley, do you actually take that position? Knowing that it's not going to work out?
That's a no for me. Absolutely not.
I'm happy he did, obviously. It was a big windfall for the Ravens. He's 64 years old. He's going to make, 4 times probably what he did before as the head coach. Maybe more than that. I got to think
That is a good point. That really helped him with his retirement fund.
It's a short-term strategy. Yeah, it's an end game.
Well,
if he really loves coaching football, I'm sure he can get back with another team.
What is this with next gen stats score, like Madden ratings? What is that? I just saw that flash on the NFL screen under
Draft
Davis
score.
Mills. They said next gen stats score, and it was like overall 73, athleticism 70, something
I
like
think
that.
you're
like
right
Madden
on.
scores.
It's Madden scores, basically real life Madden scores. Though I guess Madden scores are based on real life. So
Okay, we got 26 picks to go here. It's starting to get exciting. We can start to narrow down the number of names here. The Falcons are about to pick.
Someone was talking earlier in this broadcast about what's the first pick, right? That you really have to question, and it would happen in round 3. And for me, this is that pick, Davis Mills.
Mhm.
Is that the pick for you guys, or are you waiting for someone you haven't heard of?
I was waiting for somebody I hadn't heard of. Quarterbacks don't really surprise me personally. So, yeah, I'm waiting for somebody way off the board because I suspect that maybe even another quarterback will go before we pick.
Jalen Mayfield of Michigan. So there's a guard masquerading as a tackle who with significant arm length concerns, and a guy that I'm actually surprised went as high as 68 here, given what I think I've heard in recent times. I think PFF kind of liked him, didn't they? If I recall, didn't they have him up fairly high on their board, relatively speaking?
Yeah, their board was all over the place compared to mine. So
sure,
they tend to really weight the positions higher. If you're offensive lineman, they like that. If you're a wide receiver, they like that. If you're a tackle, they like that. So maybe they had him technically as a tackle with a high grade, and strictly by the numbers, he was scooted up there.
David Zajano, nothing right now speaks well about the Watson situation. I think that's something we're not going to talk about quite a bit.
Well, but
tonight
also means about his he requested a trade, right? So
he's got a lot more to worry about than that right now.
That's true.
Has there been a franchise mismanaged as much as Deshaun Watson's issues aside? Can you guys think of a franchise that's been mismanaged that badly? I mean, everything they do seems to be kind of jaw dropping.
The Browns for a while.
No longer. Sean's saying the Jets. I can agree with that.
The Browns' top picks, their failures there really are in kind of the same way. But I think the suicidal nature of what the Texans have done, I don't like. I don't like that the Rams have traded away their number 1 pick for 7 straight years. I don't even think it should be allowed in some sense to do that to your own fans.
Yeah.
But the giving the keys to a guy with the shortest term thinking possible in Houston is probably the worst case of mismanagement, worse than having a bad general manager who makes bad picks. That's what I really consider the Cleveland situation.
Yeah.
Oh, the Bengals pick is in. And
this is another guy the Ravens have to face twice a year.
Joseph Osai.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's a good pick for them.
High value.
I don't like that.
Very nice.
To run right at him. Run right at him. That's what I say.
Yeah, that's what they're gonna have to do. Well, he could present problems for the Ravens depending on how they treat it.
And I noticed as it may pertain to the Ravens, he was really good on the backside of runs. Stayed very disciplined with the quarterback. Of course, with Lamar, you're going to have to stay extra disciplined to make sure he can't get outside of you. But chasing down those runs from the backside is something that Osai did really well.
So this is 2 picks now. You have Owusu Karamora, right? Going to the Browns. And now you have Osai going to the Bengals. 2 people that maybe, and I do emphasize the word maybe, can tackle Lamar Jackson.
Any good divisional run defenders, I think I'd leave it at that. We'll see what Osai can do on either the back or the front side of a run play. If he's left unblocked, does he have the ability to figure out Jackson, or does Jackson not have the ability to figure out him on those read handoffs?
Yeah, he's going to have to stay more disciplined with Lamar like anybody else. He's not Superman, Osai.
Yeah.
But as far as when he sees the ball, when the ball is handed off to the running back, he's very good, takes a very good angle, and chases it down with the best of them.
Panthers pick is
I
in.
don't see Stefan at his computer right now anymore, but it's 4 a.m. over there in Germany now.
He's taking a cat nap.
He's a trooper.
We want to make sure everybody else, we've had some more people join us here, obviously. Don't be shy about trying to get in questions. All you need to do is send Alec a message asking to be unmuted, and we'll get you in and get your comments or your questions right in there.
Huh. Brady Christensen.
Oh, okay. There's another one gone.
This is a guy that I thought would move to guard and potentially be really, really, really good there.
He'll play center.
Center?
Is the word, yeah.
Okay. Even then, really, really good.
Does anyone like what Cleveland's been building recently? It seems like they have a pretty good deal of talent on that roster. Their secondary was banged up a ton last year, so they get a few people back from injury. They got the corner in round 1. I feel like they could be a pretty tough or a pretty tall order for the Ravens this year. Does anyone think that the Browns could surpass them?
Well, I don't like it because the Ravens are going to have a hard time beating them, or harder time, so I don't like that. The Browns are establishing themselves as the next run, because I don't see the Steelers. They're just continuing to decay. It'll be the Ravens and the Browns, unless the Bengals figure out how to protect Joe Burrow from being killed back in the backfield.
Well, they have to figure out how to stop us from scoring, because that's the one team that it seems like the last couple of years, we won 38-6, and then in the opening week and then the overtime game. So they had to fix that defense if they're going to go through us.
I got to say, in that 38-6 game, in the opener was a complete misrepresentation of how the Browns dominated both sides of the line of scrimmage in that game. And
yeah,
it almost never happens, but to beat a team by 32 points when you win the line of scrimmage, very unusual. But they had Jackson under pressure all day, and he had 152 rating. 4 out of 27 ample time and space in that game.
Amazing by Lamar. And the fake punt didn't help either.
Yeah.
Ken, are you worried about Cleveland at all?
Of course. Yeah, I think they're the other really good team in the division. I think the Steelers, basically, the dynasty ended at 11-0 last year. What a dynasty, what it was in terms of a dynasty.
Dimitri pinged me a very interesting question. Anyone have thoughts on possibly getting Hurst back for a late rounder? Do you think that'd be possible?
that'd be, I mean, well, how much is he getting paid? I don't know. It just seems weird. I don't see how he would like it because he'd be returning to the same situation that he requested a trade from.
Right.
He'd want to go somewhere where he can start.
Yeah, I don't see it happening either, but I could see potentially him getting moved. Although I don't think it'd be for a late rounder. I think you'd have to do it sooner rather than later.
He wouldn't. He's not. That's not a player you have to pay a lot for. But let me just see what he did last year out of PFF. Grade him here.
I guess his value is going down. He doesn't have many years left.
He's 29 right now.
Mm-hmm.
So
he had 570 yards receiving on 56 catches, 6 touchdowns last year.
Oh, I'm sorry. We're talking about Hayden Hurst or James Hurst.
Hayden Hurst. Sorry,
okay. It's a real question there because it's possible even James Hurst might have been a guy you get back.
No, he was talking about Hayden Hurst now with with the Pitts acquisition.
Yeah. I'd be much more in favor of that.
And
obviously.
if they don't pick up the 5th-year option on Hayden, him and Mark will be free agents in the same class. So that could spice things up if you want to think about it. You have Hayden who has experience here. Lamar like throwing to him. Probably a more dependable pass catcher. He's got great hands for a tight end.
Mm-hmm.
But the chemistry we mentioned between Mark and Lamar is certainly real. But hey, if Mark goes for 14 mil and Hayden is only going to get 6 or 7, that might be an interesting play for the Ravens.
I mean, he's significantly older, so you'd have to deal with that. Actually, I'm not sure that he's that much older than Andrews now that I think about it, because Andrews wasn't super young either.
My rule of thumb would be do not take off your franchise quarterback, unless you're getting significantly better. Quarterbacks are starting to get more and more power in the NFL. They, and I would say their agents, recognize how teams are clamoring to pick them, and the top picks, how they're getting paid twice as much as any other position, so on and so forth. I think quarterbacks have gotten to the point where they've become overrated.
Okay, big
And
name
they're
just
still
came
the
off
most-
the board.
Sorry.
Alam McNeil off the board at number 73 to the Lions, 72.
I want to say, okay, yeah. Quarterbacks are still by far the most important position on the football field, and they're still potentially overrated.
Jason, do you have a ceiling on I know football contracts are a little strange, but the per year amount that you'd offer Lamar, are you thinking similar to the Deshaun Watson 4 for 160? Do you think maybe he gets 45 a year? Do you kind of have an upper bound, or do you think it's more kind of blank check with Lamar?
I don't believe I'm qualified enough to make that statement. Maybe someone like Brian McFarland would be, but something like Patrick Mahomes' contract is so full of idiosyncrasies that it's hard to say, is his AAV really his AAV?
Right.
So at
Here's a
this
surprise.
point, you're getting to the point where you're offering your franchise quarterback minority ownership in the team.
Okay, now this is a player I think is very overrated. Milton Williams coming off the board at number 73 to the Eagles. The Eagles are good with defensive line, but boy, he looked terrible in a game against Georgia Southern. Not certainly a contender for anything significant. And he's a group of 5 guy there, Dan.
Okay, so that's one of the group of 5.
Yeah. No, he has one of the most incredible athletic profiles you'll ever see for a defensive lineman. I think he's probably a 10 or very close to it in relative athletic score, but all his testing is right at the top. You question whether or not any of it's real because you see the guy on tape and he's got nothing. He's really getting pushed around by a small conference offensive lineman.
Yeah, he numbers 162 on my board. The only reason he was on that board is because of his athleticism, but definitely not my first choice. That's a great pick to come off the board for the Ravens.
And you had me laughing so hard when I was listening to your defensive tackle podcast, and you were just talking about his athletic score, and then the game against Georgia Southern, where it seemed like he was getting mauled up a little bit, and I don't know. I feel like the stopwatch might have been, the operator may have been just a little bit off, and I feel like all it takes is you just a little bit off, and then those timings look very different.
Yep. He was all flip-flopping all over the field, and they did double team him some, but he wasn't holding the point of attack against a double team. It was very difficult for him.
And that competition can't be that high at Georgia Southern, right?
No.
You'd think he'd be absolutely dominating.
If anybody could even find out who number 66, I mean, we got the internet, I guess somebody probably can. Number 66, the center for Georgia Southern, was one of the guys who just seemed to have his way with him all night or all day, whatever it was.
And Ken, a player that you like just came off the board. I don't know if you have anything that you'd like to say about him.
Yeah, I had him on my list, that's for sure. Let me bring up my corner list here again. So Benjamin St. Just,
okay.
Minnesota. I had him at number 9 on my list.
Hey guys, we're at pick 75.
And we didn't trade for it yet.
Yeah, it seems like it sped up a little bit. Did the time shorten in between picks?
We think the third round might be 5 minutes and the second round was 7, but I'm
Seems
not
like it.
sure.
Doesn't it seem like it's started moving faster?
Yeah, I think that's the case.
Do we know, is day 3 all 3 minutes then? Because I know they have to announce it 5 picks at a time a lot on the broadcast usually.
Oh.
If these teams were just left to their own devices, the draft would last half an hour.
I don't think so. I think DeCosta will be on the phone with it for about an hour with his pick.
Yeah, I think that's a lot of it, right?
Everybody else would be in line yelling at him.
I think there's a certain amount of waiting to see if you get a deal worth taking.
Hey, Ken, there you go. It's Logan Langemeyer, 66, from Georgia Southern, from Stefan from Germany. So
very good. Thank you, Stefan. Stefan, that's pretty good research for 4:04 in the morning, huh?
Yep.
All right, how are you
There
making
he
up?
is.
I hope you don't have to work tomorrow. It's a Saturday, so I
No.
guess not, right?
Yeah.
It's commitment.
Going to bed sometime around 8 or 8 a.m.
We're getting there, man.
Saturday
We're getting
evening.
there. It's pick 75. We only got 20.
And I saw someone was from the other side. Someone from Australia was on. I forgot who is it.
Oh, really? Didn't see.
Yeah.
Hey, if you're out there and you're anywhere outside the United States, chip in with the chat and tell us where you're from.
Starting to get antsy over here with the Quinn Miners, Melon Fonwu, Spencer Brown. I mean, patience is a virtue, but starting to lose mine because we're getting into that area a little bit longer. If it slips a little bit longer, could possibly package 2 picks to scoot up and get one of those guys.
Is Melon Fanu an outside corner or a slot corner?
Outside. He's aircraft carrier.
So would you still trade up even though that's not quite a need, a kind of need? Okay. He's not that good.
I'm just talking for me, but board comes to me here at this point.
Yeah.
I'm not trading up for anybody.
Okay. Fair enough.
I'm less patient over here.
I think
Doug's iPad. I imagine that they did.
Yeah.
And I personally am very, very happy that they changed the name.
Hey,
Living in
I
Cherokee country myself.
was accidentally muted there for about 10 minutes, and I wanted to comment. I'm back in. Jason had talked about quarterbacks being overvalued. I agree, and I actually think that's what all the craziness about what Bucky Brooks was all about. My whole thought was that he had the right idea. but the wrong QB, especially the wrong QB to start. If you're going to start doing that, and because every time a quarterback gets paid, it's always higher as the last one. So do you start with the MVP doing that? I don't think so. But I quickly ran to Spot Track just because they set it up easier. I like Over the Cap has usually better money, or better figures, but Spot Track has it nicely put together. But I just did a quick 3 years of how much percent Brady or the quarterback position was paid. And it sometimes went above and it sometimes went below, but it was around 10% of the cap. And so that's how you can keep doing it over and over and over again. And so I would think that teams just need to figure out what that percentage is to continue to build a team. Because the last several years, it's either Tom Brady winning or a quarterback on a rookie contract. So that's telling you that you're right, Jason, that it is starting to be overvalued because nobody else can win.
Once Tom Brady finally retires, then we're going to see even more of that particular topic come to the forefront, because Tom Brady just breaks all the rules. He's the, I have certain angelic terms for him, and I like I'm not going to get on all that on a live stream, but
we got a new
he's
pick in
different.
too here.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. Dallas has made the pick number 75, and it's Osa Odigizua from UCLA, I should say. Interesting player because he's extremely small for the defensive line at 279 pounds. What did you think about him, Jason?
I thought that he brings you some pass rush upside. Obviously, if you're that size, that's what you're in there for. So I didn't see him as a system fit for us just because, you need that size in our system. But, as a one, where did he go? Probably
at 75.
Probably to a team where he can just one gap and just shoot that gap all day long. He definitely has some quickness off the snap, I thought.
If you look at who the Ravens play on the inside in those downs, it's players who are as big or bigger right now, like McPhee and last year Ward, who would have been doing on a passing down inside, and they're outside linebackers. That's who they're moving inside to be just as big as a guy that's being drafted here right now. So I would have had reservations. Obviously, he waited till 75. Some people liked him more than that, but I didn't have him on my top 10. I'm not saying it's a shocking pick or anything, but he wasn't in my top 10.
I like him for the Cowboys. I'll say that. I do like him for the Cowboys. I think he's a good player. He may not have been the best fit for the Ravens. I think he might have been able to play 5 tech. But I like him for the Cowboys.
All right. The Saints just took a cornerback, Paulson Adebo of Stanford.
No, Fine was still out there. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're fine. Just want to say hi to Andrew McFarland who joined.
Hi.
Got some people on who we haven't heard from yet tonight. Don't be shy about speaking up here. Or do they just have to can everybody unmute themselves at this point? Are we in that danger zone again?
We could probably release.
Let's not.
Just message me. I'm pretty good at paying attention to it. If I miss it, just someone yell at me.
We did have a problem earlier tonight that we're not gonna have to go into again. We hope.
Yeah.
Wyatt Davis is still there?
Yep.
Jason, going back to your point and Sarah's point on the quarterbacks being paid too high, it feels like especially with like the mediocre to slightly below mediocre quarterbacks, like Andy Dalton got 1 year, 10 million. Tyrod Taylor got 1 year, 12.5. Teddy Bridgewater got a couple years, maybe 40 million last year with the Panthers. And it seems like these teams move on from these players so quickly. And then you're out 10, 12, 15 plus more $1 million, and you don't have anything to show for it because they're not going to take you to a Super Bowl. So at what point is it worth even investing your cap dollars in that, as opposed to maybe building, from younger players in free agency and then trying to strike the quarterback once you have a better roster, kind of like the Buccaneers did this year?
Well, I'll frame it this way. You're a coach or a GM of an NFL team. The quarterback is the one guy on your team, the starting quarterback, that you employ that can get you fired. So that is that's the dynamic.
Oh, darn. Pick is in for the Chargers.
Josh Palmer, wide receiver, is off the board.
Well,
I
that
think
makes me
that's-
feel good.
I think it's a good thing for the Ravens. And, we're getting close to the point where Sheldon Brown is a reasonable choice. You looking for minors here at this point, Jason?
Anybody, any one of those three in that first row would be great, I think. As far as the corner goes, Melnfon was a press corner outside. What'd you call him? Skyscraper?
Aircraft carrier.
Aircraft carrier.
But that works
Aircraft
too.
carrier,
Yeah.
skyscraper, aircraft carrier. But yeah, with Peter's situation maybe being an unknown a year from now, Averett being a free agent, you can never get enough corners. How many times we heard that? He'd be a great player too. But I feel a little vindicated with Palmer, I must tell you, because I saw him in the 5th round a lot, 4th, 5th, 6th round, and I had him high and I stuck with him. So that's one of the ones that makes me feel good. And then where did he end up going?
It was the last pick, and they just took it off.
Chargers?
To the Chargers. Yeah.
Okay.
I like it.
Herbert will like that.
For
I
them,
felt like,
I like it.
every mock draft I saw had Palmer going to the Ravens at one point. I was like, I gotta look into this guy.
Palmer was a guy, I like so many, I go through mock after mock and Palmer's always there. Then it turns out he's taken in round 3. So
yeah,
I think that's the NFL people doing a good job. And the Chargers, Slater and Palmer, right? Who was their 2nd round pick?
The Chargers got Slater, Asante Samuel Jr., and Josh Palmer.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's Asante Samuel Jr. as a slot corner, I think. They're having themselves a pretty good draft, I think.
Hey, Doug asks, who does everybody want to follow us now? And then I have a question later for Jason. I would love to hear your process of how you put your board together. But who's everybody hoping that falls to the Ravens now? Is
Spencer
asking.
Brown.
Yeah, I'd be excited about that. But they've got choices now. It's Brown. They've got Brown, Forsyth, Cleveland, and Miners. I like those 4 offensive linemen above the rest right now.
Yeah, I like Miner. He coming from a small school, but the Ravens have a history of drafting guys from the Senior Bowl, and he sure did stand out there. So that would be nice. Plug him in there at center.
We just had a linebacker go, it looks like.
Chaz Surratt of North Carolina.
Very
Goes to
small.
the Vikings.
Very fast, small, fast linebacker. Trying to find him on my list there. If anybody else sees him. Mr. Surratt, where are you? Might have scooted him way down.
What is the ODL? Couple comments on the
111.
chat about Ravens have an old DL and need to add youth. Yes, they do.
Yep.
The question
Absolutely.
is, who are you taking right now? Based on the board, it's not looking all that hot. Maybe you take Jay Tufele, or Tonga, or somebody like that. But there are others on the board right now that are.
There it is. He's Surratt 111. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the Ravens have options at every position, I think. Just depends on what they're looking for. I like the interior lineman right now. I think this is one of them. The chances of one of them making it another 15 picks is very high.
Who's Brown LLL? Oh, Brown the third. That's Bobby Brown, isn't it?
Yes, that's
Okay.
Bobby Brown. Really good football player. What I didn't like about him was his eyes. He's one of them head down type linemen. He needs to be able to find the ball a little bit better, but he has everything physically that you want. And Sarah asked about how I put together the board.
Yeah.
Pretty simple. I start off right after the season ends. I try not to jinx the end of the season. As soon as I feel like I'm peeking ahead, then that's when we get put out of the playoffs. So I wait till it's over, and then I just start basically compiling lists, and then I'll take the names that pop up on everybody's list. You see the first guys end up going in the first few rounds, and then strangely enough, what I like to do is watch their highlights first, because I want to know what they look like at their very best. I want to know what they can do, and then sometimes you'll see like a receiver, for instance, every time on his highlights, it's just a 9 route. It's a go route, touchdown, go route, touchdown. So I'm thinking, well, okay, now I'm looking at his speed. Is he really that fast? What's he doing to get open? And then when I dig into the games, I try to watch at least 2 games on every prospect, usually around 250 to 300 every year. And that's when I get really picky at what they can't do. So what can't they do? Because it's kind of hard to find, especially with some players where they're directly involved in the play. So let me see the highlights first and see a bunch of great plays from them, and then let me dig into the tape and find the negatives. And that's pretty much how I narrow it down from there.
So at Huddle Up Films is very on brand. It's very clear about what you do. You watch a lot of film. Do you put grades on all of them? Do you have a grading system?
I usually do it something like you see at the bottom of the chart, where I'll grade them based on where I think they're going to go. But yes, not a number grade. I try not to get into that too heavily, because when the grades are close, then I go with what fits the Ravens better. And when I set the big board, I literally will sit there for 5-10 minutes and say, is Brevin Jordan or James Hudson better? Who would I take? Like I'll sit there and think about it, and then I'll mess with the board for a few weeks before I really set it completely.
Doug's iPad wants to know, Jason, the 2 first-round picks of the Ravens, Rashad Bateman and Odafe Owe.
Nice.
Where were they on your board?
I have to go back and see, but I think Bateman was 24 and Owe was 31. I actually linked the original somewhere on Twitter. I probably could bring that up if I don't want to mess things up here. No, well, yes, actually, that's a good way to look. Yep, I had Away at 30 right here, and Bateman at 24. So, relatively speaking, good value, even though I had, Tevin Jenkins ahead of him and Terrace Marshall.
Yeah.
Sorry, Sarah.
Actually, no, it's funny because way earlier when I was muted, who was it? It was Sean. No, was it Sean? Who was it? Somebody grabbed a screen grab of me after from last night.
Yes.
Was it Sean? Yeah, it's Sean.
You were the agony of defeat.
He says he's sorry for sharing the screenshot. You're not sorry, Sean. Don't apologize. No, he was wondering how I was doing. The approach I took was similar to after game day. You get a night to either enjoy a win or grieve a win. So I gave myself a night to grieve it, and I was over it. And I started looking forward to what Owe could do in Wink Martindale's defense, which just combining his athleticism and speed with Wink and all of his creative pressures and him dropping back and him sealing the edge. I threw myself into that, and I think that's actually going to be pretty exciting to watch him grow.
All right, let's go through some of the questions here and catch up a little bit here before the Raiders pick. We got Cleveland's massive size would be a potentially interesting on the inside. Completely agree. David Zajano. David, speak up, buddy. You've been on both of these things the whole time. Get yourself unmuted and get in the conversation here. We'd love to hear from you. Sean Asher. I'll take a future Hall of Famer here, Richard Sherman kind of gem. You're not being specific. You're not going to help us determine who that is.
Probably Melifonwu.
Yeah, there you go.
Here, I got a question for you guys. what do you guys think about a tight end in this position? Because a part of me sees a couple good players left, but the other part of me thinks we're going to be playing more wide receiver sets, so the third tight end might not be as big a deal.
Tommy
Brevin-
Tremble, 100% Tommy Tremble.
Welcome back, Ed.
Yep.
Fun to see you
Dude,
last
the
year.
guy mauls people. Straight up. You got to get him in this offense.
But wait, aren't you leaving Ricard out of this offense to do that?
Nah.
You just play 12 on some snaps.
Where is
Dude,
Tremble?
Honestly, Tremble's probably going to fall anywhere between 90 and 130.
119 on Jason's board. Tommy Tremble.
Yeah. Andrew, we talked about it a little bit before you, I think, joined. The notion of picking up a tight end. I don't hate it, but I do think there were some good points brought up about the fact that the offense is probably changing a little bit, and we have a lot of targets to go around at this point. So, how much value would we really get out of him? And one of the ideas was you maybe draft a guy you think could replace Mark Andrews if you don't want to pay him. But that's kind of where we left it.
Okay.
How many years does Nick Boyle have left after the contract thing that he's got?
Wasn't it 3 for 18? So he's almost done.
No, he got an extension.
Oh,
So
that's
he's,
right.
I think
That's
he
right.
signed through 22, if I recall. But let me see.
Maybe Nick Boyle's going to be one of those guys that just ends up getting the perpetual
He signed
Anthony
through-
Levine contract.
He won't be that cheap, but he's signed through
Trademarked.
23 currently when he'll be age 30.
Okay.
He'll just get 2 years with an option until he's 50.
He'd be an interesting possibility for that that new 4-year veteran, whatever it's called. You can increase above the veteran minimum pretty good. So that's one thing. But
We're
obviously
talking-
that wouldn't get it anywhere near 7 or 8 million. So it depends how much people really value him.
Yeah,
Okay.
truthfully, I think Boyle could very well get priced out depending on if a team really, really wants to jump on him.
Okay,
In which case, oop,
This is an interesting one. This is kind of a small school pick, although I think they're technically in the MAC. Malcolm Kuntz of Buffalo. goes, the
edge player. Okay, that's earlier than I thought he was going to go, but I mean, that's Raiders for you.
No, I have a friend on Twitter, Darian, who changed his handle to draft Malcolm Kuntz. And so shout out to him. I do like the player. I had him at 128, which is probably higher than a lot of boards. So it's another one of those picks. I feel good about the, recognize the talent on him. But yeah, 9 sacks in 2019. Good player. He's just undersized. If I remember one thing from him, I think it's that he's probably a little small, like 6'2", 230 or something like that, like Ojulari's size.
There's some group of 5 guys on the edge that I guess are headlined by Peyton Turner, but you got Kuntz now, and then you got those Tulane guys. You got Cameron Sample, who had a really good Senior Bowl week. You got Patrick Johnson. And I see both of them on your board.
And we just
there
had another
are some
pick.
other guys.
He had yes, Divine Diablo just got taken by the Raiders at number 80. Definitely on some people's radar for safety. Malcolm
Big.
Kuntz,
Diablo's a big dude. More, maybe even a safety linebacker hybrid.
Again, and I think we talked about him earlier, Jason, but that's why I can't go as high as a 3rd round pick to get my dime. I'll
Right.
take a 6, or I'll take my next free safety, either one of those things, but I don't want a 3rd round pick or a 4th round pick to be the guy who is not going to get a starting role, at least in the future when Elliott is gone, if Elliott goes. I can't do that.
Yeah,
Well, he won't be the dime. He won't be the dime for the Raiders. He'll get more snaps than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a day 3 guy for me, Ken, for those reasons. Talented player. So, I mean, he could play special teams too. So he'll have a spot on the roster, but, 111 on my board, and I value safety. So it's a little surprised he went before a back end safety like Stearns or a combo safety, Jamar Johnson. And then my guy from Florida State still on there too.
Well,
We'll go
that's
back to-
back-to-back picks by the Raiders that could have been day 3 picks.
I want to
Maybe.
go back to Kuntz for a second because a couple of things about him. He had a no 40 time, but I saw 479 projected for him at 6'3", 250, and also with some sort of injury status that I didn't have information on.
Yeah, I think he had some kind of mysterious something pop up where he didn't run the 40. But I think it was legitimate because, or 479 would have been about his range. He looked like that kind of player, like smaller outside linebacker, pass rusher with some good dip, good bend around the edge. But as far as run defense would have been is going to be his biggest challenge.
Okay, here's a big name off the board because it's one of the tight ends at number 81. Hunter Long of Boston College is gone. So that really does leave Brevin Jordan as the primary tight end, meaning a pure pass catching tight end. I'm not talking about Tremble here at this point.
Your guy Briley Moore McKinney. Briley Moore, I think he goes by now. Pass catcher. But yeah. I mean, Jordan's kind of sticking out there by himself right now.
Andy Brooks asks if there are any slot corners we could potentially target to back up Tavon Young. I think that goes back. Is Molden still on the board? I don't think he's gone yet.
Molden
No,
is
he's right there at 102.
He's still there.
Yeah.
and
he's still
Rochelle. And then a sleeper for that would be, I think his first name's Jamar Johnson from Indiana, who's a slot safety. He can do a little bit of both.
He's built like an elf. So if they're
He
not
has a
gonna
hard time
use him-
tackling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If they're not going to use him as a free safety where you can afford to miss a few tackles, it seems counterintuitive, but free safeties miss tackles. It's just the nature of the NFL. They've got some of the highest rates.
I'm pretty big fan of Robert Rochelle from Arkansas State. That you mentioned.
Jamar Johnson had a 458.40 too, which leads me to believe, slot corner, really? He could have some change of direction skills, some break on the ball, not get out leverage, but that's not that fast.
Yeah, playmaker. He's one of those hybrid guys. He's got a real good nose for the football. So much better football player than athlete. Maybe I have him too high. I feel like Wink could have him on that second level though. And mix him in there somewhere. I don't know if he'll be able. Do you have his stats up there, Ken?
I have my notes on him. Elfin build, looks more like an outside cornerback than a safety. Good ball spills, some college tackling issues. 458.40 may preclude him from playing cornerback at the NFL level, so that leaves free safety, which seems like the natural spot. And I think he's a player who could be significantly overvalued for college productivity. May not adapt well to the speed of the game.
Ken, what kind of build does he have?
Elfin.
What does that mean?
Means very thin.
Like an elf.
Yeah.
Like an elf. Okay, gotcha.
Elvin,
Zin.
I guess.
Keebler elf, not Lord of the Rings elf.
Keebler elf. Big cookies for everybody. Alex, as far as I know, Ronnie's going to be ready to go week 1.
Are you willing to warranty that? Because that's what I'm looking for.
No, I'm not ready to warranty that. But I mean, they traded Brown and they haven't drafted a tackle yet.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point,
better be ready to go.
Don't you need Villanueva, right? Because even you need someone to back up Stanley, right? And that's not Tyree Phillips under any circumstance, right? So you need Villanueva, and that's not Kelly, right? Because Kelly's more the powerful right tackle. Even he's kind of mediocre, right? Like
I completely
they have to have a deal in
agree.
place, don't they?
Yeah, I think so. I think they cannot go another season without having a decent backup left tackle option. It was actually surprising to me that Brown was as good as he was on the left side, but I think that it makes more sense to have a guy who has had some real experience at left tackle.
It almost seems like Villanueva's price is kind of going up after last night and into tonight, right? Because there's just not many left tackles out there who could even do what Villanueva does.
We have some developmental guys that are there, and the ideal situation is you get Villanueva for 1 year, and then Sheldon Brown or Forsyth is ready to go. And I think there's an increased chance that we're going to see the Ravens take one of those two guys at 94.
Hey, some dude's iPhone just said Baltimore's on the Chevron.
The Chiron?
Chiron, rather.
Really?
What is
meaning they traded up to get the pick?
Chiron? What does Chiron mean?
Yeah,
The
that's like
scrolling,
the
the
bottom bar
scrolling
thing.
thing at the bottom. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I learned a new word today. I was going to say Jimmy Dean, Trey Brown. Yes, Trey Brown actually took outside responsibilities at the Senior Bowl practice and did well out there. But a lot of people think because of his size that he's strictly a slot corner.
Okay.
All right, Dan, you're unmuted. I don't see us down there.
I'm still showing Washington.
I think what he
Mr. Ed,
means
it's
is
also the moon for Pluto.
they're all the way to the right on that rolling scroll bar. So that's what he's saying. He's not saying
okay.
they're next up. He's saying
Okay.
we can see.
We can actually see him after all this time.
We creeped in. We're on deck.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, between Buffalo and
Exactly.
Tampa Bay. Okay. Let's see what division rivals we got. We got Pittsburgh still got to go. Tennessee's practically a division rival. Cleveland. I just it bugs me to have Pittsburgh and Cleveland drafting before Baltimore, but that's the way it is.
Okay, there's a great value pick for Washington. De'Ami Brown at number 82.
Wow.
Ooh.
Congratulations. Now my friends might be happy.
We had a lot of people, Ravens fans, that were ready to take him at 58.
It's interesting. I was listening to Chris Sims, who Ravens flock like him because he was pounding the table for Lamar Jackson in the draft process, one of the few. But he put De'Ami Brown in his top 3 wide receivers, and he said they were all close to him. And he's like, last year he had wanted to put Claypool further up, and he was like, but everybody else wasn't doing it. And so he thought maybe he was missing something. He's like, this year I'm just sticking with it. So I don't know if he goes to top 3. I don't know if I'd go that far, but I definitely think he's undervalued, and that's good. That's a good pick.
Sarah,
right there.
where did he have Bateman?
Bateman was not in his top 5. He did the top 5, I believe. I'd have to go back and look.
So
But
he did not like Bateman as much as Brown. Interesting.
No. Mm-mm.
That's one thing I like about him is he's not afraid to go against the grain. And like
There it is
Sarah
again.
said,
The next gen stats, athleticism, score. I don't know what that means.
So
whatever. Sorry. Sorry.
yeah, agree with them or not. I like the fact, I like when people stand by their picks and aren't afraid to go outside the box. So
Right.
Sims makes some good points that might remember earlier I compared De'Ami Brown to Torrey Smith and their deep ball ability. Like I think he's really that good when it comes to tracking the deep ball. So I had questions about his short area quickness, his speed, his build up speed. Like if you look at his 40, his 10-yard split isn't good, 20-yard split. And then when you get to the 40-yard is when he turns it on. So he might be a one-trick pony type of receiver, but it's a hell of a trick.
So I guess if he's like Torrey Smith, he's going to be getting a lot of flags, a lot of pass interference.
He's that good.
Flags. Yep.
Yeah.
Tommy Tremble is off the board at number 83.
Somebody's unhappy.
Ed is
Let's go to
in the
Ed.
agony of defeat mode.
I can unmute you. Go ahead, Ed.
Yeah.
Hey, if it makes you feel any better, that's my local team. I can fill you in, on Tommy Tremble news.
I don't even like Notre Dame. I just like the guy.
He is.
He's
Fun
an
to
all right
watch.
dude, man.
Okay,
Look at
let me
this.
ask a quick question here to Dan. So Minnesota has 2 picks coming up, and it's the pick in front of Pittsburgh and the pick in front of Cleveland. What's the draft capital needed to trade with Minnesota for either of those 2 picks?
That's
each
number
of those 2 picks.
86 and 90.
Yeah.
I would
Right.
love that if they stole somebody from Pittsburgh or
You
Cleveland.
want
that's what I'm thinking.
86 or
So
90
nine-
or both?
I want to know what the number is for each, so I can decide which
140
one
and
is the better one.
160 respectively.
Okay, and then that
lower
would
or higher.
mean-
So the 94th and the 171 will get the 90th pick. 94, 171. And if you want to go to 90, if you want to go to 86, it would have to be 94 and 136.
It's a lot to jump ahead of 2 divisional rivals there. Not sure how I feel about that, but If they really are committed to a guy, that would be the place where it might make sense.
Anyone
I'm
you feel
thinking
really
about
committed
Pittsburgh,
to,
right?
Ken?
No, I think if you look developmental tackle and you really buy into the Sheldon Brown relative athleticism stuff, you could go there. And the other guy, I don't know if I'd do it for him. I think I'd just wait to see if it works out. Is Cleveland. I just really like him. I think he'd be a pick in this range that I'd be happy with.
What about Forsyth?
Another developmental guy. With Brown and him on the board, I'd take Brown over Forsyth, but I wouldn't be, since I wouldn't feel so bad about it to get Forsyth at say 94. I think I might hope that one of them drops. And I'm kind of talking myself into just staying right where we are. The more I think about it,
trying
I
to
just saw Minnesota on both those picks. It was interesting.
I'm trying to think of who Pittsburgh's going to take, and I'm looking at Miners sitting there and thinking, yeah, if he feels like a Steeler.
84th pick coming up here. It's Chauncey Golston of Iowa, defensive end, edge player.
And I
Not
don't-
that exciting a pick.
No, I don't think I included him on my list. Like I thought about it, went back and forth. So I'm gonna look here, but he's a just
CBSSports.com really likes him.
okay.
I don't think so.
He's not related to the other Golston, right? That was a GH
Yes.
Golston. Yeah.
Spelling is the key there.
Yeah, I didn't put him on my list. Just a guy to me.
Bad pick. Day 3 pick.
Green Bay traded up with Tennessee.
$100 that this is still not a wide
Yeah.
receiver.
Yeah, it's gonna be another defensive player. I was looking at my guys here. Was Felton on your list?
He is. He's at 150 there in the yellow row R.
Oh, you have him as wide receiver. Okay. I know he took reps as running back and wide receiver.
Yeah, and we're going to get to the point of the draft where my star guys are going to be out there by themselves. So, I mean, the reason they're starred is to let you know that they're higher on my list than other lists. So that's very typical where I'll have my guys kind of hang out there. A little surprised with Miners though, the way he tested, even though he didn't have a lot of tape, his testing in the Senior Bowl. I would have thought someone would have right around here, right in this range, did he go?
Oh,
It's Wisconsin, so this could be it, right?
All right, so now
Amari
There you go
Rodgers.
for Rodgers right there.
so maybe he'll take the
Are
number.
they actually going to help Rodgers now?
Told you.
He's gone, dude. He's gone. There, he might as well take the number 12 and the Abe Rodgers on his back.
Oh man.
I think once you make Aaron Rodgers mad, it's just sheerly speculation, but it's a pride thing to him. And it would not surprise me one bit if he don't step back in that building unless he gets a Mahomes type contract. Like he's going to make him pay for it. But
They have done him dirty so many times.
I mean, AJ Dillon on top of the Jordan Love. I mean, that made no sense when they had Jamal Williams and they had Aaron Jones. I don't know. That was crazy.
All the way back to when they drafted him and had him sit for 3 years or something like that.
Ravens play Packers this year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So that's father versus son. T. Martin versus Amari Rodgers.
there you go.
Ooh, interesting.
Coach
That's a
versus
reporter
player.
storyline. Nice work.
Sarah, I'm waiting for the away versus away versus Orlando matchup.
Oh yeah. Oh, Jason. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very nice. True.
That's going to be a good one.
Had to tweet that out this morning. I'm like, oh man, this is where you feel real smart for a second. Away versus Orlando clicks in. Yeah. So,
I think Orlando's going to win it in the first year, but away could win it later on.
Don't trample on our dreams, Jason. That's no good. He's going to get a sack. He's going to get a sack on.
I am looking forward to when the Ravens sign Justin Houston.
Oh, gotcha.
hey, we'll see if we can get that first step more explosive with Oway, because if he gets that, man,
that is it.
That first step, if he can just translate his athletic ability into that first step, even Orlando is going to have a problem with his long arms pushing him to the pylon, as Ken says. And Mahomes does like to drift back in the pocket a lot.
And Justin Houston can be the mentor.
He has a lot of things he has to learn to not get pushed to the back of the pylon, because a very upright pass rusher, very long path to the quarterback. You know, you talk about why bend is important. I mean, it's so you take an efficient route to the quarterback. It's just really that simple. You spend less time, you get there, you're less likely to be knocked off your path. And he doesn't have any of that. He stands straight up and allows himself to get pushed back way too much.
What's everybody's thoughts on, you know, the idea that Orlando Brown's going to be in a completely different offense where he'll be on an island more often, dropping back 40 times? What do you guys, how do you guys think he'll do in that offense on the left side?
He'll settle in after 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be good. And he will have some trouble with certain people. And my guess is because it's Kansas City and he'll be in the playoffs a lot and such like that, he'll be in the mix for Pro Bowl consideration, but not quite all pro.
Yep, I agree with that. If Stanley recovers from his injury, which we certainly hope that's the case, I don't think he'll be as good as Stanley really ever. If Stanley has, you know, some, God forbid, you know, ongoing injury situation, which has come out of this ankle problem, then all bets are off, of course.
He's going to really enjoy Joe Thuney being next to him.
The one thing I think that he may struggle with more than anything is, if I'm not mistaken, Reed runs that outside zone a lot, that traditional West Coast thing, and that's not his style of blocking. He was really good in the Ravens system going downhill. So when you talk about off the snap, moving laterally, that's not Orlando's strength. So I would bet if I had to make a bet, I'd say his run blocking rate's going to go down in that system, noticeably down.
Okay, well, let's see. They've revamped their entire line, right? So you've got Brown, you've got Thuney, you have Humphrey now. Are they going to consider changing their blocking scheme, or are they going to stick with what they got?
It's a great question. I'm really not sure. But I mean, Andy Reid's had the same system, I imagine, for forever. So I'm sure he's not just going to ditch the zone blocking.
The last pick of the night here. 10 what?
Well, I think we're next to last, weren't we? I think it was 105. Could be wrong there.
Yeah.
No, you're right. It's 105.
105.
We got 20 picks left tonight, starting with this one.
Okay.
Davis is off the board.
7, 8 picks left. Okay, so we're starting to get into that period of time where we're looking at the board more closely, thinking who are they going to pick?
Yep.
This is a big one for the Steelers, right?
Yeah,
huge hole in the O-line, basically everywhere.
I'm hoping they don't take Miners here, but I think that's going to be their pick.
Ken, I think you were onto it. I think we're going to trade up for the 90th pick from the Vikings.
Okay.
Yep. And it's kind of funny because that's actually our pick that we traded for Yannick. So
interesting.
I think we could give I think it was the 184 for that one. So 94 and 184 for 90.
That seems
pretty spot on.
Is that a draft day reference? Give me that pick back. Call the Jaguars.
Sure. Here's Wyatt Davis.
Ken, are you still thinking about letting the board come to you, or you now thinking maybe you're moving up a little?
Dan just said makes a lot of sense. It's now in the palatable range to go to from 94 to 90 to get ahead of the Browns. And the Browns, let's see, are the Browns going to compete with us for a tackle at this point? So they got Wills last year, right?
And they have Conklin on the right side.
They have Conklin, but they might still want a developmental tackle. Okay.
Bills too, right? Bills possible as well.
You know what?
Cleveland, Tennessee, Buffalo, 3 supposed playoff teams in the AFC. What about San Francisco or Carolina? If
Well,
not Minnesota.
San Francisco just
Right.
traded the pick, I think. To
They did. The San Francisco just gave up 2/4 to move up.
So that's
Move up to
concerning, because
Pittsburgh.
anytime they're doing that, it might be to get ahead of multiple teams that have a similar need.
They basically gave up 110 to get to where they are now.
What was the trade?
So uncomfortable.
It was 117 and 120 something.
121.
Thank you.
If anybody's hearing the picks and they're getting them earlier and they're reacting to it, please don't do that.
Oh,
Yeah, so
I haven't heard the pick yet.
Okay, I heard
I'm
somebody
just
go
uncomfortable naturally
"Rrrr,"
when
like
Pittsburgh
this.
is on the clock.
Yeah.
It's like literally like we're waiting for the score to come in from the Russians in the United States in 1980 without a TV present, and you're saying this. I guess that's too
Pittsburgh's got
long
a
ago
nice
for a
height,
lot
man.
of people here on the phone.
I shouldn't be
88,
so worried.
117.
Pittsburgh's got so many problems. It's just, it seems like, I mean, I thought they were done and they started 11-0 last year. And I was like, come on.
So that's a terrible trade for the Rams.
Hendrick Green of Illinois. Okay, good lineman, guard all the way.
Kendrick Green.
Ken, you know how I feel about that guy. That's my.
Yeah, you got a
that's my-
star on him.
Yeah. Remember, I talked about that Northwestern game where he had 4 pancakes. You see his size, 6'1", 305 is what he's listed. And he plays a lot bigger than 6'1", 305.
I think this is about the appropriate place. I had him 9th on my list. He was behind Wyatt Davis, but also behind Miners, behind Christensen, behind Humphrey, Dickerson, Cleveland, and Carmen. Cleveland and Miners are the only guys out of that group who are still around at this point.
And if you're watching the highlights now, you can see how easily he moves and why I like him so
No.
much.
I'm still watching the dude screaming at the microphone right now.
Okay, yeah. Wait till you
Oh,
see
that
his
guy's funny.
Wait till you see his highlights come up. You'll see what I mean by easy mover, easy sealer. And I think he would have been great at left guard.
Where did
There
you have him,
was
Jason,
a,
on your
uh,
sheet?
There's a guy on the RSR message boards that clued me in to this guy that got me to watch the stuff. And I know what
Okay.
you're saying.
Who was that?
His name is D Cat. He's a Jets fan, and he
Okay.
hosted our RSR message board official mock draft.
Okay. Okay, so 49ers moved up for this pick to number 88.
Yeah, and that trade does not make much sense according to the numbers.
It's terrible.
The problem is they don't have anything in between to get that exact value.
But they got too much value. They didn't give up enough. The 88th pick is worth 150
Yeah.
JJ
Trey
points.
Sermon is off the board, the running back from Ohio State.
/
That's
Oklahoma.
Wait, that's who San Francisco took?
Yep,
Yeah.
that's a very
Yes.
big positive for the Ravens as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
Big
Well,
time.
All right. For the record, I'm not going to be spoiling anything because I'm still looking at Kendrick Green. Trey Sermon. I like, okay.
We could all pause our DirecTV receivers by like 4 minutes
Nah,
or something.
it's
we're not doing
fine.
that.
What? Why? I don't.
You
know.
guys
guys
can
like Trey
spoil it for
Sermon?
me. It's okay.
Do you guys like Trey Sermon over Carter?
Go
No,
back to
No.
Yeah, I
just
don't either.
flip them though. That's it. They're close, but I'd say off by 15 spots if you had to line them up.
Plus, I don't know why San Francisco would be trading up for this guy.
Why would they trade for a
when they
running
already
back? They have so
have-
many.
Yeah, they have a crowded running back room. They always seem to have a crowded running back room, and I guess this is why.
Honestly, with that value, they were. I wouldn't be surprised if they weren't the one to initiate it. Like that, they got great value.
They did.
I had 3 running backs ahead of him still: Carter, Gainwell, and Stevenson, who are still on the board, I believe. Williams, Harris, and Etienne were the only 3 gone, right?
And that's exactly what I had, Ken. Same 3 guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there another trade? Looks like maybe.
Houston.
Pick is in for Houston. Were they there?
I think Carolina was.
Yeah, no, that
It
was
from
Carolina.
Cleveland to Carolina to Houston. So
Yeah, a lot of
Houston
flips in
traded up.
this one.
Hmm?
So everybody was like switching on this one for the whoever had this pick.
So people are trading up in this area, just not Baltimore.
not
Yeah.
yet.
You got, you can look at this a couple different ways, but they've got 2 different tackles that they could like, maybe more than that, but certainly in Forsyth and Brown, 2 guys that they could probably tell themselves they could take. They probably have other players as well. I don't even think it's a sure thing that they'd even
If
take
I'm
a tackle.
Tennessee, I'm taking, no, that's Houston, not Tennessee. Never mind.
If you had the choice between those 3, Miners, Brown, and Forsyth, who would you pick? Who's the top right now for you guys?
Brown.
I think I got to go with the developmental tackle too, and he's the best one. So I think you make use of the leverage you have right now with Villanueva, and you go ahead and you take Brown.
Miners maybe is the best player, maybe, but I'd rank them Brown, Forsyth, Miners. Personally.
There's some fear of small school scouting, I think, going on, even with Miners, quite possibly, just because nobody's seen these guys play in a while.
Mm-hmm.
For Miners,
no players not
Senior
out
Bowl.
of those groups.
it isn't so much that he comes from a small school, but he became such a celebrity during the Senior Bowl that I guess the contrarian in me is like, whoa, pump the brakes a little bit. But he did look fantastic.
And then you look at his relative athletic score, which is a perfect 10. And that gets you back excited. It's like, my goodness, man, he's got his belly hanging out and he's outperforming athletically every other center in this class. It's like, he's kind of got that folk hero in him. But I mean, the one game I was able to find of him was him playing guard in 2019. And he was kicking butt, man. I mean, he looked a little sloppy, but that seemed to get cleaned up a lot at the Senior Bowl. So projection wise, I think he has a really high upside, as does Spencer Brown. I mean,
why don't we get them both?
There you go. I love it.
I'm double dipping.
Trade, 105 or whatever, or 104, and grab them both. And you got a tackle and you got your center.
Where's the next pick after 94?
104.
Yeah, they might get them both. They might just have to wait and get them both.
I agree with James. I mean, I still think
problem?
Question mark.
All that makes sense, but I was here last night too.
Break balls. wait.
Ted, do you have arm length handy on Meinertz, Brown, and Forsyth, just while we're waiting?
Yeah, Brown is a little shorter in arm length than you would expect for a guy his length, but he's still okay for the tackle position. And yeah, I do have it. Hold on.
And also, do you happen to have Villanueva's arm length? Just curious.
Yeah, Villanueva's arm length is historic. It's like 36 and
holy cow!
Oh, wow.
36 and 3/4.
I used one source to do all the arm length for all of the offensive tackle prospects to keep it consistent. But we've already said before, like yesterday, you were talking about how there are different numbers reported depending on what site you go to, and it's really it's tough.
Sheldon Brown is 34 and 3/4, so no problem there.
The light
Although,
from the start.
If you just look at Tyree Phillips from last year, he was over 35 inches, 35 and 1/8, I think. So
But Spencer Brown is a lot more mobile.
Oh yeah.
I said I used the phrase his phone booth is a parking lot. He just covers so much potential ground that he can negate. I would certainly like him, but I wouldn't be disappointed with Forsyth or a couple other guys later.
We just had a good pick for the Ravens go off the board.
Nico Collins, excellent pick to go off to Michigan.
My guy, Nico.
Okay.
And it seems like the Vikings pick is in, so it doesn't look like the Ravens are gonna get there anyways.
There was one thing that Tyree Phillips could improve upon this offseason, like one or two things. What do you guys think it is to make him maybe more just quickness of the feet?
Realizing that people are coming to actually hit Lamar Jackson. I don't know.
It was hard to sleep after that Buffalo game.
Seriously.
Yeah.
I think he needs to get out of his stance a little quicker.
It's almost funny at this point. The things we're asking him to do differently are like pure athletic elements as opposed to.
I'm going to. I'll do my best Belichick here. I just think he needs to play better.
I've never seen two guys rotate at tackle before in my life between DG Fluker and Tyree Phillips. Like every game, I swear.
Good.
Every other drive.
Good news. This is a guy that Patrick Jones the second. I'm sorry, I'm getting him confused with Patrick Johnson of Tulane, but Patrick Jones goes to the Vikings at number 90. So now we got to survive this Cleveland pick and not have them take our developmental tackle or whoever else we might want.
I saw Patrick Jones go to Baltimore in a lot of mocks, which of course means nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But
I would be worried about Tennessee too, because they took that tackle that was garbage, in the first round last year. So,
and then they lost Kelly at right tackle.
They could still be in the market.
Yeah.
Yeah,
they could very well be in the market for replacing Kelly, and then the Ravens don't sign Villanueva and they sign Kelly, and that would be great.
I think losing Conklin was pretty big for Tennessee. I think that really helped Cleveland last year. It would have been really nice to see if the Ravens could have put the Earl Thomas money into Conklin, because I think Conklin only got about 13 a year.
Is that a Titans logo, Mr. Ed?
No. It's the other Tennessee, the college, the orange one.
All right, Cleveland about to pick here. I've got only two edges on my top 12 still around: Ronnie Perkins and Rashad Weaver. Where did you have those guys on your list, Jason?
Perkins would be a fine choice here.
I had Perkins a little bit lower than most, but Weaver
96.
I really like Jordan Smith from UAB. I didn't have a character flag, whatever you want to call it, insignia, how to do it on my big board, but Jordan Smith, man, his Senior Bowl tape is wow. I think he started at Florida State or a big college, a Power 5 college, and then had some issues and had to transfer to UAB. So
does it look like Myles Garrett's put on weight here, guys? That suit in the TV is adding 35 pounds, it looks like to me.
Holy cow.
He looks huge.
Does he have a dumbbell under his shirt?
Okay.
I thought, what retired offensive lineman is that?
Actually, looks.
Another great pick for the Ravens.
He'll probably look great.
Awesome.
That's great news. Anthony Schwartz.
Oh, yeah. Good news. Good news.
Yeah, but he's just going to run past everybody. I don't know about that.
He's fast guy, but that's about all he brings to the table.
Yeah.
What did they clock him out at his pro day with the random
425 is on the board here? So I don't know if
I'm not scared by that guy. Maybe I should be. I don't know.
He's a track star.
Well, with I just lost my TV here. I hope this is not.
Oh, we can see it.
Oh, phew, it's back. Okay.
It's like Darius Hayward Bay,
Oh God.
He went to my high school here in Baltimore. Darius Hayward Bay did, and that was one of the all-time worst first-round picks for sure.
Did he go to McDonough?
He did.
Ethan asks, "Do you think the Ravens would target anyone other than O lineman at 94?" And I'll
yes.
What's that?
Definitely.
Yeah, I would love to see. I really like Molden, so I'm just very intrigued by that pick.
It would be slot corner if I had to guess. They always say they can never have enough defensive backs.
Right.
Defensive line is certainly possible. You got Davion Nixon is still there. Jay Tefeli's still there. Brown the third is still there. Melifonwu is still on the board.
Yeah, he would be the corner, I'd say, if they're going to take one. And they're both Jimmy Smith and Marcus Peters might be in their last year with the team, and Averett as well. it wouldn't be a terrible pick if they took him. I'm just expecting an offensive lineman.
Can you
I've
think
got
even
a
after they
name, I don't-
restructured Peters?
They restructured him, but they still have a very big savings next year. It's like 10,
Yeah.
11 million.
Okay.
I've got a name. I don't think they're going to double dip at edge in round 3, but I have a name, Ellerson Smith of Northern Iowa, to keep an eye on.
Linebacker, Tennessee.
Tennessee linebacker Monty Rice is the pick from Georgia. That's good news.
That's my
That's good.
Mr. Irrelevant on my board.
That's
Number
great.
198, man. Yeah. He's a 2-down backer. I don't see him being able to cover anybody.
Ken, did you have him anywhere near your top 15?
You know, here's the thing. And at linebacker, I didn't do the position because I didn't do a draft show on it because I didn't expect the Ravens to do it.
Okay.
So I'm depending on Jason for any commentary on the linebackers or quarterbacks.
Yeah. Well, we're on deck, guys. It's pretty exciting.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
They didn't need to trade up after all.
It only took us 4 hours to get here. You love to see it.
Seriously, I mean, our opinion may change in a second when Buffalo makes their picks, but I don't think there's anybody that they both expected to drop to 94 and I don't think there's anybody they've lost so far that they should be disturbed about losing in the rush to 94 here. Do you have anybody you'd pick in that would fall into that group? Anybody out there?
Only at the top of round 2. The one that Jenkins went middle of round 2, maybe.
How about Cisco, maybe? Yeah, I think
Cisco
I'm
would
not
be
completely
fun.
bummed. Yeah.
Just a really good spot. And this is what I love about the draft is that you never know who it is. You know it's going to be somebody or it's going to be more than one person actually. But here it is, Quinn Miners, all that hype, that second round, you kept seeing him. Melon Fonwu, Spencer Brown, it was going to be offensive tackle heavy in the second round. And there all three of them are. And Davion Nixon is a favorite of mine, the defensive tackle for Iowa. Great eyes, great instincts, team captain. He's got the length where you can play up and down the line if you need him to. I really like him too.
Yeah, they're actually next after this one.
You ever want to read something funny, just go to Twitter and type in a team name whenever they're picking. And then every time the team name picks, there's always a comment about them going to commercial when they pick.
Yes. In fact, I'm going to make my move right now or I will be back late.
I've been wondering that myself when I should make the move. I'm going to wait until after 94. I'll wait till like 96 or something.
I made
good
my move
conversation.
somewhere around pick 70, I think. When we ran out of batteries.
If anybody watched Pat McAfee's show yesterday, I don't think they made any of them.
Made what?
Made the
Any
move,
picks?
quote unquote.
Okay. Oh. Buffalo.
So while we're waiting, how are people feeling about Patrick Queen? Just curious.
I think he's going to make a big jump in year 2.
I certainly hope he does. I mean, he's fast. You know, he's big. I mean, I really hope that he and both Malik Harrison both make a big jump in year 2 because Lord knows we need as much young, stable linebacker help that we can get that we can count on for, say, the next 3, 4, or 5 years, in my personal opinion.
I think he reminds me of Devin White. He might be a little lighter than Devin White, but I think he will track like Devin White tracked. By the end of year 2, Devin White was really turning it on and into the playoffs.
The problem is that Devin White never had problems shedding blocks. So it's like when I look at Patrick Queen, I'm just looking for something that I can grab onto to say, all right, well, he does this. He's doing this really well. And I mean, other than chasing plays down, you know, the shedding blocks, the coverage, I mean, that's pretty important for a player that they're trying to force on the field.
Didn't he have like 21 or 22 missed tackles on top of that too?
Yeah, man. I mean, I put a tape together of all 18 of Derrick Henry's carries just to see how I thought it was a great tape. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Watching us dominate and snap after snap.
But little McPhee action there.
Yeah, my goodness. I mean, it's a
McPhee,
great.
my goodness, did he have
Yeah.
a good game?
It's a great video on the Huddle It Up Films on YouTube if you guys want to check it out. But it's all 18 of his carries strung together. Patrick Queen is the kid that's doing his own thing in that video. I'm telling you, man, it's he's getting blocked into next week, and there's Harrison banging heads and man.
Okay, want to do something after this pick. First of all, the Bills have selected Spencer Brown.
Yet again.
That's a cool name.
They picked before us last year when they picked up Ebenezer, right? Exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Yes.
Damn it.
To the Bills too, man.
Well, should have traded up. Should have traded with Minnesota, right?
That's really the first player that I'm just really upset about now there.
Nah, me too.
Damn.
What I was going to say is let's all type in now. I don't know if I was definitely going to type in Spencer Brown here. Who's the player you draft right now? Because I'm sure
Who's
we
the
all
player
got an
I
opinion.
draft or who?
Yeah, just
who's the
type
Ravens gonna draft.
Yeah, right. Who do you think the Ravens will draft? Just type it
Who
in.
I think the Ravens will draft.
Type it in here. Oh, wait, now I really don't even know.
I have a favorite. I'm going to say out loud just because I have the board up, but it's Davian Nixon, either him or Miners. But I would actually feel kind of safer with Nixon at this point.
Well, the Ravens didn't hesitate. The pick's already in.
So not a tackle, not Forsyth.
It's too early for Forsyth.
I'm still pounding the table for Evan McPherson. He's gonna get drafted.
Okay, Melifano would be an interesting one.
Huh?
Melifano would be an interesting one here.
Yeah,
Melifonwu?
Oh yeah,
cornerback. Yeah.
And Bills are building a hell of a team.
Who did they move to safety?
What are you
That's
talking
not the
about?
pick, right?
No.
Okay.
The pick is in, but they haven't gone to the board yet.
They jumped.
Ken's tipping his own picks. I like the strategy.
We got Ozzy is at the head of the table again. Even the DaCosta said he was going to be sitting there.
that was the lucky spot. If excuse me, if I remember.
They've got a different draft room than they were showing in that video. They don't have the board. At least
Yeah,
I think
and
that's the same one.
Jermaine the giraffe isn't on the screen either.
Yeah. Just it doesn't look like the same room. That's what it really comes down to.
They're showing you something they did an hour ago. It's all taped. So they
Vaccinated.
Okay, that hurts.
It's been a while, Ravens fans. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Back on it. Back on the clock.
It's basically been what, 24 hours?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
What?
So won't do play-by-play here. Nah, it's just Jacoby. It's just
Oh,
Jacoby.
nice.
Oh yeah, Jacoby. I heard Jacoby was going to be doing it.
Oh wait, how
Yeah,
far is
buddy.
our one guy back?
And then Sweet Pea's going to come on later.
Jacoby. Remember him eating that turkey leg after the Thanksgiving game that one time was hilarious.
I want to hear what he said. But I'm sure it'll be on Twitter.
Oh, there you go.
Say it. Don't say it. Don't say it.
No. I was the Jacoby's dancing. That's all. That's all I was saying. He enjoys the camera so
there it
much.
And Cleveland.
And Cleveland it is. Okay, I can get behind that pick.
I figured you'd like that one, Ken.
Yeah.
Who's gonna play?
Guard. Maybe he's a guy they think they can convert to tackle. He's enormous. So he's a.
Oh my
I've
god.
never heard of the Ravens converting a guard to tackle.
Well, he's that weight is low on him. I think they had 6'1", 354.
He's
is the
definitely
weight.
350.
Yeah, is what
I
I've
mean,
seen.
look at how he's built. He's built like a tackle. I mean, there's not an ounce of body fat on this guy for as big as he is, man.
He's a very squared off build. He's not a gourd, where he's got a lot of sand in the pants like you like for guards a lot of time.
Right.
Well, he's got the height. And
What's the arm length?
I'll get you that. Hold on.
Ken, you got me all obsessed with arm length now.
No, and you are asking the exact correct question, and I'll get that for you. This is a good pick. I'm excited, even if he has to stay at guard. So
And And Ken, I've never heard someone described as a gourd or an elf, so I'm certainly learning a lot here.
You've heard of apple and pear build for men and women?
I've certainly heard that, but I haven't heard of a gourd build.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
seeing 33 inches.
the pear.
So
pear
he's like a
build.
pumpkin.
Can we admire the haircut for a second?
33
there?
even. You're right. That's too short probably for him to work out at tackle.
Left guard. He's
40
the left
yard
guard.
dash in 485 for a guy
Yep.
who's 6'6", 354.
That's
So it's going to
ridiculous.
read Stanley, Cleveland, Bozeman, Zeitler, and question marks.
Yeah.
On
So
the way,
what?
but, yeah.
Cleveland is a center? Is that a no? You know what? You just
No,
plug in a
he
left guard
didn't
because-
play center.
He's got to be left guard.
Has there ever been a
Doesn't make sense.
355-pound center?
That'd be fun.
Or a 6'7" foot tall center.
Message Quirky Research. They'll give you an answer in like 4 minutes.
NFL comp is DJ Fluker. Ethan 000.
Doesn't Fluker have like 35-inch arms?
Yeah, he has some of the longest arms in combine history. So that's really not a great comp just for that. But he's in terms of a guy who you think maybe by looking at him could play tackle, and he really projects to a guard. That might be the case.
And
Robert
for-
Hainsey went.
And for you guys that are looking at the board, there's some drawing on there. I was a little bit worried that our conversation was going to get interrupted again. So I'm not sure who did that, but it's on there. It's just a blue line, so you can still see through it.
Night.
I don't know how to
Yeah, it's okay. I mean,
identify.
it's just letting you know.
Yeah.
I didn't do it. I can't erase it or anything.
If you stop sharing and reshare real quick, I think it'll do it for us.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm gonna guess that wasn't malicious, or at least hope it wasn't.
Yeah. Well, we only have 9 more picks or something. So I was a
I think
little
you can-
worried when
I think
it.
you can forget. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say I was a little worried when the drawing started, but luckily it just stopped it being a line there. So
You got to figure out how much you can draw with the amount of time left. See if you can get a nice logo. You could probably at least get the Ravens like B shield or something.
So Sarah will have to find out for us if they would have been taking Spencer Brown if he was still there.
Yeah.
it's a good question.
Yeah.
It's a long
Well,
list of guys.
DaCosta said that when they do the board, they have like guys they group together. And then that's where like the pounding the table occurs for whatever player.
Mhm.
It just would have been one of the two. I don't know.
I saw it was last year's draft, I think. I believe it was last year's draft. DaCosta showed everyone an old board. It was the same style. He said, "This is the style of board that we do."
Yeah.
But it was an old one. And they had it gridded out by kind of like Jason here, color coded first rounders, late first, second round, day 2, day 3, draftable. And then that was the rows, and then the columns were done by position.
Right. They had they have plaques for every players. I've been in their draft room actually to see this for a corporate event. They have plaques for every players. They use a system of dots to identify certain characteristics. So one of the things is you have a black dot, that's an injury concern or an off-field problem. And if you have a pink dot or a half pink dot, you are a 3 or a 4-year starter. And there's like a green dot, which is some explosiveness combination. And they have other dots, but the big one is the red star that you want. And that's the one that give out every scout gets to name either 1 or 2 players. That is their red star player. And so Yanda, for example, was a red star player. And they had the board still up there from 2010 when we were in the room. And the first 4 picks for the Kansas City Chiefs that year, all Ravens red star players.
Do you remember who they were? Because
I mean, you can look them up, but it's like Asamoah, might have been McClintock or McCutcheon or
McCluster?
McCluster.
Dexter
McCluster.
Yeah, I remember him.
Asamoah, and there are 2 others. If anybody can bring up the draft from that year, you could figure out who that was pretty quickly. But also that the Washington had 4 black dotters.
Oh, that was Eric Berry. I would have given him 10 red stars.
Eric Berry. There you
Yeah.
go.
Wow.
Here's a fun fact. Third straight year, the Ravens have drafted a guard named Ben.
Bredesen, Powers, yeah.
So what are we going to do with all these?
Those are
cards?
next gen stats, my friend.
Somebody's gonna get cut if somebody doesn't get hurt. Bozeman has to be moving to center, doesn't he?
Yeah.
What do you guys think of Bredesen? Do you think he's still got a shot to hang on?
Yeah, I want to see what Bredesen can do. Just like Matt said, we haven't heard much from him.
I don't know what he can do in a Ravens uniform because I haven't seen it.
I think he's going to get demoted to practice squad.
Could happen because he's a backup center primarily. He's got historically short arms, like the first percentile even for a guard. Maybe it's for his height, but whatever. It's ridiculously short arms in the 31 and change range. So center was the position for him, and if they're moving Bozeman to center, that's a permanent move, I would think.
I think this is another reinforcement that they think Tyree Phillips is a tackle.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
I'm beginning to think maybe they don't draft a tackle at all.
What about trying Ben Cleveland at tackle, at right tackle?
That's fine.
A competition between Phillips and Cleveland?
Could be.
I'm not thrilled with it. I'd prefer to park Cleveland at guard and be done with that position for 10 years.
He's a third round pick. I don't know if we can really say that. I mean, Tyree Phillips is the same kind of a certain pick. Ronnie Perkins is off the board to the Patriots at 96. That's a good player.
Never forget Ben Powers, the man, the myth, the legend. Finally came in, and then we were intrigued by him, and then now it seems like he's completely been squeezed out of a job.
And his last name was Powers, which means he must be good.
I just remember he was that lunch pail guy who wanted to like destroy people's days. That was like his quote.
Steal the soul of
lunch pail guy. Love that one.
Yeah, and when you saw that, you were just like, I love it.
Hey, the Ravens could double down and take the other cool name of Stone Forsythe, who plays insanely high for a tackle.
Developmental move. They could probably afford to do it still.
Ken, what do you think of Powers, of Ben Powers, just offhand?
I mean, I actually scored him pretty well during
That's
this
what I thought.
season. He had penalties that were really hurting his scoring early, but I thought he played pretty well. And then he did implode in the Buffalo game.
Right.
So, but everyone did. And, it's not been too dissimilar to all three of the playoff losses the last 3 years was a across-the-board implosion.
Hey, Ken, weren't there like 2 or 3 linemen that played in a handful of games? I want to say we'll just say 4 games that didn't have enough reps to be scored, if you remember right.
Yes. Yeah, there's a lot of that this year. But what specifically about it were you asking?
I was just saying based on what you had seen, would the scoring have been, let's say, enough to start a conversation about a potential starter versus where we're at now?
Probably not. I mean, the only guy that I thought might have been a guy they would have to hang on to is Will Holden. And apparently Holden got picked off the practice squad on a Monday where the player is unprotected. This last year when they get returned, they're unprotected for a day. Trey McKitty, tight end of Georgia, goes to the Chargers at 97. Got to think that's a good one for the Ravens.
Dalton Barker. Is safety the target here with Elliott headed into his final year? Maybe not this pick, but I think they're drafting one.
Reasonable choice.
So Jason, what safety do you like at this juncture?
Well, I have a medical flag by Nazarilla Dean. I have a really hard time with that name, but a guy I mentioned earlier is Caden Stearns, who I see as a back end safety, somebody that can play. Does something different than the safeties that we have. So Caden Stearns, some people might look at that as a reach. And I know Jason also likes Gillespie from Memphis. He's on my list. If they had him above the other two, I mean, I would be a little bit upset or look disappointed, but I wouldn't be upset. And then Ardarius Washington is one of those guys where if he was just like the old song went, if he was just a little bit taller, because he's certainly a baller, I mean, that guy plays when you watch Merrick's tape. Washington just keeps popping up time after time, but he's like 5'7" and a 4 point, almost like 4'7" guy. It's a dangerous mix of size and speed, lack of for Washington.
Do you think Geno Stone's going to get much play, or would you rather get a free safety type?
Stone is at a minimum the backup plan to have a third safety on the field on passing downs.
Right.
And I think, things would have to go very wrong. No, that's not true. He could be cut, but I think that Stone, Levine, and Richards will not all make the team, even if the Ravens don't draft a safety.
Right.
But that they might go out and draft a safety, and that will really push out
the Ravens last year, wasn't he?
I'm sorry, say again, Alex.
I thought like everyone praised the Ravens and said that they even though that Stone was a late round pick last year, what do you go with the 6th or 7th round? He was like a very, very high value at safety for a guy picked that late in the draft. Is that not true? Or
PFF loved him. PFF had him as their 53rd best player in the entire draft last year, which is kind of ridiculous. But then my feeling was he'd fallen enough, and that he was a good guy who could play one of two safety spots on the back end when you have that real good ball skills, trusts his reads. There's lots of things to like about him, but for whatever reason, there must be a practice issue or whatever, because they took chances with him dropping him when there are other people they could have let go on the roster.
Ken, we just had a pick here.
Oh, Quinn Miners goes off the board at number 98.
Oh man, there he goes.
Well, after Cleveland, I couldn't imagine the Ravens are going to take him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Belly beast.
Matthew Wan, yes, I include Molden in the safety group, but he will play safety and corner slot. So he's in both groups.
I can buy that for sure.
One guy I kind of like in terms of being a guy who could play safety or corner is Trill Williams, who's coming up on your board at number 124, would still be a reach here, but I think he's the kind of guy you could wait for and still get a pretty talented guy who could perhaps be a dime back and then move into one of those corner slots next year.
And that wouldn't be a bad thing with Tavon on the team, and just to hedge our bets a little bit, to have somebody else that could step up and play the slot.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that slot position so much easier to fill? Is it just because the size required is less than the outside corner?
I think it's actually.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was going to say I think it's actually a speed thing more than size, because you can run in the 4.5s and that's a good speed for a slot corner. You just have to be quick, but on the outside, you want guys that are in the low 4.4s, so to cover the deep ball downfield where you're by yourself.
It's a size and shape thing too, because you're dealing with a smaller pool of talent that has the additional height to play outside. And then, like Jason says, that they also need to have the speed, and that's the harder combo to get. So there's aircraft carriers for most teams are harder to find, but the Ravens have a stockpile of them and not enough guys to back up the slot, as we've seen in these recent years.
Do you guys think Amon Marshall is a possibility at all, or do you think that ship has sailed?
He'd be an outside. Yeah,
he stays
an outside
out.
corner, if at all.
I think the only way you see him in the slot is if they want to use him to match up on tight ends. Like he's got the size. For that.
He's the size. But even not even like slot versus outside. Do you think he'll make the team this year?
He's got something to prove. I'm sorry, Ken.
Yeah.
No, you got it exactly. I mean, look at every player as a 4-year declining option in terms of value.
Right.
So he's entering year 3. He's in jeopardy.
Mm-hmm.
So is Powers, for example. So is McCary.
Right.
Yeah.
So just a couple quotes. Ben Cleveland just spoke with the media, but he said that he felt like he was super high on the Ravens' radar from their meetings. He said emotions were definitely running high. So that's, I think, goes along. I mean, the Ravens rushed that card up. That was definitely, they were targeting that guy. I mean, they went up there, but he said that he connected right away with the Ravens coaches. So he felt like he was going to be picked by him.
To play guard.
Go ahead.
He did not say, I mean, he's not going to No, but I'm sure at the press conference at the end with the front office, they'll say it, but Ben will just do whatever they say, I'm sure.
There's the first guy in this draft that I don't know much about.
Yeah.
Nashawn Wright, Oregon State.
6'4" cornerback.
The first picture they're going to show should tell you everything. Spoiler alert.
Okay.
Wait till you see his body measurements.
Yeah.
Okay. No, that's
Hey.
Quinn Miners.
Sarah, what's the memorabilia behind you? Who autographed that? If it is signed.
Oh, it's Ray.
Really?
Yeah. We
That's
got
awesome.
it. We got it. It was given to us. I'm trying to remember. I can't remember if we got, I think it was a Christmas present to the whole company when he retired. So that was very, very nice of them. So
It's interesting that you call it a company. You know?
well,
Yeah.
the whole organization. The whole organization. But up there, trying to angle it. The two top ones are, they always let my son come in for training camp and he gets prime position. So we've got Lamar and Joe on one of those balls, and then Lamar again and Hollywood and all sorts of stuff. So
At Rap Sheet, Falcons agreed
Yeah.
to terms with AJ McCarron. Okay, moving on.
Not hurting about that.
I thought they made that deal like 4 hours ago.
Yeah.
Him and Schefter must be in a war or something.
I think it's possible that Rappaport already took care of that hours ago, and they just still have it on the ticker.
again, coaches will be the last ones to say, but Ben Cleveland said that he played left guard quite a bit. So he could go to left and then they kick Bradley Bozeman inside.
I mean, I think that's the move.
Seems like the most likely.
But you know what they'll say? It's like the best five guys will play. Best five guys will play. Harbaugh's going to say that a million times between now and week one.
You're not getting anything out of Harbaugh. It's just not happening.
I'm sure they're all.
You'll
great
get something out of Eric DeCosta, but he'll just lie to you and lead you down a different road. He just trolls everybody.
Right. Or he'll tell the exact truth and call a shot. You don't expect it when it happens.
That are the last six picks of the night, guys. And I don't know about you, this has kind of flown by for me. Really appreciated watching the draft with y'all.
I love it, Ken. I really thank you. It's been a lot of fun. The board looks good. You know, the board looks good. The picks have been good. We've had trades. We've had a little bit of everything, man. So
4 picks tomorrow.
Lots of fun as we've a lot of tension as the picks have approached the Ravens. I think has been one of the real keys of this draft. We've good players available at multiple positions, and I don't think there's any one of the picks so far where we all had it called in terms of who it was going to be.
Trevor? Or does that not count?
Did somebody call out Merrick? What? Right.
No, I was saying Trevor Lawrence.
Okay. Yeah. That,
No, we're talking about 28, 30, 27, 31 or 94.
Right. Yeah.
Ah, man.
I see.
Molden.
Huh?
Elijah Molden goes.
Oh
into
yeah,
100.
the screen.
Tennessee.
Ken, are you confident in Bozeman at center? Like, are you? I still feel like after seeing Skura and McCurry with the snapping issues, I don't know. I don't feel confident that anyone's going to step in and be perfect in that regard. I don't know why. I just feel like it's for some reason it feels really tough to play in this system again with the shotgun snaps and everything. But
yeah, we talked a little bit about that earlier. With at least they could make it easy for him with Zeitler making line calls.
True.
So,
True.
But no, I'm not sure. I mean, I don't know how anybody could be at this point.
Right.
So we've got 3 picks now until the Ravens.
There's a lot of interesting ways we could go with this. We'll see how it falls.
A number of the top guys on your board, Jason, are DT. 3 of them
Yep.
at least.
Yep. And then we have the 2 linebackers and the running back sitting there, which obviously we're not going to take those, you wouldn't think. So, we could go at any position really.
And then that one purple guy just sitting there, Melifonwu, kind of lonely.
I know he is. He would be a welcome addition as far as I'm concerned. At some point you just, need goes out the window. And I mean, yeah, I'd like to see a safety or Nixon, but Melifonwu, he's just, I think, by far the best player on the board, the most talented for sure physically, as far as the guys we're choosing from.
Oh, there he goes.
Yep. On the board.
He's the devil. There he goes.
Damn it. Oh, one. I was just going to say he's a guy that the Ravens could afford to wait a year on, and it would have been a great value proposition here if there's any residual injury concern with him.
I mean, a press corner too, Ken. He's like exactly what we want, the size, the speed. No,
I don't trust the Lions, but it seems like they're killing this draft.
Yeah, they got 2 big guys in the defensive line. I don't read the guy's name I can't pronounce from Washington. Whatever.
Hey, some dude,
I'm Missouri
concentration drops is your answer.
Yeah.
Levi on Missouri.
Yeah, right, Levi. They got another tackle, another defensive lineman. I forget who it was, but
I'm really high on Levi O. I'm high on Ifiatu, Melifonwu, and they got McNeil too. Yeah, I'm high on all these guys that they've been getting
together. That's a good package in the middle.
They really are improving their defense.
So Forsyth to me is standing alone now because of he's a pure right tackle, and that's where he played before. So I like him, and of course Nixon. I keep saying it, but he stands out to me too.
If they take Forsyth here, I can sleep well tonight. I can be like, okay, they can just take whoever in rounds 4 and 5 and maybe 6.
One guy
otherwise, I'm not sleeping well.
One guy is a little lower on your board here that I've heard his name higher for some other people is Shelvin.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like him as much, but I think he's a guy that often gets mentioned as a 3rd round guy.
There's Gabe's guy just went there. No threat. That's a good selection for the Ravens.
Thomas.
I learned he blocked kicks from Gabe. Excellent kick blocker. There he is right there at 181.
Sign me up if he plays special teams.
Yeah, man. He apparently blocked some kicks.
Well, if I was coaching the Ravens, I wouldn't have put Ed Reed off a kick blocking. Never would have taken him off special teams.
Never would have taken him off the punt team.
So out of your top D tackles, which of them are like nose tackles or one techs, Jason?
Well, Tufele. Oh man, messing that one up.
Right. That guy.
Tufele. Thank you, man. It's getting late in the night.
Jay Tufele.
Yeah, he'll definitely be able to hang inside. Your 0-1 tech, and then Shelvin has the size for it. He's just got he's a big body type on Sheldon. And then see who else do we have there? Tonga can play on the nose. He's probably just a 0-1 tech only, but Nixon is a guy that can move up and down the line. Like he has the length where I think he could play 5 tech. He's more of a 5, 4 or 3, which is why I like him.
There's just not.
How about Togier?
Same thing. He's a big guy too, Ken.
Tui Pelotu, do you have him?
He should be on there somewhere. Yeah.
31.
So if you look at your 2 down run stuffing guys, I think you can get them later. Whereas a guy like Nixon is just he's standing out. He's got
Nixon is standing out, kind of alone as interior pass rusher right now.
right. Bobby Brown, the third. He's more of a meta BK type. I would say he's probably going to be a 3 technique.
While the Ravens are on the clock, since the Rams picks in.
Just like that.
Almost at the end of another day.
And then a couple of the edges that, in case we double up, Snowden is a guy that I'm higher on. He's at 103 there, and he's a coverage. Sam, he would profile really good at Sam, mixing in with Bowser, and then Quincy Roche, lightning quick off the edge. He'd be a rush guy, sub rusher if you wanted to go that way. So 103 and 106, depending on what you think of Oway and where he's mainly going to play.
I still like Ellerson Smith. I think he has the size and the athleticism to be a Ravens type guy. He's sitting there at 136 for you.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about Weaver?
I have him on my list. He's
a good player.
But Sample, I like Sample.
Sample probably is best as a 4-3 DE. I wonder if maybe he could play kind of as a light 5 tech for the Ravens. I don't know.
I didn't like him as much, honestly. I watched Patrick Johnson and Sample play together, and it was a game against Tulsa. So it was one of the only good opponents that Tulane really faced during the year. Certainly one of the best opponents. Tulsa was ranked 25 when they played him. The game was actually won on a Zaven Collins interception return in overtime.
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't think either of them played particularly well. It just really turned me off to both players. And, they didn't have
I
a lot
saw
of great
he was one of the highlights of Senior Bowl week among the edge players from what I saw in Senior Bowl week. I'm not sure what's more important in such a bizarre year. The games where half a team might show up and play, or Senior Bowl where they gather a bunch of strangers together to play together. It's tough, but Sample was very, very good in Senior Bowl week.
I assume the Ravens pick has probably already been made, given how long this has been delayed getting in.
Jeff tweeted something about it.
Yeah, don't say.
I'm not saying. And there's some specifics, but not exactly it.
Okay.
Yeah, some dude. It's unusual. It's ESPN never goes to commercial before our pick.
Linebacker Ernest Jones of South Carolina goes to the Rams. Yeah, I really have, I can honestly say I have no idea who they would go to here. I would not be completely upset if they took Brevin Jordan here. Would not be completely upset. I think that's an okay pick. I really wasn't in favor of taking a tight end, but if you're going to get an offensive weapon, maybe. I think they probably ought to go to the defensive side, though, would be my feeling about it. And Nixon might be the best choice.
I'm starting to see a lot of names here in the back end of round 3 that are question marks. Wondering if this is going to be the Ravens pick, kind of like Tyree Phillips last year, where we're like,
Toss it in, write it in chat who you think the Ravens will draft here.
Oh, I've been so accurate. I'm going to pick a random name this time.
No idea.
Oops, I think I sent it to somebody individually.
Are people chiming in? Who do the people want?
Okay, we've got Stone and Forsyth. So I think that's 2 votes for Forsyth. Ian, Book, Weaver, Wade, Nixon, Jordan, Smith, or Stern, Weaver, Johnson, Jamar Johnson again. Stone, Forsyth. We got, I think Forsyth has it. We got like 5 Forsyths. We have Nixon is in there probably 3 times. Weaver's in there a couple times. Here we go. Okay. Wow. Okay, now I wasn't expecting this one.
Yeah, I was staying quiet. I was like, none of the above.
I was.
Yeah, who gets
So
the point there?
this is the Tyree Phillips pick, is it?
Yeah. Well, it's
Great.
interesting too. I see someone on Twitter posted that he was a free safety as well. So I'm not sure who.
He played special teams. That obviously moves him up the board.
Oh, good grief.
Well, Ken,
Sometimes
you
I think
did
the
call
Ravens-
the.
Go ahead, Jason. Go ahead.
I was going to say Ken called it as far as the smaller school guys. I mean, SMU is a big, small school, but Ken said the Ravens are going to be licking their chops when they know they're going to get somebody that's not on somebody else's radar. And I really hadn't watched much of him, so
I can't
This is a
take credit
bad
for that
sign.
one.
He's the reason Shane Buechele had to throw for 50 touchdowns a game. Well, part of it.
I think this may be a bad sign about the overall quality of this draft.
That's interesting.
But
So
Ken,
was he
you did
on the
say that
list?
they were going to
Oh,
be
there he
looking
is.
small school.
This,
You know,
I hear you, but this doesn't really meet my definition of small school. These guys
No.
played this last year.
right?
This is a
true.
group of 5 school.
There's really not even, I'm having a hard time finding information on him here. Developmental depth / special teams, according to the Draft Network.
He began his career as a running back at UCLA, transferred to SMU prior to 2019, converted to cornerback at SMU. He's best at press man, where he can use his length and strength to reroute receivers, fluid hips for a thicker corner, and has surprisingly good instincts in coverage for just a 2-year starter. Does a good job of breaking up passes
6'1".
when in position. Go ahead, sir.
6'1", 213, 440, 440, arm length of 32, which is good for a corner. Weight 6 feet and 1/8 inch. Is that what you have, Dan?
Which one?
6 feet and 1/8 inch.
Yep.
Okay.
So can he play slot? I mean,
don't
this
think
is another
so.
outside cornerback.
It's an outside
It looks
corner.
like.
I
mean,
think they'll move him. 22 passes defense is a pretty solid number.
so is this a free safety then?
Yeah, position 1 is listed at cornerback. Position 2 is free safety kick returner. Wow, this is,
He's going to move to free safety.
they must love him for that. Wow.
I'd be okay with that. Yeah, I mean, that would be okay.
Seems like a reach.
This is an oddball pick for the Ravens. I wonder why they think some other team might be interested. Because it doesn't seem like an economical draft pick, does it, Dan?
No. I think he sounds like he can develop. He's only been playing the position for a year or two, but seems like a reach for the end of the third. But
I think that they believe that the current, let's say, safeties are on the board that are more box style, and they don't want to go that route. And then the corners that are there seem to be at least maybe medical concerns.
Sure, but was he on anybody else's radar? That's
right. So
that's
take
what
a
I was
tackle
thinking.
now and
Probably
take him
the
at 131.
Right, you probably get him at the 131. But hey,
NFL.com had a 5th round grade on him.
okay, so he was kind of on the radar, just not on any of ours.
Yeah.
Andrew, yes, feels like Phillips last year, very much.
It's a third round selection, though. A third round pick.
Yep.
Who
Phillips was a 3rd round pick. He was the last pick of.
But Phillips was much more of an established player. This is just completely off the board.
But they both had something like a 5th round grade, right?
No, Phillips was a SEC tackle.
Yeah.
I mean, with great measurements and everything else. I mean, he had plenty of playing experience against some of the best edges, in college football. So this is a different, completely different pick. But my goodness, man. Yeah.
Sarah, we're counting on you to tell us about what the presser is like on this.
All right.
Crochet did come from SMU.
Oh wait, this Stevens guy, yeah, UCLA. He transferred.
Right. He played running back at UCLA.
Makes me wonder who they're gonna pick later, right? It's gonna be more people like completely off the board.
I think is a distinct possibility. Yeah.
Yeah, like I mean, if this is where they started with the 3rd round pick, it might be just
Right.
total rabbits out of the hat, you know?
When I start seeing like name after name after name in the back end of round 3 that I'm questioning, I start thinking about, okay, how good is this draft really? And in which case might be trying to move a couple picks into next year if I can, but other teams may be keen on that too. And I say this mainly because of all of the opt-outs and the weird schedules and all of that stuff.
Yeah, and Alec, I think it's pull a rabbit out of his head, according to Jason Witten on Monday Night Football.
So Jimmy Dean here says, with not many spots to fill, you think the Ravens are focusing on developmental / upside guys? And I definitely think that's the case this year.
Yeah, Jimmy knows his stuff, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's where they're going. I just, I mean, I figured there would be at least 1 more, 2 more rotational type guys before they went the developmental route. You know, 3rd round is pretty early to go developmental.
Hey, how about this? Does this pick impact Jordan Richards the most?
I would say I hope so. You know,
I don't think he was going to make the team anyway, but
right? Yeah. I'm hoping.
I mean, he was a
that,
camp body for sure.
Could be Levine also.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Levine's a guarantee either.
Yeah.
I actually think Levine is.
Like what kind of guarantee in terms of venture capital purposes, Ed?
Captain.
Okay.
That's not a strong selling point, but I just genuinely believe it. I think he's too well liked.
I'm trying to get
Sentimental
you to
value.
price that as a proposition.
Yeah, I don't have an answer to that one.
Now that the business is concluded, I'm going to head out. Thank you very, very much for having me today.
All right, take it easy, Jason. Really appreciate having you and
Jason.
everybody else on this call. Been so much fun.
Thank you. It's a lot of fun.
See you, James.
Thanks, guys.
I'm keen to hear what Sarah says from the presser, because I'd be surprised, or I wouldn't be surprised if this is another one of their analytics guys. Because if you look at the things that have been shared around Twitter today, just now, it's very high grades athletically.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm also thinking. Ever since last night in the presser, Eric DaCosta, they were asking. He was asked why he took Rashad Bateman ahead of some of the other remaining receivers, and he said a few things, but then alluded to the analytics and said that they listened to their analytics guys, and which you've never heard. I've never heard that at a Ravens presser before. Obviously, analytics is new, but they've had some form of analytics for a few years. But I'm seeing the same thing. It's like these trait guys are getting drafted. With Owe having great traits, Ben Cleveland having all these athletic scores, like you said. So I am very curious how much analytics is playing a part in it.
Yeah, the athletes that we've drafted, especially early, just stand out. Whereas compared to Ozzie with the Suggs and the Michael Orrs and the, good, tough football players, Ben Grubbs. Now all of a sudden it seems like DaCosta and maybe the organization as a whole has shifted to your big, fast, strong guys, your more athletic guys. Jason or Adafe Owe, first rounder, above a productive college player like Basham and Ojulari. But yeah, so it's something that a stylistic change, I think, in the organization. But it is interesting, Sarah, that he mentioned it almost without being prompted. Like he wasn't asked. He wasn't asked about analytics. He was asked about the player.
Right. Right. And then they tried to. Garrett Downing followed up with it. And he's like, oh, can you explain a little bit more of that? And he's like, no. Yeah, no, that wouldn't serve me well.
So, hey, Dan, how did we end up for the night in terms of Power 5 group of 5, all other.
So the a couple that I wanted to confirm, Buffalo.
Buffalo's an
that's
other 5.
an other 5. Okay.
Yeah.
SMU.
SMU is the group of 5 also.
Okay. UNI.
Group of 5.
Okay. Then the only one was Miners.
Okay, and then the 2 North Dakota State guys. So they had only 3 small school guys still taken, right?
Yep.
In 3 rounds.
Yep. And let me just 33. So let me get the numbers for the.
Hey, it's starting right now, so I'll be back in just a second. I'm gonna listen to it.
All right. So
And,
80% for round 3 were Power 5. So still very high.
Mm-hmm.
So 33 out of 41 for 80%. So, it's pretty.
And only
Very
one of them was a small school or 0. Minors. One was.
Minors. Yep. So there was 1 small school in each round. North Dakota State, and then Whitewater.
Yep.
Pretty crazy.
The group
Non-group
of
of 5, Coastal Carolina's got a couple guys that'll get picked up tomorrow.
Ron Jackson. Well, guys, I want to thank you. I have a puppy duty. I've been asking my son to watch. So I should have brought him down and put him up like the TV personality, show off the dog. But he's been doing pretty good. He's been in the house for a few weeks. It took us a while to get over my oldest dog passing. But we have a younger dog I'm going to take care of. But Ken, I really appreciate it. It's been great, man. Like usually I have friends over for day 2. But and they don't know what's going on. You know what I mean? They try. They just look at my reaction and ask me, and then I tell them a bunch of stuff that goes right over their head. So, I mean, I really appreciate it. It was a lot of fun these last 2 days, and I'll keep updating the board tomorrow, taking players off and everything. So, but thanks to everybody that's been on there. It's been really good. Dan,
Thanks for
I've
all
got
the hard work, Jason.
Oh, you're very welcome. You're very welcome. All right, I love you guys. You have a good night. Okay.
Take it easy.
I appreciate it,
Hey,
Jason.
Jason, take care.
Jason.
I still want to wait to hear from Sarah, even though I could just go and turn on the press conference myself, I suppose.
I'm going to head out as well, guys. Thanks for everything. I really
Take
appreciate
easy,
it.
Dan.
Great
I
time.
guess we'll wrap it up right now, and I'll look to Twitter for Sarah's comments on this.
Do you have any show tomorrow, Ken, or no?
No show. I just couldn't commit the extra day to it. But I appreciate. I know there's probably people who would like to do this, and maybe there's a way to get together on a Zoom call for that. You're welcome to publish it on my site if you want to.
Well, just
Reach out to Twitter for sure, Alex.
Just curious. I mean, it was very gracious for you to do the first 2 days. It was great, very interactive. Never done this before, so thank you so much. Definitely more refreshing than strictly watching NFL Network with no one else to talk to. So it's definitely very nice to have a Ravens centric draft with a bunch of other Ravens guys on here. So
right.
Thank you, sir. Have a good one. Appreciate it.
Thanks for joining us. Thanks, everybody. We'll say good night now. Really appreciate everyone participating too. Stefan, get some sleep, buddy.
Yep.
Take it easy.
All right. Bye, everybody. Take care.